And now, our feature presentation.
What is Daikatana? It's a cautionary tale, a tale of hubris, something we may not all look back fondly upon, but something we can all appreciate for various reasons. I mean, let's face it, if a game like Daikatana came out today, it would be fixed in 6 months and the Steam reviews would have gone from mixed to mostly positive. But back in 2000, we didn't have such luxuries. I think what's important to remember is that underneath all the history and all the nonsense and all the bullshit is that Daikatana is a very cool game with a lot of very cool ideas, and we should all be glad it exists as a part of video game history, even as a cautionary tale. You know, what is FPS history without Daikatana? It's a lot more boring, that's for sure. Bitch.
Sometimes you have to tell yourself, enough is enough. In the research and writing that I've done for the background information on this documentary, I've discovered one of the most, if not the most, documented game development cycles in the history of computer gaming. Now, part of this might be because of the high-stakes drama that erupted behind the scenes during this period of time. There were magazine articles, newspaper reports, forum posts, developer logs and notes, even leaked emails caught the attention of not just the tightly knit circles of PC gamers, but the general public as well. You see, the topic of this documentary, John Romero's Daikatana, is arguably the biggest flop in computer gaming of all time. There was hype, there was promise, there was interest, there was backlash, there was infighting and outfighting. The development of Daikatana signaled the rise of game developers as rock stars, not just known names within the medium that they worked in, but as singular personalities larger than life that drew the attention of the outside media at large. And in the period of the late 90s, no game developer was as seen, heard, or paid attention to as John Romero. There was no game that was as ready to be pounced upon by the public as his 2000 release, his magnum opus. And there was no game that was as quickly and thoroughly left behind to the annals of history and the whispers and myths of just how terrible the game was to experience. Before we continue, I want to take a second to establish the purpose of this documentary. There's plenty of video essays on the subject of Daikatana, most of which primarily focus on whether or not the game is as devastatingly terrible as the game's reputation suggests. Spoiler alert, it isn't. So I didn't want to go into this video to simply talk about the game, or defend the game, or go over its many flaws one by one. No, I wanted to talk about the creation of the game. More specifically, the environment the game was created in, and the goings-on surrounding said environment. Because while many have skirted over and around the dramatic clash of egos at Romero's development company, Ion Storm, I've yet to see anyone put into context how all of this affected Romero and the development of Daikatana. And believe me, there was an impact on development. But like with any story about anything that happens in real life, this is a story that involves real people. Real, actual humans who may or may not end up watching this video about events that they took part in 25 years ago. This is a story of hubris, ego, vitriol, arrogance, pride, and some misogyny thrown in for good measure. Some of the events that I'm going to talk about get a little ugly. There's no small amount of bad behavior behind the scenes here, and some of the people involved might not be presented in a very flattering light. Normally, you'd hear the word allegedly used a lot in a presentation such as this, but outside of one or two instances, you're not going to hear that from me. mostly because all of this actually happened, outside of varying details that no one seems to agree on. There are sometimes very different perspectives on when certain events happened, but said events still actually happened. For example, one source says a particular advertisement ran in April of 1997. Another says June of 1997, but all evidence points to the fact that the magazines didn't run the ad until December of 1997. That said, I'm not here to cast judgment or make anyone look bad. I'm also not going to attempt to excuse or justify any bad behavior. What I am here to do is examine multiple perspectives from multiple documented resources, layer them over each other, and present them in what I think is as close to the truth of what transpired. I'm sure there will be a few voices who end up sliding into the comments to say, hey, that's not exactly how that happened. And I welcome that, because I wouldn't have gone through all the effort that I have to find clear answers if I didn't welcome that. I have spent 4 months ensconced in Daikatana. I've played the game 4 times, I've played the console ports, I've played the prototypes and the alpha builds. I've compiled over 40 hours of footage to be used for this video. I've read and reread 1 biography, 1 autobiography, a strategy guide, a comic book, and countless articles and interviews surrounding this game. I've even asked a few special guests to come in and provide some fun little sound bites on how they feel about the game's impact, which will be peppered throughout the documentary. It was an interesting experience just rounding up some of these guests, because you would think that a game of Daikatana's reputation would have been played by quite a few people. And yet, the more developers and content creators that I spoke to, the more I discovered that the game's reputation precedes it to such a degree that I had a difficult time finding people who so much as sat down with it, which feels like an absolute shame. There is so much information to be discovered, so many fascinating and interesting points and perspectives to speak on, that I could probably no doubt spend another 4 months collecting and researching all of it. But where I am at this point, I'm learning that sometimes you have to stop yourself and say, enough is enough. It's literally impossible for me to include everything, every detail, every piece of evidence and information. So, after driving myself nearly to the point of exhaustion, and coming down literally to the wire with this project, if there's any lesson I can derive from what I've researched, it's that sometimes you have to know when to stop pushing further. So with that said, I think it's time that I wrap up this intro and we take a hard, long look at the hard, long road of the development of Daikatana. It's a journey that takes place over the course of 10 years and begins probably where you would least expect it, with a group of young game developers playing Dungeons and Dragons. But before we get to that, let's talk a little bit about the origins of the man behind the game, John Romero himself. John Romero has been fighting since day one. Born 6 weeks premature on October 28, 1967, Alfonso John Romero grew up in Tucson, Arizona, born to parents Ginny and Alfonso Antonio Romero. John's father, Alfonso, was a stern man and an alcoholic. The family was poor. Sometimes, Alfonso would rob convenience stores at gunpoint in order to procure diapers for John and his younger brother, Ralph. When he wasn't at work, Alfonso would oftentimes descend into abusive behavior while in the throes of his alcoholism, including an incident where he drove John and Ralph out into the middle of the desert and simply left them there. John was 6. Ralph was 4. One day, Alfonso left and didn't return home. John's mother, Ginny, would meet a military man, remarry, and then they would move out to Northern California. John's stepfather was a very stern man who believed that he knew what was best for John, and that meant keeping him away from video games. As a child, John was obsessed with computers and arcade games. He loved them. He would sneak away and lie about where he was going to meet up with friends at the arcade, something his stepfather was deeply resistant to. But John refused to back down. He started programming games on an Apple II that he purchased in 1980, and by 1987, had an industry job working at Origin Systems. One gig led to another until 1990 in Shreveport, Louisiana, where John was working for Soft Disc Publishing on a monthly game disc called Gamer's Edge. By this point in time, he had met and assembled with John Carmack, Tom Hall, and Adrian Carmack. All of them worked together to produce Gamer's Edge, and were part of a dev team called Ideas from the Deep, founded originally by John and his friend Lane Roth. John had fought his way through an abusive childhood and all the barriers that life could place to prevent him from learning how to work with computers. Now, up until this point, I've been referring to John Romero as simply John, but since the next segment is going to heavily feature John Carmack as well, in order to lessen confusion, I'm going to refer to Romero and Carmack by their last names for the remainder of the documentary. In 1990, while working at Softdisk, Romero, Carmack, Adrian, and Tom developed a game called Commander Keen for Apogee Software. The first entry in the series was titled Commander Keen in Invasion of the Vorticons. At the end of the game's final episode, a message teased the group's next game, Quake, The Fight for Justice. The game would be based on a character from a Dungeons & Dragons campaign that Carmack had been developing with detailed lore and background for years. The group would play through the campaign in their off time. Carmack ran the sessions as the DM, and the rest of the crew campaigned as warriors who worked for a group called Justice. The character of Quake was an unstoppable force of power, with a hammer of thunderbolts, a ring of regeneration, and a Hellgate cube companion, which would absorb the souls of his enemies. The boys were excited to create a game based around this concept, but realized that the technology they needed in order to make it come to life was not quite within their reach, so they shelved it for the time being and moved on to other projects. 1991. After leaving Softdisk and forming id Software, Carmack, Romero, and the rest of the team have more time to devote to their weekly D&D sessions. At one point in the campaign, Romero decided to steal a book called the Demonomicron, a tome which could be used to summon demons from the Hell Plane over into the Material Plane. He wanted to use it for the purpose of discovering more powerful weapons for the group, such as the highly sought-after Sword of Power, a legendary blade known as the Daikatana. 1992. While id Software is in the midst of getting ready to start work on what will become Wolfenstein 3D, Romero decided to experiment with the Demonomicron in their D&D campaign. Carmack was a little unnerved by this decision because he understood the true power of the tome, which could potentially literally destroy the entire world of the campaign that he had been developing up to that point. But Carmack, rather than warn off Romero from making the choice to do so, was curious just how far Romero was willing to push against the boundaries of safety in the game. During the campaign, a powerful demon appeared before the group, offering Romero's character a trade: hand over the Demonomicron, and the demon would gift him the Daikatana as a reward. The rest of the group tried to get Romero to see reason. It was a demon, for God's sake. The damn thing couldn't be trusted. It was an obvious trap. The Daikatana wasn't worth the risk. However, Romero weighed the options and decided that the power of the Daikatana would enable him and the rest of the party to defeat the demon immediately afterward. So he made the trade. Carmack then rolled the dice to see what the demon's response would be, and the dice roll landed on the demon, summoning armies of lesser demons into the material plane. Over the course of the next few game nights, Romero and company valiantly fought back against the armies, with Romero banking on the power of the Daikatana to win the day, but they lost. The world was destroyed. The campaign was over. Romero, shaken, asked Carmack if they could have a do-over, but Carmack's word was final. There was no going back from the end of the world. After the release of Wolfenstein, Carmack came up with an idea. What if they took that finale from their D&D sessions and adapted it into a new game? The idea of demons crossing over into the realm of reality was genius. And just like that, the concept of Doom was conceived. Doom was released on December 10th, 1993 to overwhelmingly positive critical and commercial success. The rest, as they say, is history. In 1994, after the release of Doom 2, id Software sat down to discuss their next project. Carmack announced that he was going to begin working on a new, fully 3D game engine with hefty multiplayer support, an announcement which caused an excited Romero to shout,
"We can finally make Quake."
Newer id Software members, such as Sandy Peterson and American McGee, are unfamiliar with the game idea, so Romero explained the concept, miming and acting out epic combat with hammers and dragons. Based on this, the team was sold, and based on their reaction, Carmack agreed that Quake should be their next game. But at this point in time, Romero and Carmack were beginning to move down separate pathways as to the direction of the studio. Where Carmack was a dedicated workhorse who only wanted to put nose to the grindstone, Romero was diversifying the company, giving interviews, and involving himself in deathmatch games. Romero had only made 6 out of the 32 maps for Doom 2, but he had been busy approaching other studios to see who wanted to potentially license out the Doom engine. Romero had also acted as producer on a game called Heretic, developed by Raven Software, a project which Romero had worked very closely on during development, where Romero wanted to be able to enjoy the success that id Software had worked so hard to achieve and leave behind the death schedule that they had employed in the past. Carmack saw a lack of motivation to work. Here we should note the birth of a persona known by many around the time as the Romero, a flashy, braggadocious, arrogant version of John Romero, one who talked trash in death matches because he knew he had the skill to get away with it, who made lofty promises about id's games in interviews and online. On one hand, John Romero the person was soft-spoken, gentle, funny, awkward, even non-confrontational behind closed doors. But on a public platform, there was a different persona, the trash talker, the rogue variable, the unstoppable force. A man who had spent his life trying to prove himself, fighting against the powers that be who stood in the way of his success in computer games, and now, at last, have reached the top. This was the Romero, and not everyone was enamored with the Romero.
I think if you were like into gaming back then, it was kind of hard to not be aware of Daikatana when it was in development, simply because it seemed that everyone was pushing it out there as this brand spanking new release coming from John Romero, you know, one of the guys who worked on Doom and Quake. And I was also a huge fan of Romero and its software, even from their earlier days, with stuff like Commander Keen and Dangerous Dave. So yeah, like, I was pretty hyped for this thing. Then of course it came out, and yeah, we all know how that went. It is an interesting case study though, simply because it really was a forward-thinking premise for a video game at the time, being this epic experience where you had AI-controlled characters that helped you out almost the entire thing. It's just that it was conceived at a time before the technology felt like it was able to incorporate that idea properly. I do remember playing it on launch as well, and it being absolutely broken in certain areas, but you could definitely see the potential the whole thing had. I mean, even just that basic concept alone is awesome. Hopping into different time periods with a magical katana as you track down this power-hungry warlord, which also gave Romero an excuse to completely change up the weapons, enemies, and art style with each episode and not have to justify it. So yeah, like, I don't quite think it's the worstest FPS game ever made, despite what some people might say about it, but it is definitely one of the most interesting ones to look back on.
1995. Carmack and Romero sat down to discuss design elements for Quake and whether or not they would work within the potential scope of the engine. The two languages of the engine would be Quake C, the code, and Quake Ed, the editing tools. But Romero couldn't completely write Quake Ed until Quake C was finished, meaning he wouldn't be able to program all the necessary tools for editing without knowing what the engine was capable of allowing. Romero had enough of a skeleton to be able to get the project started. Meanwhile, Carmack contracted a studio called Cygnus to make a game using the Doom engine, similar to Romero's deal with Raven on Heretic. Romero bounced back and forth between programming Quake Ed, directing Ultimate Doom and creating maps for it, starting Heretic 2, and overseeing the post-launch direction for Doom 2 and Heretic. As Carmack toiled over the Quake engine with Michael Abrash, Romero kept the design team of id active doing busy work. Adrian worked on a series of different textures from different eras for the proposed time travel exploits, as well as the color palette of the game. Sandy and American utilized the still rudimentary Quake Ed and Adrian's textures to learn how to design in 3D, but the results were minimal at best. Adding to this frustration was the fact that the team had never worked with 3D models before, all while they followed a minimalistic 2-page design document provided by Romero. However, Romero could only do so much work on Quake Ed without the finished Quake C, so he didn't have much more for the team to work with. August 1995. A frazzled Carmack assembles the id team and hands out reports to everyone based on their performance thus far on Quake, something he'd never done before. Romero got a C. Out of earshot, Romero and the rest of the team made excuses for Carmack's bizarre choice of approach for feedback, attempting to recognize the amount of pressure that he was under. Romero, meanwhile, was working on multiple projects, not just Quake. He knew the only way to offload the work in order to put more focus on Quake was to hire more people, but this was something that Carmack was against. In an attempt to re-energize both the team and their fans, Romero released 16 screenshots to the internet of work done thus far, which was met with high praise. However, Sandy Peterson decided to go directly to Carmack and complain about Romero's ineffective leadership. Despite his misgivings with Romero's new approach to development, Carmack initially dismissed Sandy's criticism. Carmack, at this point, has worked with Romero long enough to know that he would put it all together in the end, despite the current state of affairs. September 1995. Quake's engine has been in development for 10 months. The design team was in a creative cabin fever, making R&D levels, tweaking the sound engine. American became fully invested in the music of the game, and spent a lot of time in New Orleans with the band 9 Inch Nails, who had agreed to create the game's soundtrack and the sound effects. During this time, Cygnus Studios were having difficulties producing Strife. Studio head Scott Host had written a program to track his employees' work hours, which they understandably balked at. 3 of the devs, Jim Molinitz, Rich Fleeter, and Tim Naveau, wanted out of the project, but also wanted to continue developing the game under a new studio that they were going to create. Romero felt that this was a good idea to support, and the others at id agreed. The contract with Cygnus was cancelled, and the new studio, dubbed Rogue Entertainment, picked up where they left off. Simultaneously, Adrian spent a full month crafting Aztec-inspired textures for American to work with. But American didn't feel inspired by them. He preferred to work with more industrial, darker, black metal textures for his maps in the game, negating all that work. Adrian and Kevin Cloud are fed up with making textures aimlessly. Romero, meanwhile, was still giving generalized directions to the team. He didn't have much more to provide here, but he trusted Carmack's process. To Romero, it had always worked like this, and therefore he felt like it would continue to work. Romero kept telling himself that not every member of id had been around long enough to trust Carmack's process. Part of this process, however, was Carmack moving his desk out of the office and into the hallway in order to keep a better eye on production. By now, however, considering the amount of work necessary for juggling multiple projects, Carmack finally agreed to bringing in a new hire for marketing, Mike Wilson. Mike had been working as the vice president of development for Dwango, or Dial-Up Wide Arena Network Game Operation. Dwango was an early online gaming service provider for multiplayer matchmaking, an absolutely influential service not only for the time, but in computer gaming history. Mike Wilson was a biz guy, and when id Software came calling, he saw numbers and wanted in. After getting the job, Mike immediately set about crafting a practical joke in the office to lighten everyone's moods. He hired a stripper to come down to the office and deliver pizza while topless, but this backfired. Everyone was so invested in their work, and none of them had actually ordered a pizza, so the half-naked woman was met with complete disinterest. On her way out the door, the stripper called the devs, quote, boring as hell. October 20th, 1995. Carmack called a meeting with Romero, Adrian, and Kevin. Carmack issued a come-to-Jesus message to Romero in the form of a formal warning. Carmack believed that Romero wasn't working hard enough on Quake. Romero, confused, countered with all the work he had been doing. He'd been insulating the company to maintain cash inflow through Heretic, Hexen, Ultimate Doom, and Strife. Carmack doubled down that Romero wasn't focused enough on Quake itself. Adrian and Kevin back Romero and tell Carmack that Romero was doing plenty of work within the company. They refused to back Carmack's formal warning. Now, Carmack relented, but he stressed that Romero's bonus would be lessened because he wasn't working entirely on Quake's design. Despite Romero's protests, there wasn't enough for the design team to do because there wasn't enough of the engine to work with. Romero accepted his fate and the lowered bonus. November 1995. After close to a year of development, the Quake engine was done at last. Romero and Carmack held a meeting with the entire team. Romero was excited to dig into proper design work for the game, but the rest of the team was exhausted from doing next to nothing for nearly a year. They were unhappy with some of the design gimmicks, such as Quake's hammer, and they'd only been making Doom-style maps during the entirety of the process with little input on anything else. It's what they know. They're too burned out and frustrated to try and reinvent the wheel. American speaks up and suggests sticking to the Doom format. Sandy even suggests turning what they've got into Doom 3, innovating with their next game instead. Romero tries to rally the troops, reminding them that this is how it's always worked at id Software. Carmack toils over a game engine, and then when it's done, the design team comes in and creates magic with it. And as for the hammer, it was an essential part of the game experience, something that they had been talking about and had even been featured on the cover of PC Gamer as part of their announcement of the game. Carmack, however, didn't immediately back Romero. He could see the pros and cons to both tracks, to pushing forward with innovative design, but also in sticking with the tried and true measures to save time and resources. Adrian and Kevin gently agree with Romero, but they're also tired. Romero was stunned. This wasn't what he wanted, or how they had done things before. He didn't want to just make the same game again and again, and the idea of just making another Doom-style game filled him with fatigue. However, Romero admitted defeat, and he agreed to turn Quake into a Doom-style first-person shooter, abandoning the majestic design plans that he'd had for the game. Sandy is pulled away from helping produce Strife in order to focus entirely on Quake, and one of Strife's level designers, Tim Willits, is added to the team to help handle the load. By mid-December, Romero had reworked Quake's design document around this new direction, but inside, he'd already decided that this would be his last game with id. If this was going to be the way of things moving forward, he didn't want any part of it. He wanted to innovate on the design, not just the technology. January 1996. The team start working 18-hour days in full crunch mode. Carmack ordered the walls of the cubicles to be torn down in order for everyone to be able to see each other working, dubbing the area the War Room. Tensions mounted, and hostilities increased as new hire Willits was pumping out maps at an impressive rate. So much so that a clearly pleased Carmack decided that Willits' maps would be the ones featured in Quake's shareware release. Romero balked at this decision. He was the lead designer, it ought to be his maps featured in the shareware. But Carmack's mind was set. Late one night, Romero called up old friend and former coworker Tom Hall. Tom had left id after experiencing similar issues that Romero was currently facing, and Romero informed him that he was going to leave id after Quake. Romero muses that he wants to start up his own studio, one where the design drives the games, not the tech. He asks Tom if he would want to be a part of that studio. Tom replies, "That would be the dream." June 22nd, 1996, Quake releases. Alone in the office, Romero uploads the shareware version to the server for fans to download, and the reception is immediately ecstatic. Despite all the issues of development, Romero was proud of the game. He took a 2-week vacation to reset and then returned to the office to work on mastering the CD-ROM of the shareware. He also had a meeting with Gabe Newell and Mike Harrington to talk about their new company, Valve. Romero gave them tips and tricks on design and studio function, and gave them a copy of Quake's source code to play around with. August 5th, 1996. Still tossing around ideas about his dream studio, Romero called up Ron Chamowitz at GT Interactive. GTI had published the retail versions of Doom, Doom 2, and Final Doom, along with Heretic and Hexen, and they would ultimately publish the retail version of Quake. Mike Wilson had organized the idea of id sending out copies of Quake's shareware on a CD-ROM, which would contain the full game locked behind a code, so gamers interested in unlocking the full game without wanting to wait for a retail box release could just call up id, pay $50, and then have the code to unlock the game. This had resulted in lower retail sales for GT, but more money for id. Romero had always enjoyed the business partnership with GT, and he chatted with Ron about a potential new studio, Dream Design, to see if there would be interest in GT in funding the project. Now, unbeknownst to Romero, at that same time, Carmack was meeting with Adrian and Kevin for lunch, convincing them that Romero had been a troublesome presence at id, and that it was time for him to go. Adrian and Kevin, despite their friendship with Romero, didn't have a way to argue with Carmack. August 6th, 1996. Carmack calls Romero in to meet with him, Adrian, and Kevin. And then the ball dropped. Carmack told Romero that his actions within the last year had been toxic for id, damaging the company. And then Carmack holds out resignation papers, demanding that Romero sign them. Romero, of course, refuses to back down, reminding everyone that he's been busting his ass for the past 7 months after the engine had been finished to get Quake over the finish line. He's been doing the work, handling design, handling production of external games that provide capital for the company. How was that toxic? But Carmack doubled down and told Romero that not only had he not been doing the work, he'd been poisonous to the company and hindering overall production. Both Adrian and Kevin are silent, knowing that they're there to support Carmack's decision, but neither of them wanted to. Romero, as he saw it, was going to leave the company anyway. He'd made up his mind. This was just the instigating action. And in his head, the timing of the meeting after just talking to GT Interactive couldn't have been a coincidence. To him, someone must have talked to Carmack about it. Relenting, Romero signed the resignation papers and then saw himself out. August 7th, 1996. Romero called Tom Hall to let him know that he has left id Software. Tom, at that time, was working at 3D Realms on a game called Prey. Tom had been having his own design difficulties and was eager to work with Romero again. Tom delivered his 2-week notice to 3D Realms. Romero posted a .plan file announcing his departure from id Software and his intention to start a new development company. In his own .plan, Carmack also announced Romero's departure from id. To talk about the breakup of id Software in such light terms nowadays, makes the event almost seem trivial. It really wasn't. Civi said it the best in one of his videos.
Seeing this happen to id Software was like seeing the Beatles break up. Romero may have been shirking his duties, but something was clearly lost after Quake. A power dynamic shifted. It was about the technology now.
Fans were caught off guard, but knowing Romero the way that they did, they were also genuinely intrigued for whatever he was concocting behind the scenes.
Everyone who's wanted to make games or enjoys playing games will probably end up with a story or two about an incredibly cool sounding concept that slowly has layer upon layer of potentially awesome ideas stacked on top of it over time. And when it comes time to actually put it all together, it falls apart spectacularly. But for some reason, some of those ideas still shine through, and you get this strange mess of unintentional comedy and a lot of charm. That, to me, is Daikatana. I grew up in a Mac household, so it wasn't until quite a bit later that I actually had a PC powerful enough to game on. I decided to give Daikatana a try, and I was really not feeling that first level with the AI companion and the swamp and all the mosquitoes. So I decided to just no-clip around the environments and just kind of take in the atmosphere and the artwork. And honestly, that was the best experience I could have had with it, because there is a lot of charm in this game. It's a lot like Redneck Rampage for me. I still like to go through occasionally and just kind of look at things.
September 29th, 1996. A young woman named Stevie Case, under the moniker Kill Creek, entered the Clan Ring tournament and led her team, Impulse 9, to victory. Stevie was a fighter. Much like Romero, she had been her entire life. Born Stevana Case, Stevie grew up in Olathe, Kansas, and at a young age found herself the only girl on the t-ball team. Furious parents demanded that she play with the other girls. Coaches wouldn't let her play umpire when it was her turn in rotation. For Stevie, none of this made any sense. She was just showing up to play the game like everyone else was. High school saw her continue to swing for the fences. She was voted class president and athlete of the year. She even successfully sued the state of Kansas in federal court in conjunction with the ACLU. The case, Case v. Unified School District, involved the school district banning a 1982 novel, Annie on My Mind, which was about a lesbian relationship between two 17-year-old girls. The case went to trial in November of 1995, and the ACLU eventually won. For Stevie, her dream job had always been the office of the President of the United States of America. In an interview with Vanity Fair, Stevie said, "I always wanted to be president, nothing lower." In 1996, Stevie had been enrolled at the University of Kansas, working towards a law degree to help her achieve just that. Then Quake came out. She had been living on the honors dorm floor, and all the nerdy residents couldn't stop talking about Quake. Intrigued, she accepted an invitation to come play with the boys, and she was instantly hooked. The speed, the thrills, the action drew her in. Stevie found herself entranced by the game. The darkened hallways and monsters, little more than fodder for her rocket launcher. Deathmatch was where she truly came to life, however. Multiple wins and multiple competitions had overtaken her desires to become a lawyer. She chose the name Kill Creek as her online moniker, taken from a local grunge band that she couldn't stop listening to. Here, with Quake, she'd finally found her people. Yes, she was still the only girl that she knew playing the game, still deeply entrenched in boys' territory, but in the gamer community, she didn't feel like an outsider. She felt like part of the team. With the Clan Ring victory under her belt, Stevie felt the call of Quake even more, and decided to throw everything she had into being a professional gamer. Fall 1996. Romero and Tom start making the rounds to pitch their new studio, Dream Design, to publishers. They're given lavish treatment and are wooed by Activision, Epic, and Origin. In each round of meetings, Romero says the same thing. Their goal was to have 3 big-name developers working on 3 games at the same time in 3 different genres, led by a single mantra: design is law. Their terms for potential funding were a $3 million budget for each game in production, 40% royalty for the devs, and the rights to their own IP. At the time, this wasn't exactly over the top or unheard of. Multiple vanity studios based around the name of the lead developer had already been established and were making great games. Sid Meier's Firaxis, Chris Roberts' Digital Anvil, Richard Garriott's Origin, Will Wright's Maxis. As Romero and Tom continued their tour, they started searching for a third developer to sign up with them and produce that third game promised in pitch sessions. A chance visit to 7th level to see developer Mike Maynard resulted in meeting with Todd Porter, According to a bio written up by the Dallas Observer, Todd was a self-taught programmer, born in Chicago, and had attended Central College in Pella, Iowa for 3 years before he decided to drop out and work in computer gaming. Porter was a myth maker, a self-promoter, someone who had a knack for landing on his feet. His previous company, Distant Thunder, was a development studio consisting of himself and artist Jerry O'Flaherty. In 1994, Todd borrowed $30,000 from a software industry investor named Stephen Kennedy in order to get Distant Thunder off the ground. Rather than deliver a game as intended, Todd had blown through the money, as well as through a $240,000 advance from Merit Software. Distant Thunder was close to closing its doors when publisher 7th Level came in and saved the day. In February 1995, Todd and Jerry sold the company to 7th Level for $1.5 million. Todd got 70%. Todd then produced a game called Genome, an interesting little title which sought to stand out in the burgeoning mech warrior genre. It flopped. This, however, did not stop Todd from starting work on a soft sequel titled Dominion: Storm Over Gift 3, a real-time strategy game. Todd was a bit of a standout amongst other devs, taking himself seriously by wearing business suits to meetings, a little outside of the current gamer culture of ripped jeans and sneakers. Romero and Tom both liked the idea of bringing on someone who had experience with real-time strategy, as it was a very different genre from what the two of them had been working on. Todd was also keen on the idea, but he wanted to bring along Jerry as art director. Romero and Tom agreed. Now, by this time, Romero thought that the name Dream Design was too soft for the kind of studio that they were attempting to establish. This was an era of single-word, edgy, attention-grabbing studio names, slicing through gamer attention spans to inform the audience that this team was not fucking around. Romero, Tom, Todd, and Jerry sit down at lunch to discuss the name, along with Key Kimbrell, a programmer who had co-founded Dwango. Key was on the phone as a part of the meeting, interested in joining the team, but still not yet sold. Tom suggested the name Ion, which Romero wanted, but then they found that it was a name already registered in domains. Something needed to be added onto it. Key chuckled and joked that their competition should watch out, or they would find themselves caught up in an ion storm. Romero seized the name. That had to be it. On November 15th, 1996, Ion Storm is founded by John Romero, Tom Hall, Todd Porter, and Jerry O'Flaherty, all with equal ownership in the company. After this, the courting tour continued with visits to Acclaim, Virgin, and even a stop at GT Interactive. After all, Romero had had what he thought were really good talks with the publisher before all of this had started, and hoped that there would be a door open for him still, but he wasn't impressed with the goings-on at GTI during their visit, so he decided against it. Christmas Eve 1996. The team meets with Eidos Interactive and land on a solid deal. Ion Storm gets paid the $3 million for each of their first 3 games, plus $4 million for console rights, and Eidos got first option on Ion Storm's next 3 games after their current lineup. The total package was valued at around $100 million. Sean Green from id Software came aboard as a programmer. Bob Wright was hired as the company's COO, and Mike Wilson is snagged from id Software to be the company's CEO. Romero, Tom, and Todd outlined their games. Tom's game is Anachronox, a tongue-in-cheek sci-fi RPG set in outer space. Todd's game is Doppelganger, a real-time strategy game where the enemy was body-snatching slugs. And Romero, his game is going to be a first-person shooter titled Daikatana, named after the sword from id's past D&D games. He felt that he could take that previous failure in gaming and turn it around into a monument of game design. Drawing inspiration from Chrono Trigger and Legend of Zelda, Romero envisioned an epic time travel story with a deep narrative. The protagonist of the game would be Hiro Miyamoto, named in honor of Nintendo's Shigeru Miyamoto, and players would progress through 4 different eras of time, searching for the legendary sword Daikatana in order to defeat a time-traveling madman. Hiro was envisioned as a 25th century biochemistry student tasked with the burden of being the chosen one to wield the Sword of Power, steadily growing stronger over the course of the game. Players would have RPG skills and stats to level up in order to become stronger, and there would be 2 AI companion characters that they could order around to help them during combat. Each time period would feature unique weapons and unique monsters to fight. Romero initially wanted to push the design even further into more complex combat and exploration, but understood that it would be gentler to design the RPG game around first-person shooting mechanics, taking lessons from the development of Quake. Around this time, Romero heard about a female gamer named Kill Creek, who a mutual acquaintance felt might actually be able to beat Romero in a one-on-one deathmatch. Romero didn't buy it. A girl beating him at his own game? But he was intrigued, and he wanted to set up the match. Stevie, bewildered at the opportunity, excitedly agreed and traveled to Dallas for the event. On an interesting note, as Stevie Case tells the story, in meeting Romero before the match, she was struck by how quiet and gentle and even somewhat awkward Romero was in person, not the rowdy gamer god that she had expected to see. Then, during the match, her expectations were met. The Romero became animated, slinging taunts and trash talk left and right with boisterous bravado and cackling after each kill. Romero won the match, but after the match, the Romero faded away, and John Romero returned to his more calm demeanor. Afterwards online, there was yet another persona switch. The Romero praised her performance between bouts of trash talk about not losing to females, and said that he was down for a rematch anytime. February 1997. Understanding that the proposed complexity of Daikatana meant that he couldn't tackle the game as a solo project, Romero started building a team. He snagged a number of Doom modders and mappers from the modding scene, basing his choices on their passion rather than on their experience, wanting to provide the same opportunities that he'd had when he was a relatively new developer in the gaming circles. John Anderson, Matt Hooper, Steve Resco, and Sverre Kvernmo were brought on board. For sound design, he got Will Lecanto from Information Society's touring band, and finally lured Key Kimbrell away from Dwango to do programming. Romero reached out to id Software to license the Quake engine for a number of reasons. He believed it was still the most powerful and versatile game engine on the market, he was already familiar with it, and it would prevent the slowdown of production by developing an in-house engine. March 1997. Daikatana entered full production with a team of 30. Romero, confident that the size of his team and his familiarity with the game engine will speed production along, announced that he would have the game ready for a Christmas release of that same year. Wanting to set Daikatana apart amidst the growing graphical arms race, he decided to emphasize the narrative design of the game as a priority, since many shooters of the time were more focused on graphics. In a 2002 article, A Hardcore Elegy for Ion Storm, Christian Divine, yes, that Christian Divine, recalled that Romero specifically wanted the story to have, quote, the epic quality of the Final Fantasy games, that unique brand of anime science fantasy romanticism. Divine, a friend of Romero since childhood, had been brought on early in development to help with the game's writing. According to Divine, Romero knew that the shooter genre would have to evolve beyond simply blowing shit up and learn how to embrace deep narrative storytelling. One of Divine's contributions to the story would be naming Superfly Johnson, although the character's original last name was Williams. Divine wanted the character to be more than a stereotype, someone who would discover his French heritage through buried documents in an apocalyptic landscape. Divine defended the name Superfly, citing the 1972 film of the same name, something which was supported by the 25th anniversary re-release of the film's soundtrack. However, Superfly's surname would be changed to Johnson midway through development, and his dialogue would be replaced with a number of stereotypical slang terms. Around this time, Stevie Case accepted Romero's invite for a deathmatch rematch, and the two sat down once again. This time, in a best out of 3 match, Romero let loose a few sexist taunts while playing, and something inside Stevie snapped. She'd been through that kind of rhetoric in the past, playing t-ball, excelling as an athlete, and she wasn't about to stand for it now. In a thorough routing, Stevie came back to win the second round and then demolished Romero in the third. After this, the Romero came out in full theatricality. He grabbed a hammer conveniently set near his keyboard and hammered away at it out of anger until it was little more than decimated plastic and circuitry. He then tossed the demolished keyboard to the side and retrieved a new one. After the match, true to his word, Romero uploaded a shrine to the internet in Stevie's honor, once again praising her deathmatching skills, with the choice phrase, "Put some cream on it, mommy." Stevie, emboldened by her win and the sudden internet celebrity that came with it, decided to drop out of college and move to Dallas, which was quickly becoming the new computer gaming mecca. March 21st, 1997. Romero compiles the Daikatana pre-alpha to show off work in progress. Despite Daikatana having only entered full production earlier that month, Romero has been hard at work over the previous months putting together textures and models for this pre-alpha. This version has only 2 maps to show off, E1M3 and E2M3, from the future Japan and ancient Greece eras respectively. In a note that Romero included with the files when he eventually uploaded this pre-alpha to the internet in 2004, Romero said,
This is the earliest version of Daikatana that exists. It's only 2 months in development and only has 2 levels started. I began writing the design document, GDD, for Daikatana in February 1997, while my first few programmers were learning the Quake tech. Key Kimbrell, Sean Green, and Jonathan Wright. Matt Hooper, Debug, and John Anderson, Dr. Sleep, were making levels. Searching the directory structure, you'll be able to see by the config files who was working on the team back then. Myself, Noel Stevens, programming, Sean Green, programming, Matt Hooper, map design, and Bill Natalini, testing. The real treasure trove of this version lies in the graphic files you'll find in the data/skins directory and data sprites directory. These are pure shit. Just look at these awful graphics. The furry boots, the rat, the buboid, etc. All just awful work. None of these skins made it into the final.
April 1997. Mike Wilson approached Romero with a plan for an ad. The infamous John Romero's about to make you his bitch ad. The purpose of the ad was to capitalize on Romero's famous trash talking during Deathmatch and aim it at the audience. At first, Romero thought it was funny, but after weighing on it for a moment, felt unsure. The ad itself focused more on him and his name than it did on his game. On top of that, it wasn't the kind of phrase that Romero would use in his trash talk. As a response, Mike said, "Don't be a pussy," and after some hemming and hawing, Romero relented and he agreed to run the ad. Mike then sends Romero and Tom out on a whirlwind no excuses tour, dubbed so because they have to sell the company and the games and make no excuses for it. They have interviews with Time, Newsweek, Computer Gaming World, Wall Street Journal, and Fortune. Around this time, the Romero began coming out more and more, basking in his celebrity, dressing in tighter clothing and more jewelry, with larger and more braggadocious statements. Amongst themselves, however, Romero and Hall began to worry that their posturing might present the wrong idea, as all the interviews were focused more on their names rather than the games which they had yet to produce. Furthering this worry was that Todd wanted to be part of the spotlight as well, unhappy that it was only Romero and Tom out in the headlines. Still, the Romero shines full force, selling Ion Storm and his Daikatana on the horizon. Articles were positive, and people were singing Ion Storm's praises, confident in the golden boy essence of Romero and the talent at his company. Romero hired more people from the modding community to work on Daikatana, again based strictly on passion for design.
I think Daikatana was a little ahead of its time, with 2 companions that follow you around, even if some of the features introduced around those characters and the gameplay as a whole were a little unpolished, to say the least. I think it's kind of like Duke Nukem Forever's viewed today. It's kind of still a good game, but still also has a ton of issues, and definitely did not live up to the hype. It's kind of impressive that it even came out. Nonetheless, I think it's still a relatively fun game with a lot of really interesting and cool concepts. And I think its marketing is absolutely legendary. John Romero made everyone his bitch, right? Especially Sandy Peterson. I feel like that's a regular thing nowadays. Daikatana, like I said, it has a lot of issues, but it also is a lot of fun. It has a lot of potential, but I think it's easier to view Daikatana as what it is today than you could have when it released, because when it released, it didn't look as good, play as good as most of the things that were out, even if it did do some things pretty unique that we wouldn't see for many years later, whereas nowadays it just looks and feels the same as most older first-person shooters from the time or from before. So maybe at the time it was a disappointment, much like a Duke Nukem Forever, but today it's a bit easier to deal with what it was lacking at the time, because everything feels like that compared to today's games. I think Daikatana is a game that you should probably check out. Throw a couple bucks at it, check it out, just try it. I mean, John Romero's behind it. That alone should give you a little bit of leeway into at least trying the game. Ultimately, it was a pretty cool experience, a pretty cool game, and it probably deserved a bit more credit than it got. But that's not to say that it's not a fundamentally broken game with a lot of issues, because it certainly is. Fuck those frogs.
May 1997, Mike approached the rest of the board with the idea of starting their own publishing arm, called Ion Strike. The idea was to gain more profits from games released versus having to split royalties with a publisher. Romero didn't feel like this was a necessary step, considering that Ion Storm already had a solid deal in place with Eidos for potentially 6 games, and the budding Ion Storm just didn't have the financial foothold or relations with other developers and publishers to make that kind of move. June 1997. Todd Porter gets word that 7th Level was preparing to go bankrupt. Todd, rather than let his former teammates lose their jobs, wanted to buy the game Dominion, finish it, and then Ion Storm would have a relatively cheap turnaround with one game finished for their IDOS deal. He estimated an additional $50,000 and a few months of work to finish the game, and then he could get back to work on Doppelganger. Mike was enthusiastic about this because it meant that they could burn one of their options and move that much closer to wrapping their IDOS obligations and start their own publishing arm. Romero, however, reminded him that starting the publishing arm could kill their deal with IDOS, and besides, he didn't want to go that route anyway. Todd, however, doesn't see Dominion as a burner option. In emails exchanged between the members of the Ion Storm board, Todd detailed his staunch belief that Dominion had the ability to make sales in excess of 500,000 copies, and listed how other publishers were considering purchasing the game from 7th Level for $1 to $2 million, however, with only minimal royalty in return for the game working on it. Romero doesn't buy the projections. He outright stated that the only reason that they were considering purchasing Dominion would be because it was a burner option. In his opinion, Dominion didn't represent what Ion Storm was all about, especially since the company making it sucked so bad that it was about to go under. Literally the only reason to buy the title would be to flip it around quickly. While Todd defended the quality of the title, Mike warned Todd against quoting numbers for buying and selling, so as not to accidentally inflate costs. Todd and Mike then end up going at each other, with Todd unhappy that his integrity is being questioned, and Mike telling Todd to quit being an asshole towards Ion Storm employees. June 19th through 21st, 1997. E3 takes place in Atlanta. Romero is hyped to show off the demo of Daikatana, which offers the first look at the Norway chapter of the game. Key Kimbrell has spent the last couple months waist deep in code to get the game ready for prime time. While the demo received some kudos, the real draw of the show was elsewhere. Romero had to go track down what was causing all of the hype, only to discover id Software's booth running a demo of Quake 2. Romero's jaw hit the floor. Colored lighting, 3D acceleration, more complex models. Romero believed that Quake 2 was going to be the best looking game on the market by far. Strictly from a visual standpoint, Daikatana would look like ancient technology if released anywhere near Carmack's latest work. Right then and there, Romero decided that he needed to get the Quake 2 engine for Daikatana. It would mean a slight delay, but in his mind, it didn't seem like too much of a stretch to keep working on the game until he could get the code, and then convert everything over. Later that month, Mike Wilson finds out that the Chase Tower's 54th and 55th floors are empty and primed for Ion Storm's growing team. Romero was hesitant about a space so expansive, especially one which would require intense renovations before moving in, but Mike said that not only would it be perfect, he would get IDOS to pay for it all. And true to his word, he did. IDOS spent the money to build out the top 2 floors, place their offices there, and also have the option of holding key meetings in the space. June 30th, 1997, Next Generation magazine publishes an interview with Romero. During the interview, Romero is asked if he had ever considered going to GT Interactive to have it be Ion Storm's publisher. Rumors suggested that GTI had been Romero's primary landing spot. The Romero comes out in his response.
GT? Why would we go with those guys? I wouldn't go with GT. I don't want to be associated with a company that doesn't care about games or quality.
Perhaps Romero was feeling slightly defensive, recalling the day that he was handed his resignation papers, recalling that it was a little too coincidental that it was immediately after he'd had a meeting with Ron Chamberlains of GTI. Or perhaps it was because he'd been disappointed with the company on his second inquiry during the published recording phase. Regardless, Romero's response in this article is a prime example of the Romero persona at work. Summer 1997. Stevie Case, while working at a tech support position, receives a phone call from Romero. He's recently become the chairman of the Cyber Athlete Professional League, founded in Dallas, and knowing both her skill and celebrity status, Romero wanted her to be their first pro gamer. Stevie, elated, says yes. She quickly ascended the ranks on a trail to victory and stardom, earning sponsorships from mouse and joystick manufacturers, as well as a $1,000 a month stipend from the CPL. For Stevie Case,
everything's coming up Millhouse.
August 1997, Ion Storm purchased Dominion for $1.8 million. Meanwhile, Romero got word from Kevin Cloud that Quake 2 was on track to release by Christmas 1997, and that Romero ought to receive the Q2 code in early 1998. Buoyed by this news, Romero has his team continue to work with their current technology, confident that they'll be able to convert it one-to-one quickly and efficiently. Meanwhile, Romero also got word that Warren Spector and his team at Looking Glass had been cut loose from the developer and were in need of a new home to continue working on their latest game. This game was a sci-fi counter-terrorist immersive sim, which would eventually be titled Deus Ex. Romero called him up and told him not to sign with anyone else, then drove down to Austin to chat with Spector. He sold Spector on the idea of joining Ironstorm, telling him that he would have all the time and all the money he needed to make the game he wanted to make with no producers butting in to tell him what to do. For Spector, this was an absolute dream, so he signed on and his team became the Austin branch of Ironstorm. Soon after this, Mike took a trip out to the UK for a trade show and a meeting with Eidos. In a bold move, he laid out all 6 games that Ironstorm had on deck as options for Eidos to publish. There was the currently in production Daikatana, Dominion, Anachronox, and Deus Ex, as well as the upcoming Doppelganger and Daikatana 2. He said to Eidos, "Take them or leave them." Now, again, putting it mildly, this was a bold move. Eidos felt boxed into a corner. They could accept the offer and throw more funding at Ironstorm for games not even in development yet, or pass on options, freeing Ironstorm of contractual obligations. With Ironstorm already behind on their first 3 games, the deal felt engineered solely to force Eidos to pass on options. Eidos told Mike that they would think it over, and then called Todd Porter, pissed that Mike would put them in such a situation. Todd smoothed it over, then met with Romero and Tom to do damage control. Slowly but surely, Mike had been getting out of hand. He'd been pushing too hard to get Ironstorm out of Eidos' deal and start up Ion Strike. And on top of that, both Mike and Bob Wright were reportedly spending excessive amounts of company money without keeping clear tabs. Frustrated, Romero and the others sat down with Mike and told him to knock it off. Ion Strike wasn't going to happen. Eidos was their publisher. He needed to get back in line with what the rest of the company was trying to do and stick to the plan. September 1st, 1997, Romero compiled Daikatana Milestone 2 to show off progress on the game to Eidos. As Romero wrote in documentation,
"Here is the second Daikatana milestone comprised of 3 levels from the 4 episodes, 12 in total, and many of the monsters, weapons, and artifacts that will be found on those levels when Daikatana is in its final form. At this time, we have finished close to half of all the monsters that will be found in the game, as well as almost half of all the weapons. We have finished more than half of the artifacts in the game and 1/3 of all the levels. None of the monsters' AI is finished, but it uses the fundamental AI engine right now."
it's actually quite impressive just how much of this content would end up in the finished game. There are a number of ideas and items here that don't end up transitioning to the final product, such as the Discus launcher and the Midas Touch glove, but from level architecture to specific textures, Romero has on hand so much of the base layer of the game that it truly does feel that, had he not chosen to move to the Quake 2 engine, he could have made that Christmas 1997 promise. So much work has been done here, so much more than was on display in the March 97 pre-alpha, and it all feels good to play. Someone leaked this version to the internet around 2005, and with Romero's blessing, was made available to download. The basic Quake game feel is here, with solid movement, level design, even the rudimentary shooting is as good as it gets. Say what you will about Romero during this period of time, but his ability to sit down and get to work was above and beyond anyone else on the market. Milestone 2 is an incredible achievement in game development, and makes one wonder what could have been if the game had maintained the use of the Quake 1 engine. Fall 1997. Mike sat down Romero and Tom with news. No one in either of their teams liked Todd or Jerry. Reports from Ironstorm developers were that both men were abrasive, stern, or outright rude. Todd specifically had been ruling and running the roost with militaristic fervor, yelling and screaming at employees, all of whom were viscerally upset with how he treated them. Todd would sometimes even demand that artists on the Daikatana team go on a coffee run for him. Up until now, neither Romero nor Tom had wanted to be involved in day-to-day politics. choosing instead to keep their heads down and involved in development. But they both had their own misgivings with Todd, due to minor clashes over leadership styles and boundaries. Romero also didn't like that Todd had been overstepping and giving directions to his team on Daikatana. The three of them agreed. Todd needed to go, but Romero had second thoughts, nervous over the potential impact that this would have on their relationship with Eidos, and how firing an owner would go. It was a pretty sticky situation. Todd had, thus far, been on good terms in communication with Eidos, where Mike had clearly been pushing buttons while pushing to develop Ion Strike. After the last meeting with Eidos, Romero wasn't sure how it would look to fire Todd and keep Mike. Rather than oust Todd, Romero sat him down instead with a come-to-Jesus talk. He issued a stern warning on how to communicate with employees, and that being mean was no way to run a game company. During this conversation, he let Todd know that they were ready to fire him, but instead was giving him a second chance. Afterwards, Romero and Tom lament to each other that they need to be working on games, not intercompany conflict. December 1997, Quake 2 launches to critical and public acclaim. Meanwhile, Romero got word from a friend at Ritual Entertainment that they had seen a fax detailing the formation of a new publishing company, Gathering of Developers, aka God Games, and the two founders attached to it were then CEO of Ritual Entertainment, Harry Miller, and one Mike Wilson. On top of this, Todd brought word to Romero that Mike had spent $30,000 of company money to buy himself a new BMW without authorization. Furious with all of this, Romero met with Tom and Todd, and they all agreed that Mike was done. Romero drove Mike down to their lawyer's office and fired him. Despite Mike's claim that the loan for the car was on the up and up and approved by the company's financial officer, the forming of a new publishing company while still at Ironstorm was potentially a breach of contract with Eidos, which Romero and the others couldn't have, reflecting poorly on the rest of the company. Fortunately, Eidos was more relieved that Mike was gone rather than upset with Ironstorm. Unfortunately, however, Ion employees were frustrated with Mike's firing, as he had been easy to work with and understanding of their woes within the company. Mike was a believer in the concept that game developers operated on loyalty, and that treating them with kindness and respect got not only better work done on games, but kept valuable employees from seeking jobs elsewhere. On top of all of this, Romero learned that his team was deeply unhappy with having to switch from Quake 1's engine to Quake 2, worried about losing progress on work already done and potentially needing to backtrack. They want to stick with Quake 1's engine, but Romero refused. After Romero demoed Daikatana and Quake 2 side by side, the team saw and understood Romero's concerns. Their game would look horribly dated by comparison. Then, shortly after, Mike's bitch ad finally dropped in gaming magazines. Public opinion immediately turned sour. Forums, opinion pieces, relations with other devs, everything in reaction to the ad was negative. It was and remains quite possibly the most infamous advertisement in computer gaming history. A few people thought it was amusing, but the deathmatch trash talk vibe that the ad went for rubbed a majority of the gaming public the wrong way. People hated the ad and the ego behind it. John Romero is gonna do what to me? Suck what down? Almost overnight, all of the goodwill that Ion Storm had been building disappeared. In a .plan file on December 12th, 1997, the Romero came out to speak on the subject, writing,
"Sorry if I offended your tender sensibilities by telling you I'm gonna make you my bitch."
Followed by a smiley face. Perhaps Romero thought that by committing to the bit he could salvage some of the public's goodwill. It didn't work.
Daikatana released with many issues, and it remains tainted in people's minds because of that. But thanks to the efforts of the modding community, it's now possible to fix or mitigate most of those issues. And what's hidden underneath all of the AI and balancing problems is actually some of the coolest level design and the most ambitious and imaginative shooter design of that whole period. It's a journey that's well worth taking, in my opinion, and deserves to be remembered for more than just its unfortunate launch.
January 1998. The Ion Storm offices on the top of the Chase Tower, dubbed the Willy Wonka Chocolate Factory of Gaming, was finally complete and the teams moved in. Renovations had been done by the Russ Berger Design Group, whose goalpost was to fuse high-end technology with comfort and sophistication. The main conference room was lined with bullet-resistant glass and roll-down metal doors. There was a game room, a deathmatch arena, 12 TV sets constantly playing MTV, and a massive kitchen. Above the deathmatch arena was a motion capture stage as well as a sound-isolated video screening theater. However, in a massive oversight, it quickly became apparent that the wall-to-ceiling glass windows caused too much glare for the workers, and no one could see their screens. The solution became installing screens around the windows and tents around cubicles of those most affected. Meanwhile, Todd Porter was appointed CEO of Ironstorm in Mike's wake. Dominion was finally close to being finished and nearly ready to ship. Romero and Tom put their heads down and hit the grindstone hard. Once upon a time, the two men had embarked on a no excuses press tour to promote their game company. Now, they were facing no excuses to continue to be distracted from actually making the games they'd promised to make. February 1998. Ironstorm's spending is out of control. Renovations had cost $2.5 million. Dominion's cost was $3 million and rising. Between office lease, salaries, and expenses, Ironstorm was spending $1.2 million a month. On top of that, Carmack's code for Quake 2's engine was so radically different and complex that Romero's plan for a quick conversion was dashed. Key Kimbrell looked at what they needed to do to convert their already completed efforts over to the Quake 2 engine and simply said, "It's going to be a lot of work." Some members of the team wanted to just stick with Quake 1's engine, but Romero wouldn't have it. His game needed to rise above the rest. Quake 2 was doing solid sales and had emerged to impressive reviews. Daikatana couldn't release behind that curve. Romero and the rest of the team took note of the extra work necessary, outlined a plan, and informed Eidos of the schedule changes. Around this time, Ben Goki of Raven Software let Romero know that he and some of the devs who had worked on Heretic and Hexen were looking to start their own studio and wondered if Ironstorm had any opportunities for them. Romero latched onto the idea of them developing a prototype for Daikatana 2 using the Unreal Engine. Romero secured $250,000 for the team to get to work, and Human Head Studios was born. Romero gave a press announcement about Daikatana 2, as well as comic book adaptations to be released for each Ironstorm game, but Eidos quickly swooped in and shut down the idea. As Eidos put it, "We're paying you to make games, not comic books." While a Daikatana tie-in comic would eventually be released, the other comics, as well as Daikatana 2, were dismissed. Human Head, however, would continue onward and receive the blessing of Epic Games to continue working with the Unreal Engine even though they didn't have a dedicated development project. Human Head would eventually settle on a Viking-themed action game and would develop Rune, which released in October 2000. Spring 1998. The mood in the offices was bleak. 12-hour days, 6 days a week, chaos and mishaps seemed to flow one right after the other. A series of levels were deemed unusable. A single arrow texture was made at 1,000 times the wrong size. One dev began screaming at his desk and was fired on the spot. Meanwhile, employees were becoming increasingly frustrated with Todd and Jerry. Todd was showing up at Daikatana meetings and making suggestions, all while Dominion was looking worse and worse. Meanwhile, Ironstorm met with Eidos to propose the publisher purchasing part of the company in order to forgive the already spent $15 million, but Eidos was only interested in the deal if they got majority control. And if the deal went through, Ironstorm's royalties would also be lowered from 40% to 25%. On May 13, 1998, Sverre Kvernmo, Will Lecanto, and 6 other members of the Daikatana team sat down with Bob Wright to air their grievances. After the departure of Mike, the devs saw Bob as an ally. The team wanted to issue an ultimatum. Romero needed to fire Todd and Jerry, or they would walk. It was as simple as that. Bob, in an attempt to keep the peace, encouraged the team to put everything down in writing and present it to Romero himself. However, when Tom got word of the meeting after the fact, what he was told was that Bob had allegedly promised the team that he would financially support them if they either got fired or quit Ironstorm as a result of not being heard. Tom called up Romero, who was in the maternity ward with his wife, who had just given birth to his daughter, Lilia. Furious over this news, Romero fired Bob immediately, and then Bob was formally dismissed on the 19th. Bob Wright then turned around and sued Ironstorm for wrongful termination and breach of fiduciary duties, claiming that he was fired in order for them to cut him out of the IDOS deal, which was expected to close on June 4th. With all the chips still falling into place and knowing that Todd was increasingly becoming more and more of a bigger problem than they've realized, Romero and Tom told Todd that he needed to, quote, fucking cool it, but they did little else as they didn't have the leverage to vote him out or the money to buy him out of the company. Returning to his team, Romero attempted to address the situation and reassure his crew, promising to do his best to ensure that there would be no more problems. They didn't quite buy it, but they also didn't have much choice but to soldier on. June 1998. Daikatana has a less than stellar reception at E3 in the wake of the bitch ad. Dominion then releases a week later to disastrous reviews, unable to compare to the massive hit StarCraft, which had released a few months prior in March. Todd set about resuming development on Doppelganger, but Eidos stepped in and pumped the brakes. After all the money poured into Dominion, only to result in dismal sales and critical failure, Eidos wasn't ready to pour more money into a Todd Porter product. The Dominion team was then split up between Daikatana, Anachronox, and Deus Ex. Meanwhile, fans were lashing out against Ironstorm, no longer enamored with Romero's Dream Factory. Part of this is due to the rumor mill website called Bitch X, which was leaking inside info about Ironstorm onto the web, including details of the proposed IDOS deal. Todd, bitterly ensconced within the role of CEO now that Doppelganger is cancelled, furiously tried tracking down the leak to no avail. Romero couldn't get anyone to admit to being the leak either. On the warpath, Todd gets his tech guy to attempt to track employee emails, but nothing comes out of this either. Meanwhile, developers are becoming even more embittered with Todd's abusive managerial style. Key Kimbrell voices his concerns surrounding the leak and the company's direction while out on the development floor, which Romero tries to shut down. He tells Key that he's doing nothing but listening to frivolous rumors, but Key refused to remain quiet. After a heated conversation between the two, Key Kimbrell was fired on the spot. July 1998, Stevie Case gets a job as a game tester at Ironstorm. At this point in time, Stevie was an accomplished level designer, with a deathmatch level in the Wages of Sin expansion pack and work on an unreleased mission pack for Quake 2. She's also been working on writing for Prima Publishing's strategy guides, having contributed to the Quake 2 strategy guide and outright written the full guide for Jazz Jackrabbit 2. Looking for work in the industry beyond the Cyber Athlete League, she interviewed for a QA position at Mike Wilson's God Games. However, despite being offered the gig with God, she saw online that Ironstorm was also hiring for QA. Even though the Ion gig was paying considerably less, that was the environment that she wanted to work in. After interviewing with the lead designer and QA manager, Stevie got the job. Excitedly, she shows up for the gig raring to go, thoroughly enamored with the Dream Factory on site. At this point, Romero's Daikatana team was still working 12-hour days 6 days a week, so she packed a suitcase and lived under her desk for 2 weeks while acclimating. August 1998, Romero and his wife Beth separate. That same month, a bizarre headline claimed that John Romero had passed away. In a .plan file, Romero addressed the controversy, pointing out that the article used a headshot from an entirely different photo shoot, one where Romero had been made to look like a corpse through creative makeup, which only made the myth seem more real. No one had been able to get a hold of him or Ironstorm reps before running the article. No matter how many times Romero refuted the story, it continued to pop up throughout the rest of the year. August 21st, 1998. Romero compiles Daikatana version 0.10, which is the first one using the Quake engine. As described on the Cutting Room Floor website, this prototype is notable in that it was compiled about a month before the game's first team resigned. This makes it one of the last glimpses of the game as it was envisioned by the original team. 0.10 shows the game at a much closer state to the final game than it was in Milestone 2. It uses the Quake 2 engine like the final game does. Most of the weapons and enemies from the final game are in this prototype, though many enemies lack textures and cannot be fought in the prototype. A great amount of the art in 0.10 appears in the final game. Many of the levels in the prototype can be found in the final game, but not without alterations. Even a rough version of the final game's menu system is in place. There are many signs that the game needed a lot more work done to it before it could be shipped, though. Weapons and enemies are missing sounds, with one enemy still using temporary sounds she was using in Milestone 2. Enemy AI is primitive, and several enemies do not have the unique behaviors they have in the final game. Levels have few enemies, little items, and in some cases, goals for the player to work towards. The AI partners do not appear at all, despite being a core component of the game. Most items, such as many of the armors, are absent. The cutscene system consists of a handful of scripts and temporary sounds instead of anything shippable. To top it off, there are some technical issues that can cause serious problems if the player goes through several unique levels in a row. October 1998. The IDOS deal falls through. Eidos isn't willing to commit because they had very large concerns with the development of Daikatana, as well as the performance of Dominion. Todd suggests that the company countersue Bob Wright, believing that Bob must have been the one leaking information to Bitch X, therefore costing Ironstorm a multi-million-dollar deal. However, during his communications with the rest of the board, Todd unintentionally posts his emails over to the company server. Emails which detail grumblings about certain Ironstorm employees while casually deriding others who had been laid off. Over at God Games, Mike Wilson was negotiating the rights to create a first-person shooter based on the Todd McFarlane Kiss Psycho Circus comic books. However, Mike didn't have a development team in place that could actually work on the game. Almost by coincidence, the members of the Daikatana team, who had previously sat down with Bob Wright to try and oust Todd from the company, gave Mike a call. They were still unhappy. They still didn't like Todd, and they still remembered Mike being someone who tried to take care of them. While he had them on the phone, Mike had an idea. He was currently in the midst of a disagreement with Todd, as Mike had pointed out that a previously agreed upon deal for Ironstorm partners was that the company would pay the taxes of any of Ironstorm's founders. He hadn't yet had his taxes paid for when he'd been shown the door, and now Mike wanted the agreement honored. Todd said, "Okay, Ironstorm will take care of your taxes, so long as Mike signs an agreement that released all claims that Mike might ever have against Ironstorm." Mike agreed, but only if the company also released all claims that they might ever have against him. With this in mind, Mike proceeded to negotiate a deal with the Daikatana team, letting them know that once the tax check was written out and the agreement signed, the 8 members of the team, henceforth known as the Ion 8, could turn in their resignations. November 18th, 1998, the Ion 8 have their statements prepared, resignations ready to go. But Todd Porter leaves work early. The agreement wasn't signed. Mike hastily sent out an email to the 8, letting them know to hang on just a little bit longer. That night, Stevie Case and a few other employees at Ironstorm take Romero out to dinner at P.F. Chang's. They've kept their ears to the ground, and now they've got some worrisome news and want to make sure he hears it from them. 8 members of the Daikatana team are planning to walk out the next day. They're hoping that Romero can do something about it before it happens. Frustrated with everything going on, Romero says,
"Fuck them if they're gonna leave."
November 19th, 1998. At 10 a.m., Todd signs the agreement, and Mike gets his check. Will Lecanto then received an email from Mike with the code phrase, "The monkey has landed." All 8 members stood up from their desks, called Romero and Tom, and they went into a meeting to inform the two that they were handing in their resignations. All 8 leave Ironstorm. Romero was upset, knowing that he had had multiple opportunities to nip this resentment in the bud, but somewhere deep down, he'd convinced himself that it was the team that wasn't enough of a fit for what he needed. Pushing forward, he hires a group of new members to work on Daikatana and promotes Stevie to a level designer position. Winter 1998. After months of working together, Romero and Stevie have grown close. Romero once thought that he could have it all. He could be the gamer god and the family man, balancing everything he wanted and everything that he thought he wanted. But the problem, the harsh truth, was that family kept coming in second place for him. Stevie understood this. She understood him. And not only that, but she wasn't separate from the gaming. Gaming was her passion too. One night after dinner, while sitting on the curb and sipping wine, Romero and Stevie realized that they were falling for each other. The two of them begin seeing each other and try to keep the relationship on the down low so it doesn't interfere with development, but it doesn't stay secret for very long. In fact, once word gets out, everyone seems ecstatic. Romero and Stevie seem to revel in it. They're the it couple, computer gaming's first rock star duo brought together by the industry and out to change the industry. Magazines, internet, fans everywhere can't get enough of them. January 1999. Romero hires Chris Klee and Stephen Ash from LucasArts to be the new lead level designer and lead programmer respectively. Between the two of them, levels are radically redone and the engine starts coming together with new effects. Ironstorm announces, come hell or high water, Daikatana will be done on February 15th, 1999. January 14th, 1999, the Dallas Observer releases an article called Stormy Weather, which detailed the intense, dramatic, and toxic goings-on at Ironstorm. Leaked emails were the primary source for the article, as well as interviews with Mike Wilson and Bob Wright. The Observer detailed the behind-the-scenes drama of the departure of the Ion 8, as well as other goings-on. As part of the article, Todd was interviewed. He dutifully stated that Ion Storm was expecting Daikatana to sell somewhere close to 2 million units and downplays the departure of the 8, claiming that some of them were going to be phased out of the company sooner versus later anyway. Romero attempted to sue the Observer for their sources, but only ended up discovering that Todd's emails had been accidentally posted to a public server, and therefore anyone could have accessed them. February 15th, 1999, Daikatana misses shipping. March 1999, Ion Storm releases a multiplayer-only demo of Daikatana, but fans aren't impressed. They want to be able to play through the campaign, not just a demo that can only be played through mPlayer. After several failed showings of his game in a row, Romero is getting frustrated. He knows the game is going to be worthwhile. He just needs to land that one dazzling showcase. On April 20th, 1999, the Columbine shooting occurred. Video games, particularly Doom, came under heavy scrutiny and criticism from the public and the government. Romero observes all of this with a heavy heart, and while he personally isn't drawn into the events or mentioned by name, both Doom and id Software are, so everything involved resonates with him. May 1999. Romero and Stevie arrive at E3 in Los Angeles together, dressed to impress as the hot rock and roll gaming couple prepared to show off the latest demo of Daikatana for the crowd. By now, Stevie, a former tomboy, a lover of jeans and baggy sweaters, has slowly become emboldened in her physicality. A year before, a sexy Halloween costume had gotten her attention that she was previously unaccustomed to, but she liked it. Over time, the jeans and sweaters she normally wore transformed into leather and leopard print. Her brunette hair became bleached, and she had her breasts surgically altered. Stevie even poses for multiple magazines, both gaming mags and those eager to sell copies using a hot gamer girl. Stevie is elated with becoming more comfortable with her new looks and feeling herself in every way possible. But despite this, more and more waves of toxic masculinity continue to hit her from every angle. Before, she was accustomed to receiving that negativity from the fact that she was just a woman in gaming. Now, increasingly, it's because she's a sexy woman in gaming. Once upon a time, she was called a feminazi gorilla. Now she was being called a slut, who only had her job from sleeping with her boss. The new build of Daikatana was intentionally designed to win back favor after the mediocre response to the multiplayer-only demo, and had just arrived via FedEx from Dallas to Los Angeles. Romero could feel it. His dazzling showcase had finally arrived, and he was ready to win back the fans. However, when Romero went to install the game, he discovered that the demo was only able to run at an abysmal 12 frames per second, stuttering and chugging and barely playable. Furious, he calls up Chris Klee, who was also furious. It turned out Todd had come down and demanded Klee add a bunch of extra features to the demo without Romero's awareness, delaying the build. Klee, who had been sweating all the way up until the 11th hour working on the build, wasn't able to properly compile the demo before shipping it out. This meant that the demo was attempting to draw the entire map with each individual frame. Romero was out of his mind, enraged at Todd. He could have had this, and yet Todd had stepped in yet again and made a mess because he didn't know how to leave things alone. An incensed Klee goes directly to John Kavanagh, VP of Development at Eidos, to complain about Todd's bungling. Upon his return to Dallas, Romero did the same, laying out every single issue ever had with Todd, and said that enough was enough. Todd needed to go. June 1999. Romero, Tom, Todd, and Jerry fly to LA to meet with Charles Cornwall, CEO of Eidos. He informs them that the purpose of the meeting is to address poor leadership at Ion Storm, not the proposed buyout that Todd thinks it is. Romero lays out all of his issues with Todd, and flat out says that either Todd goes or he was going to go. In one of the absolutely coldest statements ever made, Cornwall replied, "The only reason I invested in Ion Storm is because of John. I do not know who Todd Porter is, and I do not care." After a heated conversation, Todd finally agreed to step down. Todd and Jerry are told not to return to the Dallas offices. July 1999. Chris Klee and Stephen Ash leave development to pursue other projects. Romero doesn't blame them. Sean Green is then promoted to lead programmer, the 5th one on Daikatana. September 1999. Eidos buys out 51% of Ion Storm in exchange for forgiveness of previous expenses. October 1999. Romero and the rest of the team hit the final stretch of crunch mode. Staff are fighting for bed space in the lounge. One developer spent 85 out of 90 days in the office. Stevie fell ill with a kidney infection. A sign on the unplugged Tekken 3 arcade machine said, "No more Tekken until Daikatana is finished." While most of the game is completed by this point, the real task of the team is going through and ironing out over 500 bugs and polishing up what they have. October 15th, 1999. Entertainment Weekly publishes an interview with Romero. When asked about the Ion 8 who left, the Romero shows irritation and tries to dismiss the exodus.
This is not a 9-to-5 situation, a place where you put in your time and get out. A lot of people don't know what it takes to make a great game, and we got rid of those people. The people who remain are hardcore.
In the same article, a quote from John Kavanagh reads, "I'll be honest, if it weren't for the design talent here, we'd have shot Ion Storm like a red-headed stepchild." December 17th, 1999. Eidos throws a not-launch party for Daikatana. Despite knowing for some time that the game wouldn't ship in time for the Christmas season, Eidos has had this party scheduled on the books and decides, what the hell? It would probably be more expensive to cancel the party than it would be to have it anyway. Romero decided that this was his opportunity to finally celebrate Ion Storm. In the 3 years that the studio had been around, it had been project after project, setback after setback, and in all of it, only one game had released to terrible reception. There had been no victories thus far. The dream design studio that Romero had once envisioned felt very far away. Maybe Daikatana could still turn it around. So for the one night, he decided to celebrate. January 2000. For the last few months of development, with little drama from either within or without of Ion Storm, progress on Daikatana was as straightforward as any project that has been through this kind of process can be. There were, of course, still articles and interviews and intense scrutiny from the media, but during this period, Romero and his team were nose to the grindstone. It's interesting to think about how Romero had felt like he could get away from the death schedule of id Software's work ethic, how he wanted to enjoy the hard work that he'd put in to reach this point, and could step back slightly and let the gears turn themselves. Yet here he was once again, and had been here for 2 years straight. At this point, he'd lost his wife. He'd lost the respect he'd had from the gaming community and his peers, and he'd come close to losing his company. Daikatana, the game, had become the Daikatana of those D&D sessions only 8 years prior. He had pursued the object at all cost and opened up a swarm of demons and invaders, and here now, in this moment, was doing everything he could to fend them off and still win the day. His entire world was literally at stake once more. He needed Daikatana to succeed. March 2000. Daikatana finally enters beta. Stevie Case, with her experience writing strategy guides, writes the Daikatana strategy guide for Prima Games. As an added bonus for players who pick up the guide, she poses for a pull-out centerfold poster to be included with the book. April 2000. Romero believes that the game is complete. Every map, model, sight, and sound, all done. There's still bug testing to be done, however, and over the course of the rest of the month, numerous bugs are ironed out and removed. May 2000. Stevie poses for Playboy, and the photo shoot is published along with an interview from David Kushner, a journalist who has been following the computer gaming scene for some time, and would eventually go on to write the biography Masters of Doom. Up until this point, Stevie has slowly but steadily done more and more photo shoots in conjunction with either interviews about her work as a level designer or simply articles surrounding anything related to Ion Storm. Gaming magazines were quick to capitalize on Stevie's looks to sell copies. In an issue of PC Accelerator, she dressed as a sexy schoolteacher, complete with a too-tight button-up undone for effect and a short skirt. Perhaps it's simply the atmosphere of the time. Computer games and their advertisements have become more risque in recent years, and are now focusing more on edginess and sex appeal, on booth babes and buxom heroines. Gamers are a horny lot, but there's also the objectification of the hot gamer girl at work. Gamers love a hot chick in theory, but in reality, incel gamer mindsets only distance a woman further from gaming when she's willing to dress in provocative outfits. The last year for Stevie had become increasingly more and more toxic online. Being John Romero's girlfriend and embracing her sexuality drew more detractors and sexism than it did celebration or positive recognition. Romero was constantly asked in interviews what it's like to have sex with her. In articles and interviews for Daikatana, journalists would frequently describe her as voluptuous and smoldering rather than speak on her talents as a designer. Comments and forums and websites focus on her body with the kind of vulgarity that's referred to as locker room talk. But with the Playboy shoot, the toxicity reached a new peak. While Stevie was ecstatic at how both the shoot and the interview turned out, the online commentary was as vile as modern audiences would expect. In fact, it wasn't too far from the current strain of misogynistic incel statements made online today. Degrading, hostile, incendiary, the commentary sticks with Stevie for months, burning into her brain. In a Vanity Fair article from 2022, designer Cliff Basinski would look back at Stevie's time in the industry and note, she was there when there were almost no women in the industry. The amount of shit that she got was just tremendous. In 2000, Stevie Case was an accomplished level designer, writer, and gamer. But no matter what she did during that time, or how she chose to celebrate herself, the gaming public only saw her for her body and her boyfriend. Right after this, Daikatana entered release candidate 18. Eidos looked over the current build, discussed it internally, and decided that the current state of the game was good enough to ship. Romero told himself, this is it. The time has finally come, and the game is going to finally be released.
Daikatana was the death of the boom shoot. It was like Heaven's Gate for 70s Hollywood auteurs. It went way over time and over budget, and I don't think anyone was happy with the final product. Frustrating and littered with technical issues that made it, if not unplayable, then not at all fun to actually play. The story was dumb, obvious, yet somehow needlessly convoluted. The first episode is the worst part of the game, and it's everyone's first exposure to Daikatana, so nobody wanted to continue playing. They couldn't see how good the player movement was because they couldn't bear to play long enough to level up enough to make it to the more open areas where it could really shine. It took you hours to find a weapon that didn't have a crippling drawback that made using it not fun. Hubris led to exhaustion, led to an unfinished misfire that came out years too late and destroyed John Romero's reputation for decades. I was alive for all the Daikatana jokes, kids, and I would have disappeared too after that kind of backlash. Or not, people don't remember anything for more than a week nowadays. Also, what is this for? Ranger? Who the fuck is...
May 23rd, 2000. Daikatana is released. After years of build-up, delays, and underwhelming demonstrations, the amount of promise that the game had to live up to was insurmountable. It was a critical and commercial failure. In order to simply break even on its swollen expenses, Daikatana needed to sell at least 500,000 copies. By September of that same year, Daikatana had only sold around 41,000. Stepping away from the timeline here for a moment, I want to note that, while the game today still has its fair share of bugs and glitches, trying to replicate exactly how frustrating Daikatana felt on release is a somewhat difficult task. Post-launch, Ion Storm would issue 2 patches for the game, 1.1 and 1.2. Version 1.2 is a version of the game that is available to buy from digital storefronts such as Steam or GOG. Since the advent of Steam in 2003 and the eventual rise of purchasing and downloading games via the internet, gamers who have played Daikatana in modern times have not experienced the true vanilla 1.0 that was reviewed and reviled in May of 2000. In order to get that distinctly delightful jank that was present at launch, one would have to own a copy of the original Daikatana CD-ROM, which I do. So now, at this point in the documentary, I'm going to lead you kids on a bit of a journey, because I guarantee that most of you watching this, if you have played Daikatana, you haven't played it the way everyone played it for the very first time in May of 2000. If we're going to truly dive deep into why gamers and critics alike hated on this game, and why the reputation of the game has been what it has been for the past 25 years, then we need to see for ourselves exactly what that experience was like. However, we're not going to be going on this journey alone, because, as it turns out, the Prima Games strategy guide for Daikatana, penned by Stevie Case, includes copious notes and commentary on the design of the game from John Romero himself. There is insight into each episode of the game, as well as every single level contained within those episodes. So, while we most certainly need to look at how this game felt to play immediately upon release, I thought it would be a valuable exercise to include Romero's design commentary to compare the game's experience with the design's intentions. First of all, look at this box. They don't make them like they used to. Opening up the jewel case for the CD-ROM, we're greeted by a character profile for the game's protagonist, Hiro Miyamoto. Hiro is a direct descendant of Usagi Miyamoto, forger of the famed Daikatana. Wise, patient, and skilled in the ways of a warrior, he stands as a physical manifestation of all the traits that made the Miyamoto name legendary. An expert in global history and warfare, as well as physics. I'm sorry, what? He is the Renaissance man to whom this century belongs, with a moral compass that is beyond reproach. A devout student of martial arts, Hiro must leave behind his former life in order to claim his heritage and fulfill his ultimate destiny. Reading this makes clear Romero's drive for Daikatana to have a stronger narrative than most first-person shooters of the time, where the Doom guy was once meant to be an embodiment of the player with no name and no biography other than a simple setup for how he got to his station on Phobos. Here we have Hiro Miyamoto, a man with a personality, history, lineage, who is apparently an expert in warfare and physics, and knows the difference between right and wrong better than anybody. Noble intentions aside, Hiro as a character in biographical form has the same vibe as an original character in a fanfiction. I don't know if I would go so far as to label Hiro as a Mary Sue, but if there is any character biography in all of computer gaming that screams Chosen One, then it's Hiro Miyamoto. We can also see here the first of many deviations from the original plot of Daikatana, in which Hiro was meant to be a biochemistry student grappling with the weight of becoming the Chosen One. In the final product, Hiro is presented as someone who not only doesn't need to wrestle with this, he's apparently been training to be the Chosen One his entire life. Flipping through the manual, there are more character profiles, including info on our two companion characters, Mikiko Ebihara and Superfly Johnson, as well as Kage Mishima, the villain of the story, and Toshiro Ebihara, father of Mikiko. There's also a lengthy introduction to the game, detailing the origins of the Daikatana and how Toshiro comes to Hiro to persuade Hiro to stop Mishima and reclaim the Daikatana, but this is something we'll see in the game's introduction in just a moment. I do want to take a quick aside right here to note that there were a number of issues getting Daikatana to both install and run from the CD-ROM. It took quite a bit of cleaning to get the CD to read properly in my CD-ROM drive, and I had to use glass stovetop cleaning spray to get it to a workable state. A smudgy CD isn't part of the average Daikatana experience, but I bring that up because, fun fact, if you have a dirty CD-ROM that needs cleaning, use glass stovetop cleaning spray because oh my god, that stuff really works. But the biggest pain that I had in getting things set up was actually getting the game to run. Friend of the channel and tech savant Darth Agent 06 came in clutch, as he quickly discovered that there was latent DRM involved in the game's install, which needed to be cracked so that I could run it on Windows 10. Once that part was out of the way, Daikatana, at last, booted up like normal, and I was quickly off to the races. Playing the game from the CD-ROM provides us with a fascinating yet highly compressed CG cutscene that was originally used for promotional material. So let's take a quick look at that. It's interesting to note that there are a number of events in this intro that don't occur in-game. We see what appears to be Usagi Miyamoto, Hiro's ancestor, defending himself from a group of ninjas while attempting to escape. There are shots of futuristic Japan, an underwater digging vehicle retrieving the Daikatana, which is encased in stone, and something that fascinates me more than anything else in this entire cutscene, which is what looks like Hiro and Mikiko teleporting to some location full of radioactive barrels. Now, this doesn't appear anywhere in the game, and I'm assuming it is left over from an early draft of the opening chapter, but we'll touch on that a little bit later. Once the cutscene is over, the main menu appears, and we have the selection of starting a new game, loading a game, playing multiplayer, as well as other game options. Daikatana launched with a dedicated multiplayer component, like most first-person shooters did back in that time period. But one of the more unique aspects was the co-op mode. Up to 4 people could play through the game's campaign together, albeit with no cutscenes to inform the players of the story, and no sidekicks to order around. For the most part, this was met with mostly open arms by reviewers of the time. However, bugs, lag, and crashes would mar this experience, making it a frustrating experience to engage with. It's also a very underrated and underreported aspect of the game, as I didn't even know it existed until recently while doing research for this documentary. Once we've adjusted all of our settings, it's time to load into the opening episode, Japan 2455. And, for what it's worth, I do want to note that I played Daikatana 1.0 on easy difficulty, because while I might be willing to put myself to the task of suffering through raw bugs and glitches, I'm not a masochist. However, there will be points where I will want to talk about the unyielding and uneven difficulty spikes of the game, for which I'll be incorporating some footage of my medium difficulty run in version 1.2. When I do, I'll be sure to label the different footage when and where necessary.
The reason I decided to have Episode 1 take place in far future Japan was the simple fact that the game's premise revolved around a Japanese sword. This defined the location, and starting off in the far future gives players lots of cool, interesting weapons and enemies to encounter before making the first transition to the distant past. I wanted the time jump between Episode 1 and Episode 2 to be the biggest jump in the game, and then have players work their way forward to the design time period to finally set history straight by destroying Kage Mishima.
From an overarching perspective, one of the things that I really like about Episode 1, something I don't think I've ever seen anyone speak on, is its fantastic depiction of cyberpunk aesthetics. Dirty and murky, yet brimming with layers of colored lighting across the spectrum, Japan 2455 captured a brilliant point in gaming graphics that we've yet to see truly recycled in the current indie gaming landscape. Hyper-detailed textures combined with colored lighting and ridiculously over-the-top effects. And it does so here with flair and aplomb. The opening levels here have been discussed to death as being either ugly or gross or too green. To which I say, hey now, let's get over ourselves. You can't have cyberpunk without digging in the dirt, and these environments stress one major thing. A future run by corpos sucks. Literally opening up in a muddy swamp, players slowly but surely advance into more high-tech environments, all of which have an underlying nastiness to them, so much so that the beginning marsh seems cleaner by comparison. The more corporate the environment, the dirtier everything becomes. And the opening cutscene, made in-engine this time, easily captures the stained fingerprints of the corpo's control. Let's take a look at how the game gets set up.
Pardon the interruption, Miyamoto-san. There is a visitor waiting outside, refuses to identify himself, will only speak to the proprietor of the school. Also, Tanaka-san left a message earlier complaining about the injuries to his son.
I should have stayed in bed.
Kind of an odd attitude for a Renaissance man.
It's my landlord at the door, right?
Like I said, the visitor would not give his name.
Did Mishima-san send you? Tell him I'll have his money by...
I can assure you that I am not here on Mishima's behalf. My name is Toshiro Ebihara.
The opening cutscene here is around 10 minutes long and dumps quite a bit of exposition onto an unsuspecting audience, so I'll summarize the whole thing for pacing. But as I do, I hope you will take note of and enjoy the sweeping, wild camera movements here that can only be realized by either an accomplished auteur or a 12-year-old with no self-awareness. Either way, they are brilliant. Once upon a time, there were two warring clans in feudal Japan, the shogunate Mishima and the Ebihara clan. In order to defeat the Ebihara clan, Osaka Mishima came to Usagi Miyamoto, a respected swordsman, and asked him to forge a sword that would give him enough power to remain undefeated. Usagi did as he was asked, but the sword he created was so powerful that it allowed him to see through space and time, granting him the knowledge that Mishima would only use the Daikatana for evil. Usagi then turned to the Ebihara clan and said he would allow them to use the sword against Mishima, but only if they promised to return the sword to Usagi once it was done. The leader of the Ebihara clan, Inshiro Ebihara, agreed to these terms, then used the sword in an epic fight against Osaka Mishima. Once the evil shogun was defeated, Ebihara returned the Daikatana to Usagi. Usagi understood that the sword was too powerful to trust in the hands of any human, so he threw the sword into the volcanic heart of Mount Fuji, where it was lost to time. Fast forward to the future, where Toshiro Ebihara here funded an expedition to try and find the Daikatana within the volcano of Mount Fuji, except his assistant, Kaje Mishima, decided to betray Ebihara and steal the sword for himself. Considering the fact that Toshiro Ebihara appears knowledgeable enough about his own ancestry to go and search for the Daikatana, it does seem like a bit of a blunder on his part to not only work with someone of the Mishima lineage, but to make them his assistant. Kage then used the time-traveling powers of the Daikatana to go back to the year 2030 and steal credit for discovering the vaccine of a deadly disease, the mutagenic Marburg pox filovirus. This would give Kage fantastic amounts of wealth and influence, which he would then use to change the events of the timeline and become the head of the Mishima Corporation, which controls literally everything in 2455. And when I say everything, I mean everything. Hiro's landlord is Mishima, this game's version of McDonald's is called McMishima Burger, the crematorium is run by Mishima Corporation, and on and on and on. It's pretty clear from the outset that there is not going to be any late-game plot twist that clears Mishima's name. He is a corporate oligarch with an iron fist around the future. Fun fact, when this story was first conceived, the vaccine that Kage went back in time to steal credit for was a vaccine to cure AIDS. Yes, that's right. AIDS. I'm glad that Romero decided to change it to a fictional sci-fi supervirus because even in an era of burgeoning edginess in gaming, that's a little cringe. That all being said, this means that Kage Mishima now controls who does and doesn't have access to the mutagenic Marburg pox filovirus vaccine, which I'm going to refer to as MMP from this point forward. As a result, Ebihara here is suffering from the effects of MMP and is close to death. He's come to Hiro with all of this information because Hiro is a direct descendant of Usagi Miyamoto, and therefore it's Hiro's destiny to rise to the occasion and reclaim the Daikatana. Ebihara has already attempted to retrieve the Daikatana from Mishima's clutches, but his daughter, Mikiko, went missing in the attempt. Fearing the worst, Ebihara asks Hiro to find the sword and rescue his daughter and fix the altered timeline of events. Hiro is, of course, skeptical of all of this, but before anything else can happen, a group of ninjas leap from the shadows, knock Hiro senseless, and mortally injure Ebihara. I would like to point out that in the manual's written introduction, which also covers literally everything I've just summarized in the opening cutscene but in much greater detail, Hiro actually turns around and kicks the collective asses of all the ninjas that attack him. But for some reason here in the game, he just kind of gets knocked out like a little bitch. And as a bit of foreshadowing for later in the documentary, there are other forms of media where we see Hiro stop, drop, and kick ninja ass while attempting to defend Ebihara. For some reason though, here in the official PC release with John Romero's name stamped on the box, Hiro gets cold-cocked and is basically useless. For a character who has been described as an expert in warfare and Japanese history and physics and martial arts instruction, Hiro acts like a bit of a clunky dumbass. Clearly, there were some changes between conception and execution. Hiro's exasperated response to the voicemail about injuries to a young student, not having enough money to pay his rent, getting swiftly dispatched by ninjas without so much as defending Ebihara, as well as other events coming up in the game, has me doubting that the version of the character that we were sold actually made it into this game. Regardless, in every version of this scene, Ebihara is mortally wounded, and he begs Hiro to save his daughter and reclaim the Daikatana. Hiro, of course, agrees, but the way for him to infiltrate Mishima's fortress is, and I shit you not, to wait until the Mishima body collectors arrive to sweep the dead people from the streets, and then literally hide inside Ebihara's coffin until Hiro arrives at the fortress and gets taken inside. Ebihara dies, the crematorium collectors arrive, and Hiro hops inside Ebihara's coffin. But the truck carrying the bodies hits a bump in the road, so several coffins go flying out of the back of the truck, including the one that Hiro is hiding within. Before we go any further, I'd like to point out the voice work of the two truck drivers, performed here by John William Galt, voice actor of none other than Shadow Warrior's Lo Wang. Galt also performed the voices of Toshiro Ebihara and Kage Mishima, which means we're going to have plenty of examples of culturally insensitive yellow-face voice work throughout the game.
Ah, bump ahead. Odds are even.
Even.
How many we lose? Only 4 this time. Looks like my rock holding out. Too bad for you. The only opposition came from the Ebihara clan, a group of warriors dedicated to overthrowing the brutal regime. Doesn't make any sense. Though now that you mention it, I've been working on the formula for a vaccine for years before I even heard of Mishima. Never really thought about it before.
Call me a soy boy, call me pushing a populist agenda. Do whatever you like with my opinion here on this. No matter where you stand on Galt's performance with a stereotypically racist Asian accent, this wouldn't fly today under any circumstances. But with the cutscene over, we finally get to start playing the legendary Daikatana.
My original vision of the starting swamp section was of a place heavily wooded with cypress, fallen logs, fireflies, and caves, all accompanied by a dense ambiance of crickets and cicadas. Originally, my idea was to have Hiro and Mikiko drop into the swamp by helicopter, and they would infiltrate the fortress together. I changed the story later on so Hiro could rescue Mikiko and meet Superfly before meeting Mikiko. That way, players can play a few levels alone before acquiring the first sidekick. One of the ideas I had for the whole first episode was of a mega corporation named Corco that owned a slew of extremely diversified companies. Swamp Co., swamp to fit your budget. Sewer Co., does your city need a sewer? Slammer Co., custom prison design. Robo Co., select from our huge catalog of robotic creatures. And so on. So, Mishima's fortress was constructed by many of the companies that Corco owned. It helped provide a different view of the future.
Alright, so let's just get this out of the way. This first map of the game is not good. There has been a lot of commentary and exaggeration over the quality of this presentation over the years, from YouTubers screaming about the color green and the frogs and the mosquitoes leaping and buzzing around you, all annoyingly difficult targets to hit, but me, I love the visuals here. The green lighting, the texture work, the overall aesthetic is reminiscent of a bygone era of gaming graphics, where pixel art was still a valuable asset in texturing, and colored lighting was being used to maximum extent. But the truth is, no matter how much I enjoy the lighting, the textures, and the overall mood that Daikatana opens with, this gameplay just isn't a good first impression. There's an ion blaster close by to the start of the map, which is a decent starting weapon and is going to see a lot of use. However, there are a few downsides to it. It fires slowly, the projectiles bounce off of walls and can hit Hiro if we're not careful, and firing it while in water will immediately cause self-damage. Couple this with the fact that our first enemies are going to be the infamous Froginators and Roboskeets. Yes, they really are called that. And we're tasked with trying to hit small, fast-moving targets using a slow-firing projectile weapon that can and will hurt us almost as much as our foes will. Oh, and the Froginators cause poison damage if they get close enough to bite at us, so that's double trouble. Fortunately, Froginators go down in one shot from the Ion Blaster, Roboskeets with only 2. But soon enough in this first map, we'll meet another enemy, the Robocrocs, who is significantly tougher and loves to swim in the water, making up-close and personal combat a little tricky. Then there's the Rock Gats, automatic turrets disguised as rocks, which can only be destroyed by shooting their nearby power source. One of the many well-intentioned design mishaps happens right here in the opening level, as Rock Gats can and will shred your health away like grated cheese, so we want to locate that power source and take it out fast. The problem with this is that the Rock Gats activate based on proximity, so so if we don't know that one is present, by the time we find out, we'll be halfway dead from the hit scan attacks. And when encountering them for the first time, players will probably flail and turn and fire directly at the cannon itself and not the power source, which isn't going to help in the slightest. We'll also encounter the benign cambots, which are essentially security drones that can and will alert nearby enemies, and the harmless mishima workers, who appear to be working on upkeep around the exterior of the fortress. Bizarrely, killing the inoffensive mishima workers will grant you experience points. So, I made sure to get my bag. When compared to the opening maps of other Romero games like Doom and Quake, this is an odd rogues gallery to present for first contact. However, gameplay is exactly what it should be. Daikatana's controls are commendably smooth and buttery. Few FPS games have had movement and controls that feel as natural and good to use as Daikatana's, which is both impressive and frustrating. We're going to spend most of this episode navigating tight spaces and narrow hallways, so this very welcome feel of movement is going to be mostly wasted in the beginning. Diligent exploration yields secrets. Near the beginning, we can find some armor, as well as the golden soul, a health pickup which provides an instant 100 HP to our health value. The golden soul is present throughout the entire game, and will always provide that 100 HP even if it propels it past your max value. If it does, your HP will then slowly tick back down to the highest amount of HP you can have, provided that you don't get hit by anything. Another secret yields a stat boost power-up, which, depending on the pickup, will increase one of your stats to max value for a limited amount of time. While we're here, I'd like to briefly mention the RPG Light stat system. We'll be collecting experience points from each enemy killed, and once we gain enough XP, we'll level up. And we'll have the option to choose one of 5 stats that we can upgrade during our playthrough. Power for strength, attack for attack speed, speed for movement speed, acro for jump height, and vitality for max HP. Collecting a stat boost power-up gives us a sneak peek at what one of these fully upgraded stats can do, which is kinda cool if you think about it, but these stat boosts only last about 30 seconds, which is never as long as they should, and are usually set in spots that make it so that we never get to fully utilize them for our own benefit before they inevitably wear off. Our 5 stats each have 5 possible upgrades, meaning we would need to reach level 25 in order to max out everything. However, Hero, bless his expertise in physics, starts the game at a measly level 0, not even level 1 as most RPGs are wont to do, so we're gonna be at a severe disadvantage starting out. Located close by is our first save gem. Well, this is part of Daikatana's controversial save system, in which players can only save their game if they have a save gem in their inventory. Save gems are hidden throughout the game, but we can only collect a maximum of 3 at a time, and we can't save without one. And whenever we begin a new episode, any save gems collected before that are lost. I don't think I have to say anything else about that. Fortunately though, the game contains a hidden save system in that it will invisibly autosave your game every time you load into a new section of a map, which is a discreet blessing if you're trying to resist spending your save gems, but also really annoying if you don't have any gems and you die and you have to go back something like a full 20 minutes and replay a bunch of bullshit. But I'm getting ahead of myself. So far, this is a fairly rough introduction to the game for players of the time. Arguably ugly lighting and color scheme, definitely annoying enemies, definitely an annoying first weapon, and definitely an annoying save system. One genuinely intriguing aspect I'd like to point out is the fact that Hero can eat fruit from these small plants to regain health. It's a very subtle mechanic, but it's an interesting one nonetheless. It's here that I run into my very first problem with my experience playing 1.0. I'm running along, minding my own business, shooting roboskeets, and as the game goes to load the next section of the map, it crashes. Okay, that's fine, I tell myself. I've been expecting something along these lines, and I'm honestly not surprised that the game crashed on the opening level. So I go back in and restart the game. After all, not a whole lot of ground was lost, and the lengthy cutscenes are skippable, so I just have to sit through the loading screens a couple of times, and then we're back at it. The loading screens, meanwhile, look like this. Every time a section of the map loads, or you load your game, this is what we, the audience, get to experience. 10 full seconds of load time, accompanied by that interminable clicking sound effect. Anyways, once I'm back in the map, I run to the same spot to load into the next section of the map, and the game crashes again. Cutscene skipped again, loading screens again, fly through the level, hit the map loading screen, and the game crashes again. By now I'm starting to worry that my journey to play through 1.0 is over before it's even had a chance to start. Off camera, I run the map a few more times in an attempt to bully the game into loading the next section of the map. Nothing works. I try to load the map switch save file, I try starting a brand new game. Nothing. Then, as if by magic, the game finally amazingly loaded the next section of the map without any indication as to why it did. So I immediately hit record and got back to playing. I don't know if I can convey the amount of terror and aggravation I experienced in playing this game after this point in time, because I had no idea exactly how stable Daikatana 1.0 was going to be. Every map switch, every loading screen, every single cutscene felt like a nebulous roll of the dice as to whether or not the game would crash, and if it did crash, whether or not it would then load a previous save. We can see this again here after defeating the first mini-boss of the game, the Thunder Skeet, which is a massive mama version of the Robo Skeets. I continued onwards after doing so and moved into the next section of the map, upon which the game crashed. Thankfully, this was a fast fix as I booted the game back up and reloaded the map switch save file, which dropped me right back into the action and I continued onwards. Another secret here, a personal favorite of mine, is found if you ignore the level exit and proceed to swim underwater to find a hive of Robo-Skeets guarded by another Thunder Skeet. Killing the Thunder Skeet drops a golden soul, and weaving through the rest of the hive yields us a new weapon, the C4 Vizitergo. Or at least it should. You can see here in my footage that I land beside the elevator that I'm supposed to take in order to leave the secret area, but there's no weapon. There should be a weapon here. I know this because I've played the game enough times recently to know that there should be a C4 launcher here as a reward for my diligence, and confirming this with the strategy guide leads to even more confusion. If we step away from 1.0 for a moment and head on over to 1.2, you can see here in this footage, clearly, a C4 launcher is lying on the ground. Comparing footage of both versions side by side, it's obvious that the Vizitergo is missing from this spot. However, my footage of 1.2 is on medium difficulty, not easy. So this begs the question, does easy difficulty omit the C4 Vizitergo from this section, or did the game simply not spawn the weapon for me to pick up? As it turns out, all of this is wrong. You've probably already seen my problem in the footage, haven't you? I bet you have, but if you, like me, did not notice the major gaffe that I committed, let me show you again. I did, in fact, pick up the Vizitergo, but one of the more subtle problems with this game is not broadcasting to players what they pick up. When you pick up items, there is a brief sound effect and a momentary message at the top of the screen describing what you just grabbed. If you're not looking at the top of the screen every single time you pick something up, you may or may not notice when you acquire something like a brand new weapon, as the game does not automatically switch to a new weapon upon acquiring it. Sure, we can look at our weapon inventory list over here for confirmation of what weapons we're carrying, but if we pick up a major piece of inventory, like this save gem over here, then the weapon inventory is bizarrely replaced with an item inventory. After not noticing that I picked up the Vizitergo, I turned and grabbed a save gem, which then obscured my arsenal, so even looking over at my hub for confirmation of my weapons was impossible in the moment. It's little choices like these that all stack together during gameplay to create unintentional confusion for the player. Anyways, after a little backtracking, we're off to the sewer system.
I envision the sewer system to be a 3-layer maze of sewer pipes, with a control room on each level to open the gates to the next floor up. The layout of the level turned out much better than that, thanks to Steve Resko's unique interpretation of my description. Some elements of the game changed along the way, and you can see the original ideas behind some of the characters. The sludge minion used to shoot lasers, but no longer does. A giant mini-boss called the Tentaclor, which had something like lawnmowers at the end of its tentacles, didn't make it in. Swamp Rats morphed into the more dangerous Venom Vermin XP5 and had to be moved to the end of the episode. This map underwent major revisions along the way. About 30% of the original map was cut so it wouldn't take so long to finish.
Hiro finds himself blocked by a heavy gate, but the ghost of Usagi Miyamoto comes back from the dead to help Hiro move forward in his quest. After this, we're granted entrance to the sewers, which has even more roboskeets and froginators than I would care to admit. Fortunately, however, we get introduced to a much larger and easier target to shoot at in the sewer, the sludge minion. These absolute units are maintenance workers in the sewers, and, according to their description in the strategy guide, clean up sludge found within the sewers by scooping it up and storing it. Then, if they encounter unwanted visitors, they will throw the sludge at them in order to ward off intruders. Now, I used to think that the sludge minions were shooting rockets at me whenever I encountered them, but it turns out that this is severely wrong. They're throwing flaming sewer waste in my direction, which in itself means that it is more than likely that is actually flaming shit. These robots shoot flaming shit at Hiro. Jesus Christ, John, what the hell is this game? Sludge minions normally would go down in 2 or 3 shots from the C4 Visitergo, but since I didn't realize I had one, I stuck with the ion blaster. Don't worry, I'll figure out my mistake soon enough. The sewers, for the most part, are pretty straightforward, activating keypads to open up waterways and backtracking to the new pathways. Then we get the ultimate gas hands, the only weapon that automatically swaps in so Hiro can place the gas hands on his glove and use immediately. It won't seem evident in this moment, and it probably won't ever seem evident if you don't experiment with this weapon, but this is hands down, no pun intended, the single most powerful weapon in the entire game. You won't think so because it's a melee weapon for your fists, but these puppies do 1,000 points of damage per attack. They also have limited use, as they're running on actual gasoline while equipped, but the HUD in 1.0 doesn't display this. Gas hands are a weapon that I always found annoying, and never used outside of meleeing froginators underwater when I first played the game. But since then, I recognize these big fucking gloves for the masterpiece that they are. Another map transition makes the game crash. Fortunately, I had a save file that was only 3 minutes older than the map transition save file, so I was able to load that instead and then proceed normally. This, however, gave me the opportunity to rerun a segment with the sludge minions while using the Visitergo, so now we can examine it. The C4 Visitergo is a fine weapon. It launches proximity mines comprised of C4, and when something, or someone, gets close enough, the mines explode. Simple stuff. However, the explosions created by the mines create massive splash damage. Splash damage, which does far too much damage to Hiro. So unless you're absolutely certain that you're out of range, don't get cocky with this. On top of that, sometimes ledges and walls have an invisible extended edge to them. So you might think you've got enough clearance to launch a mine, but instead, it will catch on that invisible surface directly next to you, and it'll explode. You can also set traps with the mines by dropping a bunch of them close to or nearby unsuspecting enemies, and then press the 3 key to set off the mines. The C4 Visitergo is versatile and powerful, if not a little overzealous on the area of effect if you're not cautious. There is a great example of Daikatana's bullshit traps here in the sewers though, where you have to swim underwater for an extended period of time, swim over and across this churning fan which can and will kill you if you so much as touch it, and then you have to hit a switch to lower the water, and then swim back across and over the churning fan before the water gets too low, and you get chopped up by it. This kind of environmental obstacle nonsense will become more present as the game continues. At the end of the level, Hiro makes a pithy comment about how Mishima's command fortress feels more like a prison, only to have that literally immediately confirmed by the next line of dialogue as well as the level transition. which causes the game to crash, so I have to load the map switch save.
This level used to be called Slammer Co., and it was a huge map. Eventually it got renamed and cut down in size so it would be easier to navigate. This dungeon isn't the typical dark, dank, slimy place that you'd expect. There are lots of iron bars and dirty steel walls. It's maintained by the Inmators, a consortium of sadistic robots that patrol the prison. Solitary is an important part of the story because this is where you find Superfly and where he joins you in your quest. There were a few proposed scenarios for the scene where you meet Superfly in his cell, but I like the one we finally settled on. In the final game, Superfly is detained in a torture device instead of just sitting in his cell.
If I have to summarize this map in a single sentence, it would be this.
You know, this is, excuse me, a damn fine cup of coffee. I can't tell you how many cups of coffee in my life, and this is one of the best.
Solitary is a great map. Loads of fun. Honestly, what should have been the first map of the episode. It also contains my favorite piece of music from the game, titled Kick Action. Will LeConto was doing some great work here, something that I don't think gets enough praise. In fact, reviews of the time actually said that the music hardly did anything for the game or for the atmosphere, which I find ridiculous. Daikatana's soundtrack overall is a fantastic OST that runs the gamut from cyberpunk to high adventure to dark fantasy to dystopian action near seamlessly. I'll point out more tracks as we come across them, but for now, here's a quick sample of the brilliance of Kick Action. We've got some brand new enemies here. Mishima guards are standard issue security forces with hit scan pistols that make them dangerous opponents, especially if you open a door and there's two on the other side that immediately start shooting at you. And Inmators are this level's giant robots with a laser blaster on one arm and a giant drill on the other. The strategy guide says that Inmators carry out punishments for prisoners, and to enforce fear tactics, will sometimes open up random prison cells and jib the prisoner inside to keep the rest of the prison in line. Jesus Christ. There's prisoners and sadistic surgeons milling about as well, and I'm pretty sure all of them give you experience points just like the workers do, so you know, have fun with it. We're also going to get a new weapon. Well, there was a secret in the sewer system where we could have gotten this, but never mind that for now. The Shot Cycler is Daikatana's double-barreled shotgun. Belt-fed, firing 6 shells in a row with each pull of the trigger. It does, however, need to be reloaded after each shot, which is a bit annoying. On paper, this is a badass display of force, but in execution, man oh man did Romero drop the ball with this one. It's not completely useless, but it is a little disappointing. Up against an Inmator, for example, one 6-shot burst fire will entirely eradicate the robot. Using the Shot Cycler on anything other than massive enemies turns into an exercise in wastefulness though, as most guards or workers will explode after just 1, sometimes 2 of the shells, leaving the remaining 4 shells to fire off impotently. Then again, if you have a small group of targets surrounding you, it is very possible to eliminate them all in one burst if your circle strafing is good and your aim is true, but that's more of an exception than a rule. On a final note about the Shot Cycler, you can use this as a rocket jump. Aim down, jump, fire, and the 6-round burst will float you through the air high enough to surmount obstacles that a regular jump can't reach. That's pretty neat. I genuinely have few notes here. No crashes other than the opening level transition, no bugs noted. This is a fairly straightforward level with some tight run and gun action that gets a little bullshitty on higher difficulties, but here on easy shows off some of the strengths of the gameplay. And honestly, I'm here to see how glitchy and buggy this experience is, not how hard the gameplay is. So I'm just glad to have an enjoyable run. At the end of the map, we're introduced to Superfly Johnson, who's strung up in a torture device for speaking out against Mishima. Superfly was the former head of security for Mishima, but now he's a prisoner for refusing to beat prisoners mercilessly. This is the first presentation of bullshit in this map, and it's kind of a doozy, one that always gets me no matter what. there's a keycard we need to unlock Superfly's bonds located behind a Mishima sign. But the way to open the sign is to find a power box and shoot it. I always forget where the power box is, so I always try manually opening the sign, then shooting the sign, then searching around for a button that I must be missing before finally doubling back and seeing the power box. It's really well hidden by having the power line run along the ground instead of the ceiling, which is where most of the power boxes have been located up to this point. And now, at last, we have our first companion, and we can get a little practice in ordering Superfly around. Companions can receive direct orders from you, or they can run around on their own devices. Commands include follow, stay, get item, and run away. I rebound my hotkeys to F for follow me, G for get item, and V for stay put. There isn't a whole lot happening right here at the very end of this map, so it's a fairly safe space to practice commands. On higher difficulties, you might have an issue or two running through the combat section in the next room, as Superfly doesn't have a weapon yet, so he's just using his fists. Yes, companions do need to pick up weapons, which means that they can pick up any weapon in the environment that they either see or you tell them to grab, which can get a little tricky if one of them accidentally grabs a C4 launcher. However, for now, I got to just briefly catch Superfly jib a guard with his bare hands. While we're on the subject, I want to note that running around with a companion is a little like playing The Sims, except you're frantically trying to shoot everything around you while giving your sim orders. Superfly and Makiko are helpless without you, and while they can attack without any weapons equipped, they're going to be far more likely to die if they don't, and die they will. Both companions have their own health and armor bars as you run through missions, so you'll need to keep one eye on their stats and make sure they pick up health and armor as necessary, because either of them dying at any time results in a game over for you. They'll also get stuck on surfaces in the environment, or they'll stand in your way in narrow corridors. Sometimes they'll walk in front of you while you're shooting at an enemy, and sometimes they'll start shooting at an enemy while you're standing in front of them. Here in 1.0, companions can and will do little more than make you feel like you're running a daycare, and all the other caretakers are on strike. As we leave Solitary in some fun environmental storytelling, there's a meat grinder nearby pulping body parts for God knows what purposes, which pays off in the next map. And then, at last, we get our first utterance of that very famous phrase right before the end of the map.
I'm on my way!
I can't leave without my buddy Superfly.
Originally, this was supposed to be the living section of the fortress. The original map was fully designed by Steve Resko as a living space, but it was just way too big. So, to fit with the new introduction to the story, with Hiro hiding inside a coffin to get into Mishima's fortress, we needed a new map. And so, the crematorium was born. A concept sketch was quickly produced and the entire map was designed by Stevie Case soon thereafter. But the map, which included the meat processing section, turned out to be really big, so we decided to make it 2 maps and the processing level was created.
Hey kids, can you tell me what's wrong with this cutscene? Here, I'll play it again. You see that? The camera work here starts off with the elevator rising upwards into the frame, with the camera moving down to enter the elevator to focus on Hiro and Superfly. Then the camera pulls back out of the elevator, making it seem like the elevator is actually moving down and away from the camera. As the camera pulls back even further, if we look at the walls of the elevator shaft, we can see that the lift is actually moving upwards, as is the camera. Then the camera pauses and the elevator moves upwards towards it before we cut to the elevator moving up into place from a different angle. I'm telling you kids, I just watched this one cutscene 6 or 7 times in a row, and yet I have no idea from a cinematic perspective how it is supposed to work. Alright, so where Solitary was the first truly fun map in the game, Crematorium is the first truly frustrating map in the game. Before I talk about the frustrating bits though, I have to give a special shout out to the fact that they have a Doomsgate performed on a funeral organ playing in the crematorium lobby. This is such a fun little gag that it's hard to not be charmed by it. There's also the introduction of hospitals, which are basically healing stations that you can stand at, activate, and slowly regenerate health from. We've seen a couple of those earlier in the game, but this is the first one with the actual hospital label on it. These are neat and welcome and great to return to if you've used up all the health packs in an area. And, fun fact, while the hospital will shut down after you've absorbed a certain amount of health from it, if you give it a few seconds, it will turn green again and you can get back to sucking up that sweet, sweet HP. You can even tell your companions to get the hospital and have them slowly regain health from it. You know, if their AI is willing to work with you. We've got a new enemy here, the Rage Master, which is yet another giant robotic fiend. This one is a melee attacker that uses its oversized fists to perform a beatdown on enemies, so we can at least put a little distance between us and the Rage Master in order to knock it down. On the other hand, the Rage Master is often surrounded by guards and laser cats, so we'll be sometimes torn between hit scan enemies, laser turrets, and the oncoming boxing robots. On harder difficulties particularly, the hit scanning guards are going to do a lot of damage to you and require more attention than the Rage Masters, but the Rage Masters are so big that they can and will block your weapons from hitting the guards. Enter one of these situations unawares, and suddenly you're dead again without really having a chance to get your footing. Take this situation for example. It throws a couple of guards, a Rage Master, and a turret at you all in the same room, but walking through the doorway, you may or may not notice all of these at once. In fact, you're going to be met by a guard at the door, then a guard right around the corner, all while the sounds of the Rage Master stomping and clumping demand your attention. But the turret on the ceiling can and will go unnoticed during this encounter, because you'll be more attentive to the enemies on the ground and probably won't look up, meaning you're taking any and all kinds of damage before you even understand what's in the room with you. Medium difficulty ups the ante in ways that don't seem fair for what would be considered normal difficulty, as there would be 2 additional guards outside the door and 2 more in the room. Doom 2's monster closet's got nothing on Daikatana. There's also a lot of crouching through vents here. A strange death occurs when I somehow pass by too close to a spinning fan below the floor. Honestly, I'm convinced that this was a glitch. I've replayed the footage several times here, and while I'm definitely nudging a little close to the spinning blades, this should not have killed me, although it does give me a moment to highlight one of 1.0's audio bugs. When you die in the game, a companion, usually Superfly, will deliver a one-liner about Hero's death. Normally, the dialogue gets cut off when the loading screen pops back up, but in 1.0, these audio lines will just continue to play even as the game reloads a save.
What are we gonna do now? Wander for all eternity?
On easy, this map is a lengthy, meandering, boring escapade that does little for the momentum built up by the previous level. On medium, this is a lengthy, meandering, boring escapade that is stuffed to the brim with hit scanners and laser turrets, all of which work against you to a frustrating degree. Also, having a companion character kind of sucks. I mostly just tell Superfly to stop and wait in certain places so that I can move onwards, clear the area, and then go back to retrieve him. But that retrieval can take a while sometimes, as Superfly has little incentive to move quickly. Even after calling him back to follow me, Superfly's pace is so glacial that a door he needs to pass through closes before he can even reach it, prompting me to open it again for him, just to load the next section of the map. You're going to run into this problem a lot throughout Daikatana. Companions simply do not move quickly when they are called, with rare exception. They'll run when combat is happening, but they won't move quickly to your position. So you could be standing at the level exit, ready to go, hammering away at the F key to get Superfly or Mikiko to follow you, and they'll just saunter their way towards you as though they're in the middle of a JCPenney's instead of the middle of a goddamn time travel adventure to stop a madman. It also takes everything in my power just to get Superfly to actually pick up a piece of armor that he actually needs. A moment before, I had dropped down into a secret area and grabbed some plasteel armor, which grants 200 armor points, and I was directing Superfly towards the chromatic armor, which grants 100 armor points. He refused to grab it despite my command, so I had to position myself on one side of the armor, then call him to me, just so that he would walk over it and pick it up. The section past this is one of the more frustrating combat sections of the game, and I don't even have to use footage from 1.2 to show you why. You can see down here in my HUD just how much damage I'm taking from the combination of the guards and my own ion blast ricochets. Then I accidentally kill myself with a ricocheted ion blast, which meant I had to run through that section again. You'll notice that ion blasts completely ignore armor rating and immediately take away from your health pool. And while I might be playing this game on easy mode, the guards tear through my armor and my health like tinfoil, meaning I get ganked yet again. However, This time, there's a significant bug. As you can see, I'm blasting away point blank at this one guard, and all of my shots are literally passing right through him with no damage, all while I'm taking fire from multiple angles. This almost happened again, but here I noticed that I could hit their legs. Their torsos remained intangible for some reason. With that, finally, thank God, I can move on to the next map.
Originally, this map was called the Defense Zone and was built by Securico as a heavy-duty layer of the fortress that would be impossible to get past, that Daikatana had to be guarded in a big way. The original map again proved to be gargantuan, and because E1M4 was so large, I decided to jettison the original E1M5 map and put processing in its place.
Almost right off the bat, we get two new enemies, the Venom Vermin and the Death Sphere. The Death Sphere lives up to its name with 4 laser blasters that rain death down on the player as it floats from above, and the Venom Vermin is a cybernetic rat that shoots mini rockets from its back. Oh, and its bites do poison damage. So now we have another small, highly mobile enemy that exists only to annoy us. If there's one word that I can bestow upon processing, that word would be hate. I hate this map. I just hate it.
So much. Flames on the side of my face.
A constant stream of narrow corridors stuffed full of deadly foes who somehow get 1 or 2 shots off at you before a door has finished opening, which leads to lots of death. At one point I decided to just completely start over on medium difficulty just to get a breather, which resulted in a hilarious audio glitch.
Hero is dead. So I guess you won't be needing these shoes. Hey, give me this sword.
After this brief interlude when I'm not hating the game for a moment, it's back to processing to continue my quest. Somehow, I engaged another glitch where I got stuck in a door, the game wasn't sure if it wanted to push me through the closed door or bounce me off of it, and then I was flung backwards for damage. And then...
I would if I could, man. I'll pound you in the steaming ass dust.
This entire section would be a hell of a lot easier if I hadn't missed the Sidewinder rocket launcher way back near the beginning of Crematorium. Which I did, see, it's right here. But while it's certainly on me for not noticing that it was simply lying there, that's the only Sidewinder weapon pickup until E1M7, Vault. So missing it here is a costly mistake that's going to make the next few maps that much more fraught. Even without the Sidewinder, this is still supposed to be easy difficulty. And yet, the absurd amount of damage I'm taking from any number of angles, all while attempting to juggle positioning of my companion character, is slowly beginning to take its toll on me. Narratively, we learn here that Mishima collects the dead bodies from the streets of Japan in order to bring them back to his headquarters and turn the bodies into hamburger meat. The aforementioned McMishima burger, much like Soylent Green, is people. We've already had plenty of reason to distrust Mishima as both a power-hungry madman and a corpo suit, but now he's clearly gone too far. I do appreciate Romero wasting no time with little subtlety in showing just how evil Mishima truly is. Aside from the cyberpunkian corpo dastardliness, Mishima also creates cannibals who don't know that they're cannibals. Whenever you see a villain tampering with civilian food, it's always the height of horror. In this map, we get the opportunity to pick up Episode 1's version of the BFG, the Shockwave. This thoroughly overcompensating weapon launches a metal orb that bounces off of surfaces, emitting thunderous shockwaves of destructive energy with each bounce until it's either depleted or comes in contact with an enemy. I do not recommend using this weapon ever. The shockwaves aren't nearly as destructive as they feel like they should be, and they will clip through walls and doors. So if you launch a shockwave ball into a room and then back out, you will not be safe unless you back way the hell away as much as possible. Otherwise, you'll probably just end up caught in the blast. Hero and Superfly make their way to a teleporter and use this to travel over to our next destination. which of course causes the game to crash.
This map turned out exactly as I envisioned it, thanks to the excellent groundwork laid by Steve Resco. Many revisions later, this map too is very large, and the final version of the icelab feels just right. There's plenty of cold nitro gel enshrouded in blue fog, and cryotechs doing that work in front of massive supercomputers.
It should be noted that there is a cutscene that is supposed to play when the map loads. However, the game crash skipped the cutscene automatically, so when I load the map switch save file, I just load into the game without getting to see the cutscene. You can see here in footage from 1.2, the cutscene sets up how dangerous this map is. There's liquid nitrogen running beneath the walkways, which will instantly kill Hero if he falls into it. Really nice that the game crash skipped the scene where I learned that so that I don't have to find out the hard way. Meanwhile, I do want to real quick call back to that CGI intro, specifically the brief scene where it looks like Hiro and Mikiko teleport into an area with radioactive material. I'm pretty sure that scene was supposed to happen here and was scripted to do so until Romero decided to switch things up and have Hiro rescue Mikiko instead of dropping in together. 2 new enemies await us here, the cryotechs and the battle boars. Alongside feeding people to people, there's something truly insidious when a villain alters animals into cybernetic monsters. The battle boar, which is a ridiculous-looking tusked pig mounted on tank treads, shoots rockets just like the venom vermin does, but is slightly more powerful. And the cryotechs have liquid nitrogen sprayers on their backs with limited range, so they're only really dangerous if you get too close to them, which doesn't happen very often. Icelab is fine. It's a fine map. There isn't a whole lot going on here. It's mostly straightforward, has decent navigation, and the environmental hazards are easy enough to avoid that dying to liquid nitrogen really feels like it's your own fault. I did manage to get a rare double game over here as I accidentally fell into the nitrogen, and as the death cam played out, Superfly valiantly attempted to fight off some guards, only to die as well. One little moment here made me happy though, where I got to bank ion blasts off of a wall and around a corner, taking out a cryotech, finally using the ricochet mechanic of the ion blaster to my own advantage. In all honesty, Icelab is the point where episode 1 starts to gently wear out its welcome. I am a big Daikatana apologist, and I can find a lot of good in this game where a lot of other people have very little positivity. Japan 2455, for example, while derided by many YouTuber know-it-alls and content creator grifters, is an aesthetically pleasing, thoroughly underrated masterpiece of cyberpunk visuals. But at this point, I have spent close to 2 hours running through murky, dirty, grimy, narrow environments with lots of environmental damage and enemies waiting directly behind corners or behind doors, with lackluster weapons that feel like they ought to feel good, but they just don't. And there's all of these nitrogen vents along the walkways that are releasing nitrogen steam, which can and will cause damage if I touch them. The shockwave here attempts to perform admirably, but in the end, I end up still taking unintentional self-damage from it due to the nature of the weapon. The big ball bounces backwards towards me and delivers one final burst of energy, and that's it. Somehow, the Ion Blaster, with all of its downsides, is the best and most reliable weapon in this episode. The Sidewinder is a very close second. I promise we will see that one soon. But combine all of this, the monotony, the bugs, the crashes, and so far, as much as I like this game, this experience is starting to wear a little thin, which isn't what you want the very first episode of the game to feel like. This kind of melange is usually reserved for pushing through, say, the third act of a game that's going on for a touch longer than it needs to, which makes no wonder why so many players probably didn't make it past this point. Icelab stays straightforward enough that we can maintain enough momentum to cruise through and find Mikiko, where we get to tell her about the death of her father, and she convinces us to press onward to steal the Daikatana away from Mishima, which means one more push to get through, and then we're on to the final map of episode 1. Unfortunately, that final map is Vault.
The first episode consisted of many large maps, and this one was no exception. It has been cut down in size to something that resembles a boss level, and it's just the right size. The end boss room is very close to the original vision thanks to Luke Whiteside, who finished off this map. I wanted the boss map to be more than just a big monster in the last room. It needed to be different, so I decided to make the room itself dangerous and then have 2 boss monsters instead of 1. So now, the room is really fun and your gateway to the rest of the game.
I don't hate Vault. I don't. It's honestly a mostly well-designed map. It's just that it's unfortunately saddled with the responsibility of having us control not just one, but both of our companion characters for the first time, and also in being the final map of the episode, so we're cranking up the difficulty significantly. And considering the tedium most players are no doubt feeling by this point, Jesus Christ, does an extra tough map with a boss fight not feel like fun right now? Controlling 2 companions versus just 1 is exactly as tedious as you'd think. Sometimes, as they both attempt to enter the same lift or walk across the same hallway, they will collide with each other, and one of them will probably fall off. So you'll have to tell one to stay put and tell the other one to follow you, and then you'll have to swap to the other one once the first one has finished their navigation, and then tell them to follow you and hope that they get to you. We're not going to have both companions a lot during the whole of the game, but whenever we do, this is how it's going to go, and it's just not fun. Moving through the long halls of Vault, I had to constantly backtrack, find the companion that I had unintentionally run too far ahead of, and then tell them to follow me again in order to ensure that they were actually doing just that. Here's a fun little segment which highlights this exact issue. Vault's coup de grace of torment is a mystifyingly terrible series of platforming escapades that genuinely prompts the question, who the fuck thought that this was good design? First, we're crawling through the ceiling vents and are teased with a health pickup, but the vents break out from under us, causing us to take fall damage and land right in front of a Rage Master and a Death Sphere, which isn't good. Now we're stuck in a room with a group of platforms pumping up and down on pistons, and we need to jump from one to the other in sequence to get back up to the vents on the other side of the room. This isn't as easy as it sounds, because all of the platforms are on different timers, moving at different speeds, and if we don't time everything correctly, we'll fall again and again, taking more fall damage each time we drop. While this is inherently a pain in the ass, the icing on the ass cake, yes, ass cake, I'm gonna be a little AVGN about this, is that there's a breakable grate covering the vent we need to hop into to move forward. However, this opening is just small enough to require a precision leap from the moving platform to the vent opening, like a crouch jump, for example. But since you're already working against the momentum of a moving platform that you're jumping off of, the timing and the coordination for this jump has to be so very, very specific that you will most likely find yourself falling again and again, but also falling all the way back down to the ground, where you'll then need to begin the entire platforming sequence all the way over. In later patches, such as 1.2, this would be changed so that you could shoot out not just the front side of the vent, but the top of the vent as well, allowing you more room to jump in without frustration. Here in 1.0, however, it took everything for me to make it in. The only thing good about this section is that Mikiko and Superfly stayed back so that I could go it alone. The game will wisely have sections where you'll need to do some kind of expert platforming or reconnaissance, but it also knows that it would be impossible while corralling the companions, so sometimes your sidekicks will inform you that they're staying put until you return. Vault's penultimate moment of torment is in this section where you fall from the ceiling, look down for a platform to land on, fall, take fall damage, and then ride the platform as it comes all the way back up to where you were just standing, moving over and around to slowly drop into acid or goo or whatever this stuff is, so that you can blast away a grating and wade through the vents once more. If you get knocked off of the platform, by the way, you're dead. If you somehow survive falling into the acid, you won't have any way of making it forward, so I hope you have a save file close by this area. Vault is little more then corridors full of guards, death spheres, battle boars, and venom vermin, and oftentimes they're waiting around blind corners. Just lots of damage flying in your direction at all times, meaning you're going to be doing a lot of hunting for health whenever you can, and praying that either you or your companions don't die from the constant onslaught. That, and also praying that you'll retain enough health for the boss battle at the very end of this map. You know, if Superfly doesn't die from standing in a doorway for too long, even Makiko gets clipped by it. How are doors so deadly in this game? Also, I can't move forward in Vault without talking about this map transition.
I can't leave without Makiko and Superfly. I can't leave without my buddy Superfly.
Zero urgency. These two think that they're the only ones saving the world. Alright, we're finally here at the end of the map, and the end of episode 1. We now just have to endure what is honestly one of the worst boss fights ever made. The moment we step into the room holding the Daikatana, the floor electrifies. This is because there's a pair of breakers that go up and down on these poles, and when they come back down and touch the connector on the floor, it shoots electricity across the whole floor. If you're not standing on a platform when this happens, you'll take damage. Apparently, best way to inform the player of this was to electrify the floor the moment they walk in, just so we're taking damage immediately. We need to look up and destroy these 3 yellow glass tubes connected to the center pillar. Breaking each one opens up one of 3 hidden compartments to reveal a brain in a glass case with floating eyeballs. We have to destroy each of these 3 brains, and each one we destroy pops open another hidden compartment, 2 of which have laser turrets, and once all 3 are destroyed, then the main compartment slides open to reveal a giant brain in a glass jar with floating eyeballs and 2 laser turrets defending it. We need to destroy the giant brain, after which 2 creatures called Cyclaws teleport in to attack Hero. These monsters have melee attacks that do insane damage, but on top of that, they shoot these multicolored rings, which, if hit by them, cause the screen to wobble and shake uncontrollably, leaving you open to attack. I don't know if I have it in me to convey how boring this is. If you don't know what you're walking into, you absolutely will have to run this fight a few times. It's just too easy to take unfair damage, either from the electrified floor or the hidden laser turrets, which will open up and blast you unawares. Then there's the Cyclaws. They take a fairly decent amount of time to teleport in, and they both appear on top of the central platform, one of the few places to stand, so you don't have to worry about the floor is lava bullshit. Meaning, chances are, you'll be standing directly next to one as they pop up, and you'll tank a load of damage if you're not killed outright. And finally, let's just say you do manage to hop away. The psychedelic rings that they shoot can and will disorient you to such a degree that they will swoop in for the kill, and you will die. Otherwise, if you know what you're doing, as you can see here, this is a boring exercise in slop. Episode 1 of Daikatana is a mixed bag. It has my favorite aesthetic in the whole game, but is far too difficult for an opening chapter and has too many meandering choices to allow itself to be truly fun. Of the weapons, the Ion Blaster and the Sidewinder feel the best to use, something I should be able to say about the Shot Cycler, but that 6-shot burst deeply hampers any kind of fun there is to be had with it. Monotonous gameplay, hit-scan enemies which shred health and armor, and lackluster weaponry just suck the air out of this game. The introduction to Daikatana is something that is really only enjoyable by those who have already played the game before and understand what there is to come later. And if we were only talking about base gameplay mechanics, there would be some more forgiveness here. But the bugs, the game crashes, the borderline uncontrollable sidekicks all drag the leash on what should be an opening sprint. As mentioned at the beginning of the documentary, I played through Daikatana 4 times for the purposes of really getting into the meat of gameplay, and playing through 1.0 has so far been easily the worst time I've had of this. I'm astonished. I absolutely and fully understand why so many people in 2000 played through as much of this first episode as they could and called it quits. It's even a little devastating to play a game in this state. Sometimes we gamers will play a title long after its initial release, sometimes 2 or 3 or 4 patches deep, and the game that we play, and maybe fall in love with, was perhaps once considered a broken, buggy mess. As patches are applied, they become part of the core download moving forward. We can't move backwards in today's gaming landscape. Whatever version a game has been updated to, it is now the version which we download on purchase. It's rare for us to then have the ability to strip away all the patches and gloss applied after launch to get our hands on that raw substance and experience it with fresh eyes. In the case of Daikatana, I don't recommend it. There's Another lengthy cutscene here with Hiro finally grabbing the Daikatana, but Kage Mishima arrives in full Shogun cosplay, wielding a Daikatana of his own. Seems that he's actually been hiding out in the year 2030, which is the epicenter of all the time travel manipulation that he's been doing. So the Daikatana that he's currently holding is the same Daikatana that we're currently holding, just from 2 different points in time. And if they were to touch, say in a sword fight of some kind, that could cause a time rupturing paradox. So our heroes are kind of in a box here. None of that matters, however, as Mishima uses his Daikatana to open up a time rift and send us falling through it to who knows where. Actually, I do know where, and that where is actually when. Let's take a look at Daikatana's second episode.
I chose the ancient Greek setting for the second episode because it's about the oldest time period that most people can relate to, other than Egypt and wacky prehistoric dinosaur land. In addition, the Greek time period provided plenty of mythology that most people have learned. There's also lots of interesting locations in the ancient Greek myths for adventuring. I cut the original design of episode 2 down a little due to time constraints. We used to have King Minos' castle, the palace at Knossos, and the Isle of the Cyclops, which was going to be the secret level. Someday, I might get back to these.
Pound for pound, from start to finish, the Greek episode of Daikatana might just be the best one. Expansive, visually interesting, with fun weapons and unique monster design. From the moment we open up the episode to the moment we bring down an actual mythological monster, ancient Greece is mostly a non-stop blast. Mostly. After the experience of Japan 2455, it's hard not to feel some sort of sigh of relief the moment that the narrow hallways open up and we're allowed to explore the larger spaces and awe-inspiring world of mythic adventure. Daikatana's movement is some of the best I've ever experienced in a first-person shooter, and Ancient Greece really allows that movement to shine. Another factor in why Ancient Greece feels so good from a player perspective is the lighter focus on narrative. Longtime viewers know that I'm a huge proponent of story in games, especially first-person shooters. But throughout most of Daikatana, Romero's drive to have a deep narrative leads to a lot of overcompensation, with long cutscenes and a need to provide detailed storytelling throughout the course of the game. Episode 3 gets the worst treatment in that regard, but we'll get there when we get there. Ancient Greece, as far as the game's story is concerned, boils down to, we're in ancient Greece and we need to find a way out. And that's all. No discussions of corporate evils or examinations of Mishima's morality, just pure flat-out action and adventure with a little light exposition thrown in to keep you invested. Narratively, Ancient Greece also has Daikatana's best writing, and aesthetically, I've yet to meet anyone who isn't at least entertained by ancient Greek design. Romero's team at Ion Storm really went hard here, and as a semi-historian and lover of ancient history, the mixture of authenticity and fantasy here is incredible. It doesn't feel like a fantastical version of ancient Greece. It feels like we've stepped into the actual mythological Greece, where actual gods and monsters once existed. That's difficult to pull off, and yet Romero did. The episode opens with a super brief cutscene on Hiro, who's emerged from Mishima's time portal alone on Lemnos Island. He spends just enough time pondering the fact that he's actually been thrown backwards in time before realizing that his companions are missing. And then we're off to the races. The first major thing that we're going to notice here is that we have lost all of our weapons from the previous episode, but we have gained one, the legendary Daikatana. Now, the Daikatana itself isn't just a weapon for us to utilize in our adventures, and we're probably not going to want to use it very much at first because it's kind of weak as hell, and since we're facing mythological monsters, it's not a great idea to go in swinging with melee attacks. But the Daikatana can level up and become stronger. When you kill an enemy with the Daikatana, the sword will absorb that XP instead of Hiro, potentially able to reach a max level of 5. At any point during gameplay, we can hit the tab key and see how close we are to leveling up the sword again. So from this moment forward, we're going to be balancing XP distribution between Hiro and the sword. And the neat thing is, you don't have to level up the sword if you don't want to. You don't even have to use the sword if you don't want to, which unfortunately seems antithetical to the entire point of the game. But for some reason, we've picked up the Daikatana at its weakest point in the timeline. Still, leveling it up increases the sword's speed and damage significantly. A fully powered Daikatana does almost as much damage as the ultimate gas hands. So we, the player, have to decide which is more important, sinking XP into the Daikatana or XP into our character.
For the second episode, I picked the classic Greek period of 1200 BCE as a great place to have an adventure, mostly because there's so much instantly recognizable mythology that players will have an immediate understanding of the environment and locations they will find themselves in. I wanted to pick a set of legendary locations to romp around in, so I chose to have Athens as the center and the other locations before and after it. I wanted to strand the player on Lemnos Isle, across the sea from Athens, and have them find their way off the island to start the adventure. The way off the island is to find Charon's horn, so you can call him to the shore and pay him with a drachma for transport across the water.
This is as gentle an introduction to a new episode as it gets. In all honesty, this feels like it was designed to be the actual first map of the entire game, introducing players to mechanics and movement. It probably should have been. There's not only a massive aesthetic change to our environment, but to our health and armor pickups. Instead of health packs, we get life vases, which are little jars full of healing water. Instead of hoss portals, there's fountains of healing water for us to stand at and drink from until we're healed. And armor now resembles Grecian design versus the cyberpunkian gear we got in Japan. As we progress further through the game and enter new areas, our pickups will visually change to appropriately match the era we're in. A neat little immersive touch from Romero and his team. We get two enemies to encounter: the skeletons and the spiders. The skeletons were inspired by the stop-motion Ray Harryhausen effects from Jason and the Argonauts, and it shows. They're a fantastically straightforward melee enemy that isn't difficult to drop, but in larger groups they can and will overwhelm you if you're not careful. Meanwhile, the spiders, while annoying, don't annoy nearly as much as the froginators and roboskeets and venom vermin. There's small baby spiders and big mama spiders who constantly spawn baby spiders until you kill the mother. Baby spiders usually mean the presence of a mama, so keep your eyes open. The Discus of Daedalus is our first mythical weapon, and while it has its downsides, such as sometimes getting stuck bouncing off of walls and being unable to return to your hand, the Discus is a great first weapon in that it has both a ranged attack and a melee attack. When thrown, the Discus will either hit enemies and then bounce back to Hero's hand, or bounce off of a surface of some kind and then return, ready to be thrown again. But if you're up close to an enemy, Hero will simply use the bladed edge of the Discus for a melee swing that does the same amount of damage. And it even swings a little bit faster than the Daikatana, which helps you get out of sticky situations just a touch easier in the opening map sections. But the Discus's most interesting aspect is in how it deals with ammo. Since it's just a single disc that flies back to you, you probably wouldn't expect it to have ammo. But you will continually find more and more discs lying around Greece. You can stack up to 10 discs in your inventory, and depending on what you're aiming at, you could throw all 10 in a row and have them come back to you, so you won't have to wait for just the one disc to come back in order to throw it again. It's such a cool feeling tossing multiple discs and catching them all in rapid succession. A fantastic first weapon. We can also find the Venomous, another dual-purpose weapon. The Venomous is comprised of two poisonous snakes attached to a staff, and when attacking from afar, each of the heads will spit globs of venom out towards monsters, doing damage on impact and causing poison damage. Up close, the heads will instead switch to melee and bite at enemies. This weapon has all the problems of the Ion Blaster and none of the perks. The venom blobs bounce off of surfaces just like the Ion Blasts did, meaning you are more than capable of potentially hitting yourself with a stray shot, but the ramifications are that you're now suffering poison damage afterwards. And since the staff shoots faster than the Ion Blaster, you could potentially accidentally hit yourself with multiple blobs. It's a weapon that means well, but should only be used in extreme circumstances, such as when you're trying to save ammo for other weapons, and definitely should never be used by your sidekicks because they can and will hit you with it a lot. Also, it's a little criminal that the model for Hero's arm is cut off here in the animation. Come on, Romero. Fucking roll! The ultimate goal of this first map is to get off the island. Hero discovers a horn, which we're supposed to bring over to this stand, and when it's sounded, the actual factual ferryman of the dead himself appears to us. Charon is a death deity of few words, but manages to get across to Hero that he requires payment to allow Hero to use his boat for passage. We then get to dig through some ruins, fight some monsters, find the drachma coin, and bring it to Charon. Lemnos Isle is blissful. It's almost relaxing, really. Sure, there's an element of danger, and if you're not quick on your feet or you're attempting to rely on the Daikatana in order to level it up, you could find yourself taking way too much damage way too fast. But the iconic track from this OST, titled Myth Epoch, is both exciting and calming in a way that few pieces of music from computer games can accomplish. In many ways, this first level should have been the very first level of the entire game. Straightforward, easy to navigate with all the right context cues and the right amount of action, all with plenty of space to move and experiment. It's the antithesis of the marsh level from Japan 2455 and might be one of the best opening levels in any first-person shooter ever. Romero has succeeded on all fronts here.
I didn't want to make it that easy to get straight into Athens, so I figured it would be fun to put players deep in a scary underground area for a while, so they'd be happy to see the bright sun again. I want players to think that there's some place even older than Athens, someplace hidden and forgotten. I also wanted to shift away from the adventurous, epic-sounding music and open-air feel of the first map, go down into the depths for a while, and then surface back in Athens. That approach is part of how I design games. I try to provide contrast in the same things over and over. Tight, closed-in spaces, then huge open areas. Bright outdoor lighting, then dark, dank, subterranean passages. Epic, adventurous tunes changing to creepy, scary music.
Right off the bat, Catacombs introduces us to a new enemy, the Griffin, which is hold on here. Sorry about that, my venomous staff got stuck in melee animation while trying to fire in ranged mode, so I had to switch to my discus. Anyways, the Griffin is a solid flying enemy that does decent damage to the player and always seems to come out of nowhere, but never seems unfair. It has no ranged attacks of its own, so it needs to slowly fly in close to get at you. While fairly simple in execution, the Griffin can be a menace if it gets too close, so you want to take it out as soon as possible while balancing more immediate threats on the ground. Solid work with this enemy. As we venture underground into the titular catacombs, we'll run into our next new foe, the Thief. This little guy is fodder and simply exists to irritate and chip away at your health while moving around quickly. Their telltale sign is that they make sand people noises for some reason, which alerts you to their presence. Again, a solid, straightforward enemy here. No surprises, no bullshit, just a fast little dude that throws knives. Going through the catacombs heightens the high fantasy atmosphere that Greece is crafting for the player. Those of you who have played RPGs such as Baldur's Gate or Divinity will quickly recognize the dark tunnels and the descent into danger, with ominous music accompanying the journey as we explore a series of ruins that was clearly once populated by living beings but is no longer, and the reason why might be deadlier than we expect. There's a great little sequence where an earthquake causes a bridge to collapse, making it so we need to leap across instead, which, while very doable, still feels like we're elevating our character experience from a simple martial arts instructor in 2455 to a leaping, discus-throwing adventurer in 1200 BCE. There is some great atmosphere here and an emboldening feeling of progression. Daikatana somehow is defying its own opening episode to deliver simple, satisfying combat and exploration, almost as though the game itself realizes it needs to make up for that experience. Of course, the game reminds us that we're supposed to have companions in here, so Mikiko returns. Our Grandmaster of Combat and expert in physics, kids.
That was stupid.
Hiro, is that you?
Mikiko. Oh, glad to see you're all right. Mind giving me a hand?
No problem. Hang on. Got it.
Much appreciated. Any sign of Superfly?
I haven't seen him. He could be anywhere. I say we forget about him and move on.
No way. We're not leaving without him.
How altruistic of you. Do I need to remind you of what's at stake here?
Look, while I'm loving the ancient Greece experience here, the cutscenes are unfortunately suffering as a result. In episode 1, there was a lot of flash and interesting camera work and exposition that needed to occur in getting the player up to speed. Now in episode 2, with no narrative to feed into, there's a sense of Romero flailing to find ways to incorporate cutscenes and dialogue to maintain his desire to tell a distinct story within this game. Unfortunately, this means goofy dialogue, stilted camera work and animations, and an overall sort of impatience whenever these little story breaks happen. I mean, for some reason, we need to have Hiro and Makiko push a boulder through a wall and trigger a cave-in and run for their life just to, I don't know, move the story ahead? Again, goofy is the word of the day here, and while Romero's storytelling efforts have probably been goofy this entire time, with no plot to chew on and no set dressing to disguise the efforts, Romero's continual need to tell a story when he doesn't really need to in this episode is kinda cringe.
My original vision of Athens was to have it built on a slight slant. That way players could tell they were progressing because they were higher up than they were at the start. Instead, the map was built with flat flooring to make it easier on the AI, but it still resembles a city as it was originally intended. There are some really nice fountains, statues, and architecture all over the place. This map was reworked several times to get the look it has now.
Oh, Athens, we have a lot to talk about with this map. First off, we have 3 new enemies to engage with: the Centurions, the Harpies, and the Caryatids. Centurions carry spears to either throw at you or stab with up close. Harpies have magic arrows that launch from the air, and Caryatids are massive statues that come to life and can only be killed with our latest weapon, the Hammer of Hades. I love the Hammer of Hades, and I fully acknowledge how bullshit it is and the drawbacks of the weapon, but I fucking love it. A voice from above, aka John Romero with a voice modulator, warns us that the hammer's power comes from within, which means that we can easily damage ourselves with it.
Beware! The Hammer of Hades. Its power is derived from within.
Basically, to use the heavy hammer, we need to hold down the fire key to lift it, and depending on how long we hold it, we will do more damage when it hits the ground. Should we choose to hold it down until it's lifted all the way, the hammer drop will cause a huge shockwave, damaging not only all foes around us, but Hiro as well. The weapon is slow, a pain in the ass, and is the only way to destroy the Caryatid statues for some reason. If you hated the spirits and ancient gods, then you're gonna cry bullshit here as well. John Romero cares not for player agency. Still, like I said, I love this weapon for the sheer fact that it makes you think about how you're using it in combat. I loved incorporating it into my combat loop, timing the hammer drop, sometimes just tanking the self-damage that it did. This is the shotgun of the Grease episode, and while not nearly as versatile as the other weapons in this era, it absolutely slaps. It's at this point in the game that something occurred to me. It began to seep in when I fully emerged from the catacombs and solidified when I reached the mansion exploration puzzle. Daikatana is widely regarded as a first-person shooter, probably because that's what the game was marketed as, and that's what the game was built as, and since it was created by one of the fathers of the boomer shooter, yeah, it's safe to say that Daikatana is a first-person shooter. But I don't really think it is. Romero had been wanting to push innovative design in action games forward since the conception of Quake, and coming to Daikatana, his mindset was still there. He knew, however, that his first game with his new company wasn't the game to completely reinvent the wheel, so he returned to FPS mechanics as the delivery system for his new ideas. And if we were to play this game as a straightforward first-person shooter, we would definitely miss that intention. In fact, I believe that Japan 2455 suffers most from players rushing forward while expecting a high-speed, high-caliber shooter like Quake, when really, the pacing of the game's combat is much more gradual. We're not supposed to run and gun and shake the trees with the might of our boomsticks. We're supposed to take it slow and steady and level ourselves up. Romero's inspirations for Daikatana included Chrono Trigger and The Legend of Zelda. One of them was a story-based traditional JRPG with turn-based combat, and the other was a more action-focused RPG focused on exploration and acquiring more and more powerful items to aid in your quest. Take the narrative focus and leveling system of Chrono Trigger, add in the combat and exploration of Legend of Zelda, and execute all of this with the FPS mechanics of Quake, and Daikatana is born. Daikatana is not a first-person shooter. Rather, Daikatana is a first-person action role-playing game, and once you start to play the game through that lens, so much more of it begins to make so much sense. Athens ends with a sprawling series of wide open courtyards and a climb up towards the Acropolis. I also get the chance to finally use one weapon I've been holding on to but haven't used yet, the Sun Flare, which is basically a jar of Greek fire thrown like a grenade. Moving through these spaces, battling harpies and centurions, the grandeur and the spectacle are in full force. By now, I'm fully convinced that if Romero had simply opened the game with Hiro and crew being flung back to Greece, more players would have drank the Kool-Aid. I certainly am now. Glitches and bugs are minimal. Mikiko dies once due to some bullshit, but even that's not heartbreaking. The game is running on all cylinders, and it's really, really something to engage with Romero's vision. And then we reach the Acropolis.
Initially, the Acropolis, a collection of buildings, not a single structure, was designed to resemble the real Acropolis on the hill above Athens, Greece. But all that openness would have killed game speed. Instead, we broke it down into 5 main buildings separated by winding mountain roads and precipices. The result is an awesomely huge and beautiful area of the game. The puzzle is interesting as well, because you must visit each of the 4 main buildings twice to get past the stage. At the end, you reach the impressive entrance to the Parthenon, the largest structure in the Acropolis and home to Cerberus, the 3-headed hell dog.
Well, to begin with, the first thing that happens is that I lose Mikiko and she can't navigate her way back to me, so that's a fun start. Second, we've got a new enemy, the Satyr, which is the last of the non-boss enemies we'll be meeting in this episode. The Satyr is a bruiser who runs up close to hit you with a heavy punch, and he'll tank a lot of damage beforehand. If you see one of these, hit him hard and fast before he can do much damage. Third, we've got a new weapon, the Trident of Poseidon, which is in a close race for best weapon of the episode alongside the discus. The Trident is a powerful weapon that fires 3 blasts of water-based energy. When we pick it up, we're given an ominous directive.
I bestow the power of the Trident of Poseidon upon you. Use it wisely to defeat the guardian, Cerberus.
Remember that for later, kids, because the modified voice of John Romero is not kidding when he says we're going to need this to defeat Cerberus. The Trident, again, is a triple shot weapon with intense splash damage. No pun intended. So even if you miss your target by a hair, chances are that the splash damage will still hit. Simultaneously, that splash damage will hurt you real good if you're too close to your target while firing, so keep that in mind while playing. It's interesting and somewhat frustrating to have 2 other weapons in our arsenal this episode that swap between melee and ranged attacks on the fly, but the Trident here, even with its potential melee purposes, does not. Inconsistencies abound in Daikatana. Still, the Trident is a solid weapon as it stands, with just a few drawbacks. It also claims the title for the most ridiculous ammo pickup as you collect an entire statue just for the Trident that it holds. Talk about overkill. Okay, but the Acropolis. This map, like many in the game, is far too big for its own good. There are 5 separate, huge sections of this map that we will have to run through, all connecting one supermassive area to explore and backtrack through in order to figure out all of the puzzles necessary for opening up all of the paths that lead through the map. That, in and of itself, is not bad, convoluted though it may be. For example, the first puzzle involves telling Mikiko to stand on a switch that opens up a door that only stays open if someone is standing on said switch, so we need to leave Mikiko in place while we explore. Once outside, there's a switch that will keep the door open, so then we have to run all the way back inside in order to get close enough to Mikiko to call her back to us to follow, because otherwise the game won't let us progress through the next section of the map without her. Basically repeat that 5 times and you get the gist of this map. No, it's not exactly rocket surgery, but it is tedious, because some of the sections of the map have multiple pathways that crisscross, so there is no linear direction, meaning that you'll constantly be experimenting with where you need to go in order to figure out how you get to the end. And considering how long the load times are, half of your gameplay experience of Acropolis is going to look like this. Doubling down on this tediousness is the fact that the game has invisibly tasked you with finding 5 keys that will unlock the gate at the end of the Acropolis in order to progress. You won't know what these keys are for, or even why you're collecting them, unless you navigate your way all the way to the end of the map, where Hiro and Mikiko have a brief dialogue about 5 stone plates, which spell out the word Aegis. Now all things make sense, but if you haven't collected all the keys by the time you get here, you'll need to circle back and go through each section of the map one by one, searching up and down for the keys, meaning your experience is then going to look something like this. Since there's no signposting for the keys or context for why you're looking for them from the outset, you're not going to know why you're searching for these keys or even how many there are. In fact, you might not even realize you've collected the first one on your path, which is the letter A key down here in this spider-shaped pool of water. There's a save gem right next to the key, so if you happen to have room for a gem in your inventory and you pick up the gem immediately after picking up the A key, the pickup message for the gem at the top of the screen will override the pickup message for the key. And as we've already seen back in Japan, it can be really easy to miss those messages in the first place. In short, this huge map is one long switch hunt and key hunt, with plenty of 10-second load times anytime you need to make your way backwards or forwards. Oh, and I had this fun little audio bug right before I could use the Aegis keys.
Wait up! Wait up! Wait up!
And then the final little frustration of the map is that, after doing all of this running around and collecting the keys, a set of iron bars lowers to prevent you from leaving. You have to run through a nearby tunnel first in order to confront Cerberus. Remember the warning we got earlier from Modular John Romero about using the trident to fight Cerberus? I hope so, because that's basically the only weapon which will kill the Hound of Hell quickly enough before it takes a big bite out of your HP. Once that's all wrapped up, we're treated to another cutscene of Hiro and Makiko outside the Parthenon before we're on to the final map of Episode 2. The Acropolis map is our first sign of trouble in the overall design of Daikatana. After multiple levels in a row of linear start-to-front design with just enough exploration to promote player agency, Acropolis throws us into the deep end with a front-to-back-to-front looping series of map sections, distinctly non-linear in execution. Even if you know where the Aegis keys are, as Romero said in his design commentary, chances are good that you'll be visiting each map section twice, in no particular order. It's a drastic change from what we've been experiencing thus far as to give the gamer whiplash. Had we been building up to this kind of complex exploration beforehand, I don't think I'd have a problem with it showing up like this. But as it stands, Acropolis is indicative of the uneven design mechanics across the whole of Daikatana, and foreshadowing for future neck pains.
The original design of Daikatana called for 3 maps beyond this one, which made for a total of 8 maps in this episode. Getting those finished would have required more time than we had, so I chose to end the episode here at the lair of Medusa, hidden deep below the Parthenon. I wanted the player's journey to be one of constantly descending into the earth, getting darker and more dangerous, visiting ever more ancient architecture, as if the Parthenon was built upon a millennia of dead cities. At the end of your journey, you face the hideous Medusa. Her dead soul provides the power for the Daikatana to take you forward in time out of this era. The other 3 locations that were designed to be in this episode were the Temple of Knossos, the Kingdom of King Minos, who was originally going to power up the Daikatana, the Labyrinth of the Minotaur, which you had to defeat to gain Minos' respect so he would help you, and finally, the secret level, the Isle of the Cyclops.
Yes, somehow, we are already at the end of Greece 1200 BCE. After Japan 2455 outstayed its welcome, getting here is somehow both a breeze and a monumental journey. Partially because of the Acropolis, but also, in part, because of the high adventure journey we've been on. Immediately here, we get the BFG of Greece, the Eye of Zeus.
Stop pushing me around.
The Eye of Zeus. May its awesome might guide you to victory against the treacherous Medusa.
Modular John Romero speaks from above and tells us that we'll need the eye to defeat the treacherous Medusa. The way the eye works is that you'll wave it briefly and it will shoot out a tremendous thunderbolt, taking out as many as 3 or 4 foes at a time. But if there's no enemy for the weapon to target, it's going to do self-damage and knock you back, so don't wave this thing around indiscriminately. This is also the only weapon which will kill Medusa at the very end of the map, which is a task in and of itself. The lair of Medusa is super cool and highly detailed. We're going to enter the Parthenon and immediately begin descent into a creepy, foreboding underworld, which grows darker and meaner and more gruesome as we go. Even the lighting shifts as we come closer to our final foe, with channels of emerald-colored poison that we have to swim through, which will do no damage as long as we remember to collect bottles of antidote along the way. Antidotes do wear off over time, so keep an eye out for that message telling you that, because if you're underwater when it happens, you'll start taking poison damage immediately. Horrid, monstrous images line the walls of this place, including images of Medusa herself with green glowing eyes. I'm particularly fond of the archways shaped like open mouths with forked tongues and fangs. This here is great design work. Focused, detailed, passionate. Lair of Medusa in and of itself is a strong argument for Ion Storm's design is law mantra. And like most of episode 2, this map is straightforward with lots of monsters to fight and minimal frustrations other than leading Makiko around. It's always a fun time when your bullshit AI controlled sidekick gets stuck in poison and just dies because they're too dumb to try and get out of it. After respawning, I tried to get her to pick up health, and I even tried to get her to pick up the antidote, but she refused both times. So I took some creative navigation to make sure that she didn't repeat the mistake, which didn't work. So I just tanked the fall damage instead and made sure she followed me. However, since it's Daikatana, we can't have nice things without some incredible bullshit along for the ride. Enter Medusa. Much like the myth, her eyesight will turn you into stone. In theory, she's kind of a pushover, only able to withstand 2 or 3 shots from the eye of Zeus, but her stone stare is absolutely no joke. On easy, it's not that hard to deal with. You can withstand the transformation for long enough to get in the couple of Zeus shots necessary to kill her. Meanwhile, on normal difficulty, if you stay in her sight for more than 2 seconds, you're done for. Let's take a look at that. Yeah, that's some bullshit. Anyways, after defeating Medusa, her residual energy powers up the Daikatana, meaning Hiro can now take a shot at using the sword to get them out of this time period. However, it turns out that the reason we haven't seen Superfly this entire episode is because he had been turned to stone by Medusa. However, now that Medusa is dead, her power is fading, and everything she's turned to stone previously is now returning to life. First, Superfly. Then, all the minions in the area that had been petrified already. I don't really understand the need to have one last monster fight here in this place now that the boss of the episode has been killed. Maybe because it made sense for everything to return to life since Superfly also had, but it also feels like it's just a little much. Hiro and crew come together after defeating the fodder surrounding them, and Hiro takes a crack at moving through time. Unfortunately, Mishima is right there, having sensed Hiro's attempt to manipulate time, and so he throws us right back into the chaos of the time stream. However, this time, we all land in this new era together, and we're off to episode 3.
For years, I have wanted to work on a medieval game, hands-on. Sure, I worked on Heretic and Hexen, but only as a game designer. Never actually worked on maps or code or artwork. I was always suggesting which creatures should stay, which should go, what the overall idea of the game would be, etc. So now was my chance. I could design a medieval episode for Daikatana and dip my toes into the dark, muddy water of the Dark Ages. And it's turned out to be one of the most fun episodes to design in the game. All the mappers secretly, and some not so secretly, wanted to design maps for the Dark Ages because the setting, graphics, weapons, and monsters are all so fun. Working on Hexen, I came up with the idea of having a hub-based layout of the levels where you needed to complete all the maps in a hub before moving on to the next hub. With Daikatana, I originally had designed this episode as a hub, but since it was so different from the rest of the other episodes, I chose consistency over confusion. This is also the episode with the most bosses in it.
Leaving behind the epic heights of mythic adventure, our journey into the dark fantasy of Norway 560 visually and atmospherically goes harder than it has any right to. However, it does so at the cost of sacrificing consistent game design, which may or may not throw players for a bit of a loop. Romero's design comment about how this episode was originally designed as a hub is something we should definitely keep in mind here, and despite him assuring us that he chose consistency, well, He really didn't. But it's the hexen of it all that makes this episode so damn memorable. Longtime viewers will remember that I am a huge fan of Heretic and Hexen. While we would eventually get individual sequels to each of those games, there was at one point a plan to make a singular trilogy out of Heretic and Hexen. The third game in that proposed trilogy would have been titled Hecatomb, and was well in planning phases before Activision bought Raven Software and directly told the studio, hey, make Heretic 2 and Hexen 2 instead. We could split the difference and potentially create even more sequels. This didn't go as planned, and Romero was then, and has been since, a vocal critic of this corporate decision. Every time I play through the Norway episode of Daikatana, I always ask myself how much of this chapter incorporates ideas that were meant to end up in Hecatomb. So much of the aesthetics and story and design choices fit. Magic weapons, diseased enemies, a king infected by occult-driven madness, wizards controlling everything behind the scenes. In a lot of ways, this very well could be the entirety of the plot of Hecatomb compressed into one fast-paced episode. It's not, and I'm not going to pretend that it really is, but the point here is that Romero was intimate enough with the details of Hecatomb that it could just simply be his version of that game boiled down to the adventure of Hero and company. Norway features some of the most intricate, detailed, and clearly passionate design work in the entire game. Where Greece took us on a tour through potentially realistic ruins and sites of Grecian creation, here the designers at Ironstorm have gone hog wild, conjuring an atmosphere worthy of that original game of Dungeons and Dragons that Romero played so long ago. Everything from the texture work to the sound design is working overtime to sell the world that we have just landed in. Once again, as with Greece, our health and armor pickups have changed shape to fit into the era that we're now located in. Armor sets are the most fun here, with huge shoulders and gritting teeth etched into the metal, making them feel like something ripped from Warhammer. However, Romero breaks with consistency, as there is no Haas portal or fountain of health to be found in Norway. If we want to heal ourselves, it's going to be the old-fashioned way, through hunting down pickups. Anyways, Hero and company have landed here in the snowy regions, questioning their fate, holding an empty Daikatana with no way out. With few options and a village below to explore, the team decide they'd better get moving or they're gonna freeze to death.
The opening of the Dark Ages episode was supposed to be foreboding and depressing. Instead of appearing in a nice, warm, clear-skied region, you ended up on the outskirts of a freezing mountain village with snow falling and rotting carcasses and rotting monsters hounding you all the way. s.e.a.l, the priest, who's holed himself up in the local church to keep himself safe from the buboids, tells the story of this time period and gives you the information you need to start your journey. Your first task, though, is to get yourself out of the village, and that's accomplished by finding the 3 keystones.
The game crash while trying to load into the first map of episode 3 made it so that I didn't get the intro cutscene when I loaded back in, so if I hadn't already played this game 3 times, I wouldn't know what was going on. Fortunately, I have footage from another run to show you what that cutscene at least looks like. Village is not the harshest intro to an episode in Daikatana, but it's certainly a little less gentle than episode 2's lemnos s.e.a.l map. Romero's hub ideas remain in place as we're tasked with searching through a village devoid of human life, and we have to run back and forth across the different sections of the map in order to find the items that we need for progression. We're introduced to 3 enemies and 2 weapons almost immediately. We've got buboids, doombats, and plague rats to fight in the village, and we pick up the bolter gun and the silver claw melee weapon. Stumbling blindly through the various buildings, we're going to locate a variety of ammo and armor drops to top us up for the journey ahead, as well as introduce ourselves to this episode's unique gimmick: chests. Chests carry random items inside of them, which are conjured on the fly, but if random number generation isn't on your side, the chest will simply explode like a trap and deal damage to the player. Buboids are formerly human enemies which need to be jibbed before they're truly dead. Essentially zombies, buboids will do one of 2 things when attacked. They will either rush you and your party, or they will disappear into the ground, hiding from combat until they spring up out of nowhere to surprise you. Buboids are frustrating pieces of shit to fight because you'll get in 2 attacks, they'll vanish, and then suddenly appear behind you or next to you. Then you'll turn to attack them, or where you think they are, and you'll either shoot your companions who are now in the way, or your companions will shoot you because you're in their way. Eventually, buboids go down, and you need to remember to make sure that you jib them, or they will rise again. This tactic will carry forward with another enemy coming up, so keep that in mind. Doombats just suck. They suck. I hate them. You kids might start up this game and look at the Froginators and Roboskeets and think that it can't get any worse, but I have to unfortunately confirm that the worst, most mobile, most smallest enemy in the game is the Doombat. It zips around with unholy speed, hovering at a height somehow just out of melee reach, but close enough to still bite you, and then zips away just as you turn to aim your bolter at it. If you can catch them hanging from the ceiling unawares, do so. Otherwise, you'll be cursing and flailing about trying to hit them. Plague rats are fine. They're a little less annoying than Froginators and venom vermin, but more irritating than baby spiders. And their bites inflict poison damage, so that's cool. Fortunately, our new weapons are more than up to the task of handling business. The bolter is just cool as hell to use, a medieval crossbow gun. It shoots fast and accurate, but its shots are projectiles, so you better take that into consideration. The bolter will quickly become our workhorse weapon of the episode, even if it might take forever to chip away at the health of some enemies. The Silverclaw, on the other hand, while doing significant damage, doesn't feel quite as weighty as some of the other melee weapons we've been offered before. It's a little difficult to really gauge the correct distance for using it, and it's going to have a very annoying use coming up soon, so let's put a bookmark here with that for now. In fact, we're going to have to put a big bookmark here because there's an area coming up that I think deserves a lot of focus, particularly on the narrative front, so let's go investigate the church. Oh, hang on a second. Huh. Uh-oh. All right, let me try something here. Daikatana is refusing to load the next map section of the village. When it tries, it shuts down. It will let me load my previous save game, which is back in Medusa's lair, but then attempting to load the map switch save in village results in a game crash. So I try bullying my way through, finding ways to trigger the map switch load, but to no avail. A save game bug has locked me out of episode 3. Alright, so looks like the only way forward is to progress through the game again. I load into the final section of the lair of Medusa and create a new save game. That way if anything goes awry, I won't have to travel as far. Beating Medusa is a piece of cake, I defeat all the monsters that unfreeze from their stony state, and we're back in business.
And how do you propose?
Hey, hero!
The game crashes again trying to load episode 3. This could be bad. Fortunately, the map switch save file loads. We've skipped the cutscene again, but that's fine. I'm fine with it because we're at least back in Norway and can hopefully progress. Right now, I'm thinking about how I had to bully the game to let me cross into the next section all the way back in the marsh, and how it just took a little time, a little obstinance, and I was able to force the game to load. So if I maintain that mindset, I should be able to do the same here. Alright, it's time to load into the section of the map with the church, and... This is bad. Despite 1 or 2 glitches throughout episode 2, I've essentially let my guard down since the game crash of the marsh. Now I'm in the thick of it. I run through the village, hit the church section, game crash. Try to load the map switch save. Game crash. Go back into Medusa's lair, run that again, load into village. Find a save gem, and save in the goddamn village this time, so I don't have to face Medusa one more goddamn time. Try to load just into the central area of the village, and the game crashes there. A different crash, but still a crash. Try to load the new save game that I just made. Game crashes. Try again. Game crashes. Try to load the map switch save. Game crashes. At this point, I am at DEFCON 1. By creating a save game in the village map, I now have no way to load back into a section of the game that isn't bugged. Load after load after load, and the game refuses to let me back in, and I am fully panicking. Part of me is considering using cheats to get to the map after this, but now I'm worried about future bugs and map switches not loading properly. And on top of that, I would have to start an entire brand new game to load into in order to even consider using cheats at this point. For now, I decide to take a day away from playing the game. I'm distraught. I can't help but wonder how many people might have faced the same bug and simply been kicked from the game entirely. Honestly, while the idea of using cheats to continue progression is a seductive idea, it's not what I'm going to do. I'm playing this game for the vanilla experience. If I can't simply progress any further in 1.0, then that's just how it is. Okay, deep breath, boot up the game. I managed to get the game to load my save game in the village, and I make it back to the point of switching into the church section of the map. Game crash. Load save game. It loads. We're good. Try the map switch again.
On my way.
Crash. Load save game.
I've been thinking, we should really move along.
I'm trying, Makiko. I'm really trying. Map switch again.
Makiko.
It finally loads. I would say thank God, but we're not really out of the woods yet. There's still going to be some running back and forth across sections of this map, meaning more potential game crashes. But for now, we can breathe easy for a moment. For now, we have to go into the church and trigger the cutscene, which is...
I can't leave without Makiko and Super. I can't leave without Makiko and Super. I can't leave without Makiko and Super. I can't leave without Makiko and Super.
Hello? Wait up! Wait up! Wait up! Wait up! I'll be right there! Wait up!
Finally, we're introduced to the priest Musilde, and episode 3's biggest weakness rears its ugly head. The narrative. A 5.5-minute cutscene drops a boatload of exposition about the current state of the land and how the king has fallen victim to the throes of a necromancer, which in turn caused the king to shatter his sword, and the only way to restore the king's sanity is to find all the pieces of the sword and reforge it, but first we have to find the 3 keys necessary to unlocking the way to the king's castle, and then all the streamlined, smooth, straightforward gameplay without much worry over where we were and why in Greece has been replaced with a dramatic, over-the-top dungeon tale about a king so full of grief that he's allowed 3 wizards to essentially take over his kingdom, and it's up to us to return the land to its former glory. If the previous episode was the intimation that Daikatana is an ARPG, then this episode is the full realization of that idea. In this first map here, after exploring the empty village, we then need to explore the top of the church by climbing up the bell tower, which allows us access to the roof so that we can drop down and enter an open window. So we can drop down further into the chapel and play the organ, which opens up a trapdoor so we can drop down even further to the basement where the Trigon key rests. Unfortunately for us, the basement is partially flooded and the water in this episode is so cold that it does freezing damage over time while we're in it. And it also lingers like poison once we leave the water. It might be kind of a neat idea, but it's also a real drag. We're also going to have to explore the cemetery behind the church, where we need to know to press the use key on a specific gravestone, which will open the gates to the tomb, where we need to grab the saved gem in order to open up the stairs that lead below the tomb and the graveyard proper, where we have to perform some platforming and exploration to find the hex key. Here's where we meet the other new enemy of this episode, the rot worm, which is essentially a giant maggot that vomits poison at you. There's so much damage over time that we suffer in this episode that it feels like we're just always taking damage. But regardless, it's time to get serious and cross our fingers because we've found 2 out of 3 keys, and now we need to leave the church in order to find the 3rd, so let's give this a shot and see what happens.
Makiko and Superfly.
Alright, that wasn't so bad. After a quick stress test to make sure that the game will actually load this map switch save, it's back to the races. I didn't show it before because I wanted to focus on the village design and the oncoming game crashes, but I had already collected the quadrangle key when I first entered the village. There's a thin sheet of ice covering the well below the dragon statue, and all you have to do is shoot the ice to break it, dive below, and collect the key. Unfortunately, this means taking cold damage, but we're going to be doing that a lot in this episode. Anyways, since I'd already collected that key in the past, with the other 2 now in my possession, we need to head towards the bridge house, where...
I can't leave without Makiko and Superfly.
Alright, let's see how this goes. You kids remember how I stress tested that map switch save after leaving the church? What I should have done was save my game, because now I have to go do the whole church and graveyard section again, which means trying to get this cutscene to load again.
Without Makiko and Superfly.
How you holding up,
I
Makiko?
can't leave without...
Find me some help.
I can't leave without Makiko and Superfly.
I'll be right there. Coming.
Makiko and Superfly.
Chill, dude, I'm coming.
I can't leave without Makiko and Superfly.
Wait up.
I can't leave without Makiko and Superfly.
Wait up.
Alright, let's leave the church again and...
I'll be there in a sec.
I'll be right there. Watch it, Hiro. I'll be right there.
I can't leave without Makiko and Super. I can't leave
How
without
you holding up,
Makiko.
Makiko?
Rather than keep up this montage, I quit recording so that I could find a way to bully my way past all the map section switches. Then I used the keys to open my way out of this glitchy hellhole, and I left the village behind. Since I wasn't recording that, I didn't get footage of me actually using the keys, but hey, here's footage from my run in 1.2 so that you can see what that looks like. Makiko isn't feeling so well after getting bit by one of the plague rats, which is definitely not going to have negative consequences later on, but honestly, the only thing that matters right now is getting the hell out of the village. Of course, the game crashed again as I attempted to load the next map, Passage. But eventually we get there. We finally make our way out of the village.
This area was originally titled the Journey/Mountain Passage because you could find two ways to get into Gharroth's castle, either up through the dungeon or up the mountain passage that would take you to the front of the castle. But that would have been inconsistent with the rest of the game's design, so I decided to keep the path linear and keep the more interesting method of getting into the castle, through the dungeon. The interesting part of this area is the way you start outside and adventure for a while in the snowy mountains, but eventually find yourself in a lava-filled cavern beneath the dungeon.
First thing I want to point out about this map is the music track in the background, titled Iced Passage. Will LeCanto is clearly providing nothing but bangers with this OST so far, and Iced Passage actually provides some connectivity to a previous adventure. If you listen closely, you can hear the same notes and melody from Kick Action playing here, only in medieval format, and it's an absolutely choice musical direction. New enemies in this map are the Fletcher, a standard issue medieval archer, and the Lycanthir, a super tough werewolf enemy. These are going to become more and more common the deeper we get into Norway. Remember how I mentioned earlier that there's going to be another enemy we would need to make sure we jib aside from the buboids? Well, that other enemy is the Lycanthir, but we can't just jib its body with just any weapon. No, the only way to jib it is by using the Silver Claw, because werewolves are famously weak against silver. Which means that as we progress in the game, we're going to do a lot of attacking with whatever weapon we have in hand, and swap to the Silver Claw whenever we have a Lycanthir on the ground, because otherwise the Lycanthir is just going to get right back up and start attacking us again. Considering how powerful these things are, you don't want that. A secret area reveals a new weapon for us, the Ballista, which is hands down the best weapon in this episode. One of the best in the entire game. It shoots massive stakes that do minor explosive damage. That's all you need to know about it. Accurate as hell, fires slowly, but hits for insane damage points. Oh, and there's quite a bit of knockback whenever you fire, demonstrated here when I tried to take out a Fletcher but ended up taking a lava bath. There isn't really a lot to say about Passage as a map. It's very linear, which is a breath of fresh air after Village, and it has a good flow. I really liked the aesthetic change of snowy mountain atmosphere to underground lava flow. The colors all play well off of each other, and it helps to give that sense of progression that Daikatana can do really well when the design focuses on being a game rather than an experience. It's short, direct, and offers just enough challenge to make it feel like it's not too much of a cakewalk. At the end of the map, Makiko has a bit of a problem. She's not feeling very well. And considering her aforementioned rat bite, there's really only one direction that this can go.
What adventure game would be complete without a dungeon level? My original idea was to have a very tall vertical dungeon centered around a massive pillar with huge bridges crisscrossing all the way up and dead bodies hanging under the bridges. But again, drawing speed was a problem because it was so open vertically, so it was redesigned to be a little more horizontal. It's still a pretty vertical climb through some real nasty trapped areas. In the middle of this fetid hellhole is Stavros the Sorcerer, Lord of Lava, and one of King Gareth's 3 powerful wizards. Dispatching Stavros earns you his weapon, the Stavros' stave. At the end of the dungeon, you finally see the light and get yourself into Gareth's castle.
Makiko, now feeling absolutely and thoroughly god-awful, has hit the point of no return. She can't go on, so Superfly picks her up and throws her over his shoulder as they soldier forward, now searching for a cure to help Makiko as well as help the king. Here is where we enter what is easily one of the worst sections of the game. For the remainder of the episode, Daikatana turns into one long escort mission. Makiko is too sick to fight, and Superfly is carrying Makiko, so he can't fight. All combat rests in your hands now, which on one hand is great. No companions getting in your way while fighting is low-key one of the best things to happen here. But Superfly isn't just unable to fight alongside you, he will actively run away from combat if threatened in order to keep himself and Makiko alive. So, if, say, a Buboid or a Doombat happens to sneak past us and head for Superfly, he'll keep running to get out of harm's way, meaning we'll have to do quite a bit of babysitting to ensure Superfly stays alive, and also to make sure he sticks close enough by that we can make our way through the dungeon. On top of this, there's several doors throughout the dungeon that require a hero to use a lever to open, meaning Superfly can't open them himself. So our slow-going companions are moving even slower and have even more potential to get blocked by a closing door, meaning more babysitting, making this map in particular a heavy slog. Dungeon is visually very interesting, but there's narrow walkways we have to cross, meaning potential for Superfly to fall, and there's lava flooding the lower levels of the dungeon, meaning potential falls into said lava. There's so many Buboids and Doombats and Lycanthers and our latest enemy, the Dwarves. The Dwarves, aesthetically, are really cool, with great design details on their armor and their axe, which they will either throw at us or swoop in close to use for melee, but oh my god, their dwarven language taunts sound like they're continually calling us the R word. And yes, I understand that the R slur has been gaining more traction lately as a culturally acceptable word to use, but I never co-signed that movement, and I never will. It certainly doesn't feel like Romero intentionally designed the dwarves to be shouting slurs at us, and I keep trying instead to hear the line as enemy target, but dear god, this is just cringe to listen to over and over and over again while facing down the dwarves.
That room looks interesting. Let's find a way in. I'll hang. I'll be there in a sec.
Dungeon, as a result of all of these aspects, suffers greatly from tedious, methodical pathfinding, tedious, frustrating combat, and tedious, painful backtracking. Superfly is woefully vulnerable, can take too much damage in mere seconds, and continually gets cut off by closing doors because he moves too damn slow. The player is constantly forced to put themselves in harm's way against an enemy count that makes more sense when you have two companions to aid you in combat, and the verticality of Dungeon Central Pillar that you have to wind your way upwards lends to the tension of whether or not your sidekick's AI will follow your path or try to find the most direct way towards you, which will send them sailing right over the edge. This is a dismal, dreadful map that sacrifices any sense of progression or fun in the name of Romero's perceived notion of drama. There's also the first of 3 mini-bosses that we will face in this episode, the wizard Stavros. After unlocking a series of gates to open up an arena, the admittedly cool-looking wizard of flame and fire appears in a billowing pillar of smoke, throwing boulders of lava in our direction. He goes down in less than 30 seconds using the Silver Claw up close. And just in case you're wondering whether or not that's because I'm playing on easy, I assure you that you can achieve that same result on any difficulty. Defeating him gives us a new weapon to play with, Stavros' staff, which acts like a rocket launcher. We summon deadly lava rocks and throw them with explosive results. The downside to this weapon is that the rocks don't simply fire like rockets do. Rather, they'll appear in midair momentarily before flinging themselves in the direction we were facing, exploding on contact with any objects or obstacles in their way. And when they explode, numerous smaller lava rocks emerge from the explosion and bounce in random directions before exploding themselves. I do not recommend this weapon in smaller spaces, as the chances that you will explode yourself are significantly higher than any weapon in the game. After beating Stavros, there's still an interminable climb upwards out of the dungeon, which seems to go on forever. To give you an idea of just how oversized and tedious this map is, it took me over 25 minutes on easy to wade my way through the dungeon from start to finish. On normal difficulty, it took me over an hour. There's absolutely no reason why this map should be drawn out this long or be this full of nonsense. Dungeon is not a good look for defenders of Daikatana such as myself. I can't defend it. I can't think of a single reason why this map exists the way it does or how it managed to work its way into this game unedited. It's bland, frustrating, and tedious. The only good thing I have to say about it is that the game didn't crash here.
At the start of the project, this map was a hub city level with lots of houses and buildings and was the center of the castle. It had 3 exits, each leading to a boss level. You finish off the boss and return to the hub to find the next boss entrance. The episode flow was redesigned because the original hub map was too complex and confusing. Having a main hub like that would be inconsistent with the rest of the game, so I made the flow linear and put Wyndrax Tower, the second boss map in the episode, in its place.
Wyndrax's Tower is a pretty straightforward map. We need to make our way inside and through the Tower of Wyndrax, the second of the 3 evil wizards, and survive his elemental evil traps. Along the way, we'll meet 2 new enemies, the Hellfire Paladin, which is a cursed knight with a flaming sword that throws fireballs, and the Dragon, which is a huge flying dragon. It doesn't really do anything or even get in your way, it's just kind of flying up in the sky minding its own business, and will burp fireballs at you if you attack it. There's only 2 dragons in the whole of the game, both of them are in this episode, and they're really nothing spectacular. You do get a decent amount of XP for killing one though, so there's incentive for that. Superfly is still carrying Makiko, which means he's still useless to us in a fight, and we're still escorting our companions through the bullshit. The first thing we have to do is find a way inside the castle so we can climb said Tower of Wyndrax, which means kicking a barrel so that it falls into the ice below, creating a hole for us to swim through and take cold damage. Always a fun thing to get punished for simple progression. However, in this playthrough, the random chest nearby provided a mana skull, which is an invulnerability pickup, so I got to go swimming scot-free with no impediments for 30 seconds until it wore off underwater. There's a fun little bug that can happen here, by the way, something that didn't happen in my 1.0 experience, but rather my 1.2 experience. There's a lever you need to pull to drop a bridge for Superfly to walk across and join you, but if you stand too close to the lever, it can and will physically collide with you and not activate all the way, meaning the bridge won't lower. And since the lever is programmed to be used only one time, if this happens, you can't use the lever again and you can't lower the bridge. So Superfly can't join you and you've soft-locked yourself. Where Stavros' element was fire, Wyndrax's element is electricity. Looking up while running across the outside of the castle, we can see bolts of lightning cascading off the tips of the tower tops, which is a really neat little effect that kind of give Wyndrax's tower a bit of an alchemist laboratory vibe, as does this electrified hallway with the sound effects missing. No, really, the sound effects are missing. There's a key down past the hallway which allows entrance to the tower proper, and then I'm met with another series of crashes that I need to bully my way through.
Chill, dude, I'm coming!
Wyndrax's tower is so straightforward after the pitiful slog of the dungeon that I'm just happy to search around and find switches and backtrack and then fight a mini-boss. There's a key needed to enter Wyndrax's lab, and a spellbook for actually summoning Wyndrax himself. Attempting to enter the room from below without dismantling Wyndrax's medieval Tesla coil will result in you taking hideous amounts of damage, which is why we need to find our way upstairs first and place the spellbook on the altar, which then summons Wyndrax to the lab. Wyndrax's fight is notoriously bugged. Any number of different glitches can rear their head here. While fighting Wyndrax, he's supposed to open a secret passageway once he drops below half health and attempt to escape outside. There's a strong chance that in 1.0, this won't happen, and if that doesn't happen, you can't exit the level. There's also a strong chance that defeating him can crash your game. There's also a random chance that entering the room below will actually cause the lightning tower to heal Hero instead, overclocking his health by about 3,000%. That's super rare, however, so I don't recommend testing it out. Wyndrax is another fairly easy fight to cheese, but his attacks are merciless. There's the Shambler lightning that he fires, but it's his electric wisp attack that will rip your health to shreds. They do continual damage over time as long as they're close enough to you, so I recommend running as fast as possible out of their path. I was playing this round on easy, so Wyndrax got ganked pretty quickly by my ballista. I had a harder time trying to convince Superfly to follow me down the stairs and out of the level than I did fighting this mini-boss. With that, we've left the level and we're moving onwards. Wyndrax's tower is an okay map, once again far more straightforward than the Dismal Dungeon, and remains memorable due to the alchemical lightning effects and the singular dragon and Wyndrax himself. It's a shame that, as a mini-boss, Wyndrax is as bugged out and as easy as he is, even on harder difficulties, because if we had a bit more difficulty here, that would make this map stand out even more. But, as per usual, we're on an adventure here, so let's... God, I can't wait to finish this episode.
I wanted this level to be really scary and creepy and deep under the ground, close to the lower lava layer under the castle, a place where an evil presence would reside, Nharre the Necromancer. I also wanted to convey the feeling that the area was really old, so lots of broken structures down there as well, along with lots of doom bats. I think this map was pulled off very well. Originally it was much different, but that original effort was replaced with something more cohesive and stylized, which is what you see today.
Before we get into the map, I would like to present you kids with this little cutscene that plays as the intro to this map, because I would really just like to highlight the writing of this game's deep narrative.
We'll have to cut across this cemetery. It's probably the shortest route to Gharroth's castle.
Yo, Home Slice, you sure you want to do that? May not be wise to mess with the undead. I mean, hell, the way our luck's been going, it wouldn't surprise me in the least if this place was freaking haunted.
What's the matter? You're not superstitious, are you?
Of course not. Just, being, cautious, that's all. One can never be too careful. Right?
Right. I'm afraid she slipped into a coma. We'd better hurry.
It's just slightly baffling that anyone on the writing team would think to have Hero poke fun at Superfly for being superstitious when they're literally traveling through time, have fought mythic monsters, and are carrying magical weaponry. Speaking of which, we've got a new weapon now, Wyndrax's Wisp. Much like Stavros' stave gave us the ability to launch lava rocks, this weapon lets us fling electrical wisps the same way that old Wyndrax did. They float slowly but do a lot of damage over time, and is a brilliantly useful weapon. Not as powerful or as useful as the ballista is, but it's a lot safer in close quarters than the Stavros weapon. Alright, down here we finally get to face off against the necromancer who's been controlling the king, Nharre. He seems like a deadly bastard, so let's walk in here and, oh, he died in 2 ballista shots. That's underwhelming, even on an easy difficulty. Hang on, let me show you some footage of his fight on normal difficulty in 1.2. It's at least a little more representative of this fight. He teleports around, has the ability to summon buboids, and... Oh, he still died really quickly. Anyways, upon defeating Nharre, we pick up his weapon. This episode's BFG, Nharre's Nightmare, a sweet little treat that I will show off in the next map. This map leads to one of my biggest complaints about this episode. Episode 3 of Daikatana is surprisingly lacking in difficulty. Any sort of resistance that the player meets in this chapter feels artificially crafted through unnecessary escort missions and volume of enemies. But where the real meat and potatoes of the chapter should lie end up as empty and lacking elements. All 3 of the wizard mini-bosses are killed far too quickly to feel like either a boss fight or even a highlight of the episode. When taking this into consideration, the sludgy length of the dungeon map feels even more artificial by nature. Romero spoke on how he wanted this chapter to be centered around a hub, wherein the wizard boss fight maps were unlocked one by one, and then the player would need to return to the hub to then proceed. It feels now like Romero never truly went back and reformed his stance on this chapter and simply left those maps in their hub-centered states, except now disconnected and laid out in a linear series. Not to keep ranting about the dungeon map, but when we consider the brisk pace through Wyndrax's tower, and especially the ridiculous brevity of Nharre's crypt, which took me a meager 6 minutes to run through, it's hard not to feel like dungeon was padded beyond the pale while these other maps, conjured as stops within a hub, were simply left as hollow spokes. And yet, there's still a bloated corpse of a story being told here, fragmented and dismantled though it may be. Nharre has dialogue upon encountering the player, dialogue that the player can and will miss if not listening carefully. This map contains not 1 but 2 cutscenes in which Hero and Superfly have lengthy conversations about their adventure, in which Hero feels leery about using evil magical weapons, and the next map immediately starts off with yet another cutscene. Romero is clearly attempting to infuse a sense of journey and story with this episode even more so than the Greece chapter character, but due to how disjointed everything feels, it instead feels like cutting disparate images from magazines with scissors and then pasting them onto a mural. I mean, look at this tantalizing demonic figure guarding the final piece of the purifier sword. What the hell is this thing? Why is it here? What is Romero doing with all of this? The answer is nothing. And player confusion is simply brushed to the side as we stumble forward into the final map of the episode.
Because this was the last level in the episode, I wanted something really cool looking and a gameplay idea not explored anywhere else in the game. So I came up with the idea of having the egress from Nharre's crypt being from way down under the earth at the top of the lava layer under Gharroth's throne tower. I like the idea of seeing snow falling down from the cold world above into the burning lava, and the player riding a corkscrewing bridge all the way up to the top past legions of Gharroth's elite corps. Instead of finding an opulent throne room, the player is shocked to find an insane king drooling in his ruined sanctum, hinting at glory days gone by. A time when the kingdom wasn't engulfed in the endless winter wrought by the king's turncoat necromancer.
While this isn't a bad map on its own, it does feel like it further highlights that lack of refinement after the decision to switch the episode from hub-based to linear. As straightforward as it gets with this game, this map does feature a unique gimmick in that we open up in a lava pit, the lowest depths of Nharre's former abode, and we're tasked with rising up out of it on a corkscrewing bridge, at the top of which we'll find ourselves in a fight with Hellfire Paladins and the final new enemy of the game, the Voltaic Valkyrie, whose electric double-bladed axe should not be taken lightly. While the spinning bridge is a visually interesting gimmick, it's still a gimmick. The bridge rises, stops, we're forced to get off of it and climb stairs to a switch, which calls the bridge back up to us. We cross it again, rise up more stairs, switch, bridge, until the bridge finally rises to the top. I will say though, at the top, facing off against paladins and valkyries and even a dragon is a great excuse to use the Nharre's Nightmare, which summons a demon from hell to literally rip apart anything and everything on the screen, which is really cool in concept, but in execution, the demon appears and disappears, teleporting from foe to foe, and we can't switch our weapon while the demon is attacking everyone. To that extent, if you activate the Nightmare in a field brimming with enemies, you're going to be very vulnerable to incoming fire, bunny hopping and strafing out of harm's way, unable to return fire until the demon's work is done. Somehow, even with something as unmissable as summoning a demon to obliterate your foes, Romero's desire to imbue quirks or personality into each of the weapons in his game makes some of them borderline unwieldable. Thus far, each BFG has been powerful enough to work, yet comes with such a price that I unfortunately cannot recommend using any of them. Nharre's Nightmare should be something fun to wield and unleash on your foes, and cackle while your summoned demon eats lunch, and yet it instead feels like a chore. Playing through 1.0 on easy mode has been a revelation. Without the continual onslaught of enemies simply being dumped into maps like so many Lego bricks, we can see the forest for the trees and examine the level design itself. And a lot of this here in episode 3 is just not good. Romero's hub world idea has been pulled apart and strung together by the thinnest of connections, with levels that seem to last both forever and are woefully short. The music is doing a stellar job of crafting atmosphere, and the visuals alone are worth the trip down this lane. While I do wish we could get the hecatomb that never materialized, and while I do adore Hexen 2, this chapter from an aesthetic standpoint fills the yearning I have for that mythical third game in the Heretic Hexen series. But the level design is bland at best, boring at mid, and beguilingly spiteful of the player's time at worst. This does not represent the best of Daikatana. In fact, this might be the lowest point even when considering the first episode. We reach the king's chambers fairly quickly, and a cutscene shows us just how deranged the king truly is. He's not listening to reason, and now we have our final boss fight of the episode, which is, unfortunately, just as lackluster and over as quickly as our mini-bosses. Although, on my first attempt, I apparently hit King Gharroth so hard that he split into 2 Fletchers, a Voltaic Valkyrie, a piece of black adamant armor, an upside-down doom bat, a save gem, and several barrels. This crashed the game. On my second attempt, I hit him with 3 ballista shots and he was done. The Cyclaws in Japan and the Medusa in Greece were so much more interesting and so much more resilient than this. Norway 560 is a mess, an absolute mess. Japan 2455 at least had a clear connectivity through each of its levels, and Greece 1200 BCE was aerodynamic and swift to the point where most flaws in the design were easy to overlook. But here, the glacial pacing, the fact that 75% of the episode is an escort mission, and the frustratingly undercooked boss fights simply drag the whole thing down. Which is an absolute shame, as this episode has my second favorite aesthetics in the game, right behind Japan's cyberpunk sensibilities. Somehow, despite everything, I still look forward to playing this episode every time I boot up Daikatana. What on earth does that say about me? But at last, a lengthy cutscene sees the king regain his sanity once he has the Purifier Sword returned to his grasp, and he has Musilde the priest concoct a cure for the plague using materials from Wyndrax's laboratory. Once Makiko is healed, the king imbues the Daikatana with enough power to allow Hiro to whisk the crew back into the time stream, and after one more dialogue-heavy encounter with Mishima, Hiro is finally able to drop the crew in exactly the spot he wants. And now, we can begin the final episode of Daikatana. At least the game didn't crash while loading.
The reason I came up with the idea of having San Francisco 2030 CE be the fourth episode is because I envisioned a setting similar to Duke Nukem 3D's, something near future where we could have more military weapons. I didn't choose Los Angeles for the setting because, well, that would have been a little too obvious, and putting the player in a location where a military base is located also helped with the enemy character designs.
Set in a dystopian future that exists only 5 years ahead of the time of this writing, Daikatana's fourth episode is centered in San Francisco 2030. And with this chapter, it truly does feel like we've entered an entirely different game. I hate this episode. I hate it. I just loathe every frame and moment and weapon and design choice and execution of everything happening here in San Francisco. Meandering, confusing, insulting, and far too underwhelming to be any sort of enjoyable. Daikatana's final chapter seems to imbue itself with all of the flaws and mistakes made in every prior chapter, now rolled up all into one singular ball of bullshit. I don't like to break from the documentarian nonchalance that this whole endeavor is supposed to have, but fuck this episode. I hate it oh so goddamn much. One thing that's hard to argue with are the aesthetics. Dim, grimy, dirty prison cells give way to dim, grimy, dirty city streets, which then give way to dim, grimy, dirty, sanitized science labs. The graphics here are, in fact, gorgeous. The environments themselves may be ugly, but intentionally so. It's nice to see a grim, dark look at the future that doesn't have some kind of beauty layered into it, like, say, Half-Life 2 or Deus Ex Mankind Divided. This is just gross. No one wants to live in this future, which is why the art direction works so well. Unfortunately, the art direction is the only thing that works here. Weapons are, for the most part, thoroughly underwhelming to wield. Enemies are frightfully annoying to face off against with the highest number of repeated one-liners and the highest amount of HP in the game, and the level design here is bonkers. I'm gonna try not to enjoy myself while ranting about this experience, but God bless John Romero, this episode is garbo of the stankiest degree.
I'd rather press my face against the hippopotamus's butt while it...
There, I think I got all of that out of my system. Many gamers, however, often state that this is their favorite episode of the 4 to find here in the game, and I think I understand why. This is a much more straightforward action shooter than what we've experienced so far, and while the standing ARPG key hunts and systematic exploration are still in place, this is the most linear part of the game since Japan 2455. Although it does open up here and there with attempts at clever environmental puzzles. Before we move forward, however, I want to talk about this portion of the soundtrack. Daikatana has 5 credited composers: Will LeCanto, Stan Nouveau, Al Chaney, Will Nevins, and Robert Owens. Not all of them appear in the credits for the game, and the individual tracks themselves don't offer individual credit as to who worked on what. That all being said, the music in this chapter of the game does not sound like anything else we've heard in the game previously. It's a plethora of grungy, heavy guitar riffs that sound like they've been ripped directly from Sonic Mayhem's Quake 2 OST, oftentimes descending into that wonderful genre of nu metal and butt rock. San Francisco's compositions are take-it-or-leave-it background noise that perfectly encapsulate the bland sameness that was on the radio around this time. It's edgy, it's heavy, it's rock! But try though it might, it doesn't seem to actually blend in well with the environments that we're searching through. Thus far, the score has done an exemplary job of capturing the vibe of the various epochs we've traveled through, but this part of the score just feels like it's trying too hard to feel, well, hard. It's the musical equivalent of saying hardcore out loud without any sense of irony, and while it gets better in some places, it just never feels like it gels with the game as a whole. Much like The Matrix, however, this chapter of Daikatana can't just be told to someone. They have to experience it for themselves. So, without further ado, let's just get down to brass tacks.
I always thought crawling through Alcatraz would be a really fun game level, exploring all the nooks and crannies and decimating dungeons of deserving inmates. The picture that stayed in my head was this. You run out into the main yard and see a group of inmates playing a game of basketball. You run over to the group and just start blasting them with a heavy-duty shred gun while they start running and try to pelt you with rocks and the basketball. Boom! There goes that basketball, along with everything else. They're completely helpless, and you're in there like the Predator with your superior firepower.
Here's a fun game that we will be playing while looking at this episode of the game. When Romero talks about the level design of San Francisco, pay attention to whether or not he says anything specific about the thought that went into the level design itself. More often than not, we're gonna find that he doesn't talk about level design when talking about San Francisco, which quickly becomes apparent in the gameplay itself. The first level is bizarre. So bizarre, in fact, that I think examining it in detail can explain some of the deepest design flaws in the entirety of Daikatana, which is pretty much why we're here. I'll say, at least, that the game doesn't crash during this chapter at all, which is a blessing in disguise, but we're sacrificing mental stability for technological stability. A 4-minute cutscene establishes that we are, in fact, in Alcatraz. Seems like the government has basically established the island as a free zone for criminals, simply dumping them onto the island with no escape rather than directly imprisoning them. So we get to roam around freely as we try to find a way off of the rock. First thing we do is gather up some ammo and find a Glock. Not some non-specific near-future pistol of some kind, but an actual factual Glock. The Glock 2020 as it's called. And much like Duke Nukem 3D's pistol, after firing it enough times, Hero will automatically reload the weapon in some semblance of realism. It's a super brief, blink and you'll miss it animation, but it's there. We need to investigate the vents surrounding the opening area, so we need to shoot out the vent cover and go inside. Immediately to the left is an empty bottle and a piece of Kevlar armor. The empty bottle is a strange item to pick up, as we don't really have a reason for grabbing it or understanding what kind of use it could have. It's also another blink and you'll miss it item pickup, because you'll likely grab the armor at the same time as this bottle. And even if you do realize that the game has given you a bottle, you're not going to know what for at this point. Diligent exploration grants us the Slugger, which is essentially Episode 4's shotgun. It's difficult to tell that it's a shotgun, as the pump action animation is so brief and jerky that it feels more like a missed frame than an actual part of the weapon's animation. In fact, it's the sound effect of the gun firing that informs us more of the reloading shell, rather than anything visual about the weapon itself.
Hey, looky here! You're just in time for your funeral!
We're going to run into the two enemies of this first map really quickly. Prisoners and pipe rats. The prisoners are melee-only enemies who will sometimes stop to pick up a rock or nearby piece of debris to fling in Hero's direction, but otherwise will immediately turn to run up close and start beating at Hero with their fists. Prisoners come in two flavors, white and black. They're all huge, all muscular, and all of them react the same way. And the pipe rats are just rats. We've seen lots of rats in this game. Venom vermin, plague rats, and now pipe rats. I would really appreciate it if Grimbeard would play this game simply for the opportunity to do a sizable rat roundup. One nice thing about this map is that we have both Superfly and Makiko aiding us once again, and even though that means giving orders and telling them what to do, it's just really nice to not have to babysit them like we were forced to do in the dungeon. I will say that the sight of the two of them with Glocks is stunningly terrifying though. Once outside in the prison yard, we get to clear the area of prisoners in order to make our way forward. There's a wall over here with a giant crack in it, and approaching it prompts an in-game message stating that we need sulfur, charcoal, saltpeter. Why? We're not told. This game never tells any kind of why or what for in any of these situations. These ingredients are going to go into the bottle that we've already collected, but again, we're not told that. We don't know what we're doing. We're simply told to do. Meanwhile, Superfly and Makiko get stuck behind the entrance to the prison yard, and I had to coax them to follow me outside. We then have to climb up these pipes in order to reach a window that takes us back inside the prison. At no point prior to this in the game have we been asked to climb anything other than a rope or a ladder. This is information placed directly in front of us with no explanation. We just need to know to try to climb up the pipes. Inside, we map switch and can search these cabinets for items. Opening one of them hurt me because the door collided with Hero. By this point in the map, I have to admit that I feel a little uneasy about killing unarmed prisoners. Yeah, sure, they're all crafted to be violent inmates with violent tendencies attacking us violently, but they're also all unarmed. I'm waltzing through this prison with a slugger, a Glock, and the most powerful sword in all of Japanese history, turning unarmed men into meat sauce without a second glance. Does anyone else feel like that's just a little much? Maybe I'm not one to talk. But in all seriousness, it's a little telling that Romero speaks little of the design elements of this map in his designer commentary, choosing rather to focus on the idea of mowing down prisoners like the Predator. I don't know what the fascination here is with mercilessly exploding unarmed men, but it's explicitly stated and experienced as though it's fun to play high-powered whack-a-mole. And I'm gonna be frank, it really isn't. Not to beat a dead horse, but in the 4 times I've played this game over the course of the last few months, each time I roll around to this section, it becomes more and more evident how cringe this map really is. Mythical monsters are one thing, because they at least have supernatural abilities that make them resilient to our attacks, but these are just humans. This feels like a slaughterhouse. And honestly, it doesn't feel fun. Running through this area, I found a ghost door that popped up for literally 2 frames, and then as I turned to go back through the same room, I saw a ghost beam and the same ghost door pop in and out again. Were I one to believe in creepypastas or haunted computer games, I would think that this was a bad sign. However, knowing Daikatana the way that I do, I know that this is just par for the sloppy course. Wait, hold on, there's a jail cell door that just randomly popped into existence and clipped through the floor. Maybe this is a creepypasta. In what's left of the communal showers, we pick up the next part of our mysterious item puzzle, a lump of charcoal. I'm less confused about why the charcoal is in the shower than I am as to how I would have known to look for it. I'm gonna run the footage real quick and see if you kids can tell me where the item is. Did you see it? Let's try again. Here, let's go to still frame for this one. It's right here. Right down here on the floor. Now, of course, I can only suppose that it's my fault for jibbing the prisoner who was standing beside it, thus resulting in the pile of meat on the floor surrounding the lump of coal and making it more difficult to see. But what also doesn't help is the fact that the dark lump of coal is sitting on the dark floor and is only flashing intermittently as its way of saying, "I'm down here, please pick me up." Add in the fact that the screen is shaking in this moment because Romero wanted to simulate some seismic activity since, haha, we're in California and that's topical. Visually understanding what's actually happening here is more than a little difficult. Also, when you pick up the charcoal, a voice in the background says, "Kill?" A quick swim takes us to a part of the prison previously unreachable. However, there's a wraith orb behind a door surrounded by explosive barrels, which we need to explode in order to reach our 3rd item of the mystery puzzle, a vial of saltpeter. This item is at least easier to distinguish than the coal, although it's dubious as to whether or not we would see it sitting there behind the barrels. Now, we have to climb up this shaft in order to reach the top of the prison tower, where there's a bag of sulfur. The climb is unintuitive at best. We just somehow need to know that a broken ladder, something previously seen as unclimbable, is something that we can, in fact, grab onto and climb. Plus, this piece of grating that's hanging down is something we can also climb, and also that we need to jump on top of this explosive barrel to move upwards instead of shooting it to explode it. I've examined this map a few dozen times, and I've never understood why an unexplodable explosive barrel was placed here as a means for us to use as a step stool. At the top of the tower, we find our bag of sulfur. Well, I know it's a bag of sulfur because I played the game previously, and I have the strategy guide right in front of me. Since I've already collected the other items of my mysterious item puzzle, the game simply tells me that I've now created an explosive, but doesn't tell me how. Of course, I probably should know how by now. I picked up a bottle, a lump of charcoal, a vial of saltpeter, and whatever this is, but I don't know what it is because the game only told me that I created an explosive. And I should probably remember that walking up to the big crack in the wall told me I needed things, and now I've grabbed things, now I have an explosive, so shouldn't I know on gamer instinct that cracked wall plus things equals explosive exploding a wall? This is like that Aegis key puzzle from Greece, except cranked all the way up to 11. There, we were collecting keys that we didn't understand the use of, and had we not collected them all, we would have had to turn back and search for the remaining items needed across a non-linear sequence of map sections that we could access in any number of ways. Here, in Alcatraz, we're at least somewhat told that there are items that we need, but not what we need them for. And there's also a strong chance that if we missed any, we have to go back through a very specific linear sequence that can be only run point A to point B. Plus, we might not even notice this wall. Prisoners attack from the left as we enter the yard. There's a pathway to the left, and the clear direction telegraphed to us is to go to the left. Players could very well ignore the health packs near the cracked wall and simply head to the left and continue picking up strange, disparate items that make no sense until they're suddenly told that they've created a bomb and there's still no context for any of these actions. Meanwhile, after that frustrating, unintuitive climb up the tower, now we need to slowly drop back down the tower level by level, murking rats with our Glock the whole way down. And then there's just a fucking envirosuit here, which is going to let us breathe underwater for a short time, and we're going to need it because now we've been dropped into an underwater puzzle, where we have to figure out which valves to spin in order to get the water levels to drop correctly so that we can climb out, be swept through the pipe system by the water current, and be shot out into the prison yard just like John McClane in Die Hard with a Vengeance. Approaching the cracked wall prompts a cutscene where Hero declares, "This is it. Freedom is just on the other side." And I want to scream, "How do you know that? How are we supposed to know that?" I don't believe that we always need detailed narrative threads to connect us rationally from one point to another. Sometimes a video game has just got to video game, but my god, how was the player supposed to understand that they needed to make a bomb and drop it right here? The game, somehow, in a fit of beautiful stupidity, tells the player exactly what they need to do while telling the player nothing about what they need to do. The items are all placed in plain sight, yet all of them can be missed easily. Never once does the game say to make a bomb. It just says that a bomb has been made. Never once does the game promise freedom on the other side of this cracked wall, and yet Hero declares what we were supposed to know the entire time, that this is, in fact, the pathway to freedom. There is no diegetic reason for this to make sense or communicate these ideas to either Hero or to the player in any way, shape, or form. And yet beyond that wall, there is still more map, more level, more rats, more pipes to climb, this time in the form of hanging support beams, a surface we have never ever been asked to climb or been told was climbable at any point in the game, but now we just need to somehow know that's what to do. And then, once Superfly and Makiko jump across the pit and climb the beams and join Hero, we can leave this map. It's the final episode of the game. Puzzles are cryptic, geometry is flickering in and out of existence, we're tasked with climbing previously unclimbable parts of the environment, and there's new metal playing in the background. There is a strange, savage sense of whiplash. It's almost like this is a prototype of what Romero wanted Daikatana to be, then scrapped it, then threw it back into the final game because things were running behind and he had no other material to work with. So many people complain about the first level of the Japan episode, and rightfully so. It's a rough introduction to the game as a whole, but this is disheartening and defeating at best. We are in the last stages of gameplay, and for this first map to be the snapshot of things to come, then there seems to be little hope of satisfaction at the end of this tunnel.
You thought escaping from Alcatraz was tough. Now you have to get off the island. But I didn't want to make it just that simple, so we created an entire quake-down subterranean area. You have to swim around avoiding sharks and figure out how to make your way through the wreckage. When you swim to the surface, you might have a flashback to the Pirates of the Caribbean ride at Disneyland. Firelit, destroyed buildings, and the water all set the mood.
At last, we're given enemies in this map that at least feel like they can fight back enough to where I don't feel bad about jibbing them. There's the gang Rocketeer, the gang Chain Gunner, and there's also sharks. I've never felt bad about murking sharks because, oh my god, they have so many teeth, and I'm not a fan of things larger than me that swim underwater. And there's kind of a lot of them here. Pretty much anytime we're underwater anywhere in San Francisco, there's gonna be sharks. We've also got two new weapons, only one of which is actually fun to use. The Kineticore and the Rip Gun. The Kineticore fires a volley of cryo energy which slows, freezes, and ultimately shatters enemies. It also has a gnarly kickback, so watch out how you use it. The downside to the weapon is, just like the Ion Blaster and the Venomous, cryo shots ricochet off of surfaces, so it's just a little too easy to hit yourself with these volleys. hitting both for damage and cold damage over time. Just when you thought that leaving behind the freezing waters of Norway meant no more cold damage, here's a brand new weapon which can hit for self-inflicted cold damage. The Rip Gun, meanwhile, is a straightforward chain gun, and it is arguably the best weapon in this episode. Fast firing, hits hard, exactly what a chain gun can and should be. Few things in this game can lay claim to the notion that they are exceptionally well designed, but the Rip Gun is literal chain gun perfection. Maybe even the best chain gun that I've ever used in a game. The only downside is that it chews through ammo a little too quickly, but even that is a staple of chain guns in gaming. This map is short. Real short. Even shorter if you hit this secret shortcut that I stumbled upon in my 1.0 run. It shaved off an entire minute. See, here in my 1.2 footage, you're intended to take this winding path down towards the docks, fending off rocketeers and chain gunners and prisoners along the way. Eventually, you go down into the water, jib some sharks, and swim down and through the canal to emerge in the gang hideout. Once there, you can proceed towards the end. This shortcut I took skipped the winding path altogether, dropping me right into the gang hideout. I still had to follow the path beyond to move forward, which eventually takes us right back to the docks, so it isn't much of a sequence break in that you're still going to find yourself facing gang members upon your return. Of course, the shortcut meant that I left Superfly and Makiko behind, because their scripting makes it so that they hang back while you investigate the hideout. So upon my eventual return to the docks, I was surprised by the deaths of both Makiko and Superfly, which is kind of odd because I swore I left them with weapons to defend themselves. The game, upon reloading my save, did in fact confirm that my sidekicks had weapons because my second attempt at this saw the two of them successfully defending themselves using Glocks. So how that death happened is anyone's guess. There's really little to say about this map other than it's transitory and almost a little silly. It just feels like padding in that we're tasked with running through an area of the rock controlled by smugglers in order to have a logical reason for there to be speedboats here. It's not necessarily boring, nor is it bland, it just simply seems to exist, and could have just as easily been tacked on to the end of the previous map in an edited form. It doesn't feel like it serves a purpose other than to separate us from Superfly, who appears to sacrifice himself in a valiant attempt to lead the pursuing gang members away from us. That means it's just us and Makiko moving forward.
Because anarchy rules on the mainland after the big one hit, I wanted to have roaming gangs everywhere. A quake-destroyed building provides the perfect HQ for a band of thieving punks. I wanted the player to have a fun time figuring out how to get through the wrecked building to the tramway. It's not that easy because everything inside is all jumbled up. The non-functioning elevator, collapsed staircases, and so on prevent a nice, normal progression.
Yes, John, preventing nice, normal progression at this late stage of the game is exactly what you should be doing to the players experiencing Daikatana. Try though I might here, I'm finding less and less kind things to say about this game, particularly this episode of the game. It's fascinating to watch this game descend as quickly as it does into chaotic boredom. The grinding guitar-driven background music, the constant auditory assault of Makiko's one-liners and the enemy's one-liners, the overproduced weapon sound effects, and the drawn-out confusion of the labyrinthine layers to this map. Daikatana has quickly given way to the stereotypes that this title has faced since release in 2000. As much as people make fun of Japan's green, insect-filled marsh level and the constant difficulty wrought by overpowered enemies throughout 2455, I don't hear enough about the fraught mess of San Francisco 2030. Tower of Crime in particular, as a sensory experience, is an overload of 2000s game design mistakes. A complex pathway through the level takes us from the streets to beneath the skyscraper we're infiltrating, through vents up into the building interior itself, then upstairs, up elevator shafts, downstairs, down elevator shafts, searching for just one set of elevator doors to open and allow us into one specific floor of the building where a tram awaits to take us away. Going up, down, fighting for semblance of progression in an unprogressible manner transforms what is a very straightforward map into a jumbled mess. This is a computer game equivalent of an origami fortune teller, where you pick a number, then another number, and pray that the outcome you get will actually be the exit you hope it to be. What makes all of this even worse is the fact that there's little visual distinction between each floor of the building, or, at this point, anything in the game at all. All of this footage here, were I to show you this without any kind of context, would more than likely not register to an average gamer that this was Daikatana. The previous episodes all had lively, visually stimulating aesthetics that set them apart from each other and from other titles being released around that time period. San Francisco looks like it could be any first-person shooter from the late 90s, early 2000s. The graphics themselves are fantastic, as I mentioned before, but not distinct enough to make this game stand out from, say, Soldier of Fortune. There are two new enemies introduced here, the Gang Uzi and the Gang Knifer, truly creatively dubbed foes which only appear in this map and then never again. We've run through the prisoners, and here now we're running through the gang members. Soon we won't even be facing gang members. The next map introduces new foes with new tactics, and while I want to commend the game for creating a sense of evolution, moving from enemy to enemy and having them all be specific to the zones and environments that we're moving through, at this point in the game has established specific sets of enemies per episode that exist across the whole of the episode. Daikatana, with San Francisco, appears to be abandoning everything the game has established in prior episodes. This does not feel like a good thing. Although, once again, I have to admit that aside from some visual bugs, the game hasn't crashed since the fight with King Gharroth, so I am very, very grateful for that.
I wanted players to feel like they were finally getting close to Mishima's location. Why wouldn't he be hanging out at the company he controls? This is where players are introduced to the military units, and come to understand that Mishima's reach is long. Even the military is on his payroll. After making your way through this complex, at last you reach the research wing, and instead find Mikiko's distant ancestor, the discoverer of the MMP vaccine. He says you'll find Mishima in a penthouse atop the very building you're in. So close. Or so you'll believe.
Of all the maps in all of this game that I have dreaded playing through and talking about, it is Mishima Labs. On a first playthrough, this is unutterably confusing and meandering, and on a second or third or fourth playthrough, it's clearly so over-designed as to appear to waste the player's time. We'll notice again that Romero has nothing to say about the design of this map, only how he wanted it to feel. He wanted us to feel like we were finally getting close to Mishima, only to have that feeling swept away from us. He isn't speaking on design elements or why he made certain decisions around certain aspects of gameplay. He's just feeding us bullshit, which is exactly what this is. We once again get brand new enemies in the form of the Navy SEALs, the Commando, the Shotgunner, and the Navy SEAL Captain. There's also going to be massive lab monkeys that Mishima has been experimenting on that we are going to have to fight, which feels needlessly cruel. Holy Harambe, Batman, we have to slaughter dozens of gorillas who otherwise wouldn't even be sneezing at us. To its credit, there's a new weapon here that doesn't make up for the nonsense, but is fun to use. The Nova Beam is a shoulder-mounted laser that kills anything and everything with one shot. It takes a moment to reset before being able to fire again, but one shot, one kill is hard to argue with, and the sound effect of the laser fire is chef's kiss. Alright, so let's look at this map real quick. Mishima Labs is essentially San Francisco's dungeon map, except this isn't an escort mission. Mikiko has plenty of agency here, however, you're just not going to want her along for the ride. Entering the building off the tram, we get to explore the lobby, take down some Navy SEALs, and find a green key card in a fountain. Then, we're given the option of two separate pathways to explore. One opened by that green key card, the other opened by a yellow key card. Using the green key card, we enter a control room that has 3 moving platforms, which we summon with a button press. It's best to just tell Mikiko to stay put in the control center, because otherwise you'll have a hell of a time getting her on and off the platforms. We need to take the left platform along its course to a landing, where there are several Navy SEALs and a blue key card waiting for us. The door at this landing won't open for us, so we need to take the key card back to the control room and hop onto the right platform, where a door unlocked by the blue keycard awaits. We then have to use the firing range to unlock the room in the middle of the range, which contains another green keycard. We then need to return to the platform control room, and then use the middle platform and take it down to the door opened by the green keycard. In here, we're going to find a cargo room, which is full of lab monkeys and SEALs. But what we really want to focus on is the observation room up above, where we need to shoot out the grating in the floor, run through some vents, and land on the platform corridor, where we'll hear and notice another grating has burst. Going down through that, we then run through some more vents, and then emerge out behind the door where we found the blue keycard. This area is the shower and bunk area for the SEALs, where we'll need to fight our way through until we navigate around to the captain's quarters, where we'll find a yellow keycard. After this, we'll need to call the platform back to us, ride it up to the control room, and then head back to the main area of Mishima Labs. Now we can take that second pathway, unlocked by the yellow keycard, where we find another platform control room. This time, however, there are some security lasers blocking us from the primary controls. So, once again, we'll have Makiko stay put, and we'll start by taking the left platform down to get a green keycard. Notice that the door on this landing needs a blue keycard. So, back up to the control room, take the right platform down, and we'll use the green keycard here. We'll make our way through the computer room and find the blue keycard next to one of the desktop computers, and then take the platform back to the control room, where we'll take the left platform back down to the blue keycard door and use the blue keycard to enter. At the end of this area are 2 power generators, which we'll need to shut down using bullets, which will then turn off the security lasers at the control room, and then fight our way back and ride the platform once more. At the control room, we'll be able to summon the middle platform, carefully guide Makiko onto the platform with you and ride it down until it breaks. You'll have to kill a couple of lab monkeys, but there's a vent down here we can navigate through. Look up, shoot the vent, climb up, shoot the grating, climb up into the laboratory area where we'll face against some Navy SEALs. Move to the control panel with the numbers on it to open the central lift. Stepping onto it takes us down below to the experimentation area, and once down there we'll fight some more SEALs, but the lift will be locked into place. In order to get it working again, we have to locate and activate 4 buttons hidden beneath alcoves, but activating each one of them opens up the enclosures trapping the lab monkeys, meaning we'll have to fight them. The lift will then lift up, but without us, leaving us trapped down here. Now that's all well and good, but a grating will mysteriously blow open in one of the enclosures, which we need to climb up, letting us out on the 2nd floor of the labs. And from here, we can reach the office of the scientist who actually discovered the MMP vaccine, Makiko Ebihara's ancestor, who tells us that Mishima is in his penthouse on just the floor above us. Now, I'm not sure if my walkthrough of the Mishima Labs has impressed upon the viewers of this documentary just how tedious and overcomplicated it is to actually experience this mess of a map. If it has, I've done my job. If it hasn't, then I'd like my closing remarks to reflect that this map literally does nothing but waste my fucking time with tedious back and forth bullshit that really, truly only exists as padding in an already over-padded and over-designed episode. This map is bullshit, this episode is bullshit, but hold on to your hats, kids, because we still have 2 more maps to go through.
I wanted to surprise the player when they got to the penthouse. Mishima's hideout is a recreation of a traditional Japanese pagoda, something to make Mishima feel like he's back home in Japan. The only difference here is that he has some pretty lethal military guards holding down the fort, and just when you think you've tracked Mishima down to the final room of the place, poof, he's gone.
Once again, Romero speaks to nothing involving the design of the map. Once again, it's because this map is garbage. There's one final new enemy here, the Navy Rocketeer, who shoots rockets and takes a lot of damage. They're fine. They jib just like any other enemy here. Mishima's hideout is divided into 3 separate areas: the artifact room, the gardens, and the chambers. The artifact room is interesting because running through it we can see the spoils of time travel that Mishima has collected for himself since gaining the Daikatana, including a wheel from the Stone Age, samurai armor, and the frickin' Mona Lisa. We're gonna accidentally set off security entering here, but what we need to do is flip a lever, which activates a ladder somewhere in the map, and then well, I would move on, but the lever somehow caught against me, and now I'm stuck in the environment and I can't move. Load game! After flipping the ladder lever and not getting stuck, we need to shoot the generator and the security gate will raise itself. I want to point out here that the slugger has a secondary ammo which I haven't been using up until this point: cordite grenades. Collecting them will automatically attach the grenade launcher to your slugger, and you'll launch grenades until you run out of them. Then, the slugger will return to normal shotgun operation. But what the game doesn't tell you is that you can actually swap between the 2 ammo types by pressing the slugger's hotkey. Since I know this, I've been intentionally using the slugger's regular ammo to stockpile cordite grenades for just this very moment. The rest of the hideout map past the artifact room is pretty straightforward, if yet still cryptic. There's a series of buttons we need to press in the rock garden in order to lower a ladder to give us access to a button that lowers another ladder somewhere in the hideout. And then we'll need to investigate the chambers to seek out yet another switch to lower a ladder. then return to the chambers and use the lift there to rise up to Mishima's bedchambers. If we found all the switches necessary, then there will be one final ladder that lowers and we gain access to Mishima's bedchambers. If we haven't found all the ladder buttons necessary though, then it's back to the hunt. On one hand, one nice thing about this map is that every time you lower a ladder, a brief cutscene plays showing you that a ladder has indeed lowered. On top of that, the 3 main areas of the map can be run in any order, and there's no map switching to be had here. It's all one singularly contained map, which is a huge boon by this point in the game. However, some of these button locations are cryptic at best, maddening at worst, which can easily lead to confused meandering about the area, scratching your head in your search. 4 small buttons on rocks in the garden, 1 button at the base of a pillar in the bedroom hidden by the low lighting, and then, bafflingly, there's this weird demonic statue in Mishima's room? What is this for? What does it represent? There's nothing about this anywhere else ever in the game. Does this serve a purpose? It doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. Because outside, Mishima has caught a helicopter out of here, tantalizingly out of reach. Superfly, however, has been revealed to have survived the boat chase scene earlier and has caught up with us. How did he do that? It doesn't matter. We don't need to know or care. It's the power of deep narrative. Now we need to chase after Mishima and catch up with him and finally reach the final map of the game. But this feels a little too easy. I haven't had any game crashes in this entire episode. Outside of the lever sticking me to the environment, I also haven't had any major glitches. Well, the home stretch awaits. I'm almost free of 1.0. I just need to cross the finish line, but I can feel something ominous brewing.
This is it, Daikatana's final location. And it's a toughie. You travel into the heart of the Navy SEAL Training Center and must navigate one bizarre training area after another until you reach the final encounter with Kage Mishima. I wanted a surprise ending after you kill Kage, and I thought Mikiko's betrayal would be the perfect device.
As the episode comes to a head here with the SEAL Training Center, something becomes unfortunately apparent. Romero had no idea what he was doing here with this final sequence of maps. Opening up is a cutscene where Mikiko casually tricks the guard into letting them into the training center. It's a little bizarre in that they just sort of get lucky and go inside without incident. It feels like there was something else meant to be in this cutscene, but was cut from it. In the facility, we need to climb up and make our way through to Mishima. This Rocketeer guard apparently needed to fall over backwards in order to get a running start on us, though. The facility itself appears to be underwater, which is a neat design touch, and I wish we could play with that idea a little more. After taking an elevator down below, we get to the meat and potatoes of this level: platforming puzzles. As you can see, one slip and we will fall to our demise. There are 5 platforming puzzles we need to go through, thankfully without the sidekicks, and each one becomes deadlier than the one before it. The first one is a set of slowly flipping platforms. The second one is a rotating inception hallway, which... Oh, okay, well that's neat. The second one is a rotating inception hallway, which is much trickier than it looks. The third is a set of pistons opening and closing. The fourth is a set of sliding platforms moving back and forth. And the fifth has landing pads rotating in and out of the walls. With 0 degree of hyperbole, these are stupid. In a game that only provides 3 save gems in your inventory at any given moment, where loading times are 10 seconds long each time, every time, the concept of platforming puzzles that instantly kill you if you miss a jump is ludicrous at best. I know that I've accused Romero of padding out this last section of the game, but outside of these so-called training exercises, there's absolutely nothing going on in this final map. Sure, there's a swim through a shark tank between the piston room and the sliding platform room, but 75% of this map are these training exercises. It is loading screen after loading screen after loading screen after loading screen that takes up the majority of this experience. And frankly, it is insulting that this is how it ends. Eventually, if you're determined enough, after making it through all the training exercises, we take an elevator back up to where we left our sidekicks and continue onwards. Where are they? No, wait, actually, where are they? I've done this map too many times for this to be a mistake. Hang on. Let me go cut through these last Navy SEALs.
I can't leave without Makiko and Superfly.
Future Ranger here. You kids see this? This right here, this save that I make? This is going to bite me in the ass. Alright, so I've cleared through the majority of this map. I've saved right before the transition to the boss. Now I'm going to go back and see if I can collect my sidekicks. They're still not here. Why the hell aren't they here? I can't jump up into that tube either. My companions are supposed to spawn here, but they definitely did not spawn here, and the game won't let me progress without them. Alright, I'm just gonna load the last map switch that I have and see if that resets things. Makiko is there, but Superfly isn't. And I can't get Makiko to listen to my command and hop down to join me.
Stop shooting me, you hobbits!
Shooting Makiko gets her unstuck and she comes down to join me then, but Superfly is still nowhere to be found. He hasn't spawned here.
Hey, watch where you're going. Did you hear something?
I can't call him. He isn't here. The game has bugged out in the most inopportune, most insidious of ways. I load the map switch save file one more time, hoping, praying that this will bully the game into spawning both of my companions right where I need them, and yet, Makiko again. Only her. And she still won't respond to my commands. In desperation, I send multiple volleys from the kineticore across the hallways, hoping that they bounce off of the walls and find Superfly, stimulating him into returning. It doesn't work, and I saved my game at a point where both of my companions hadn't spawned. Reloading the map switch doesn't bully the game. Reloading that save file won't accomplish anything because it too is bugged. I don't have a save file to load that will do me any good. I've come this far. I've seen so much. I've conquered the glitches, the crashes, and bullied my way through the game up until this point, only to be met with the most disastrous of bugs. Superfly refuses to spawn no matter what I do. So, there's only one thing to do. I have to admit defeat. I'm here, right here, at the final level, this close to the boss, and I cannot beat the game. At least, not conventionally. I had to exit the game and go into the config file to enable use of the console, where I can input commands. See, unlike future versions of this game, 1.0 won't let you just hit the tilde key and drop the console down. You have to manually set it to do so in the config. Okay, so I do that and attempt to use some cheats to get Superfly and Makiko back to me. Doesn't work. Okay, I have to actually enable cheats in the console first. Okay, however, cheats won't work within the game that you're currently playing. You have to start a brand new game to use cheats within that new save file. Okay, so I start a new game. I skip to the final map, and I boost all of my stats and ammo and health so that I'm basically invincible. I don't want to use God mode because there's still some part of me that feels like doing that at this point would constitute actual cheating, whereas right now I'm just getting back to where I was. and then I drop down to face off against Mishima. You kids remember how all the bosses in Norway were all super underwhelming? Well, even with my stats completely boosted and my health set to overload, Mishima has a move that can and will immediately destroy you in one hit if you're in melee range. He also becomes invincible whenever he summons these ghosts, so you still can't just lay the smackdown on him. And then he... I had close to 6,700 hit points, and he still one-shot me. Finally, I just say, fuck it. I set my weapons to infinite ammo, I let loose with the rip gun, I use the metamazers, which is the San Francisco BFG, and is not worth talking about. Believe me, it's just not a weapon worth talking about because it's just another BFG that hurts you more than it hurts anything else in this game. And after what finally feels like yet another bug where Mishima isn't taking any goddamn damage from any of my weapons, he finally falls. The cutscene that comes next is absolutely cockamamie. Hiro and everyone realize that they've changed the future, and they only have so long to get back to their timeline before they're erased as well. But with a dried up Daikatana, that's not going to happen. Hiro, expert in physics and warfare, remembers that they're sitting on top of a giant nuclear reactor, so he gets the bright idea to shove the Daikatana straight into the reactor and supercharge it so that they can get back to the future. On an interesting note, the original ending of Back to the Future was going to have Marty McFly drive through a nuclear explosion to supercharge the DeLorean and travel back to 1985. Since we can't just have nice things, Mikiko somehow steals the sword right out from under Hiro's nose and kills Superfly with it. Hiro and Mikiko have a quick back and forth about good and evil. Yada yada yada. The cutscene ends, Mikiko comes charging at me, and I kill her in 10 seconds. Most of those 10 seconds were me swapping weapons to get to the rip gun. Final cutscene plays. Hiro is devastated that his friends are dead, so he decides that it doesn't have to be this way, and as everything fades to black, we're left with the impression that he chose to go back in time and change the past. Indeed, we're treated to a vision of a much less sinister Japan 2455. Mishima's research facility is now Ebihara's research facility, as it should be considering that the Ebiharas discovered the MMP vaccine in 2030. Now, Superfly is security chief for the Ebiharas, and Mikiko is working with her father. They're talking about their attempt to locate the Daikatana, which was fruitless, but at least they're in a good place now. Meanwhile, we cut to Hiro, alone in an unknown place in an unknown time, meditating while surrounded by artifacts from various time periods. Down below, in a secure hiding place, rests the Daikatana in a glass case, protected by Hiro. And that's it. Game over. The end. We finished Daikatana. It is, after that last map, so incredibly difficult for me to even comment on the wild mood swing of that final cutscene. After watching his buddy Superfly die from Mikiko's treachery and being forced to kill Mikiko himself, Hiro has clearly gone back in time to reset any number of mistakes, and in doing so has saved his friends at the cost of them remembering him. It's a surprisingly somber ending, one that doesn't feel earned considering the amount of horrid bugs and lackluster design we faced in getting here. And that's just in playing the game on easy mode. Earlier, I mentioned that I played 1.0 on easy because I wasn't masochistic, and that's a very accurate statement. Daikatana is a game that holds no quarter for the player, something Romero has commented on in hindsight, stating that he probably made the game too difficult because he wanted the game to be difficult for him, not just the player. Anyone who's played through Romero's Doom mod, Sigil, will understand that Romero's version of what is difficult is probably a lot higher than what most players would consider difficult, and that it also features a lot more bullshit. Daikatana 1.0 released to years of built-up hype, years of overzealous promises, years of jokes and punchlines before it even debuted. This game, the game that was released and was playable at launch, is a disaster. There were multiple points while playing through 1.0 that I had to remind myself that this is a game that I enjoy. No, a game that I love, even despite the flaws. I have the game's logo tattooed on my arm for God's sake, but this version is so exceptionally raw and rough to play through that at times I could feel that tattoo itching in anger. Between crippling difficulty spikes, meandering and aimless level design, dissatisfying weapons, egregious loading times, and the plethora of bugs, Daikatana 1.0 is an experience that I recommend to absolutely no one. I can't even for the life of me stop to consider the innovations here. The ways in which the game was forward-thinking, due in part to the fact that some of those innovations slowly disappeared over the course of the game. The fruit tree in episode 1 was never seen again. The health stations like the Hospital and Fountain of Healing disappeared after episode 2. As the game ran towards the finish line, it devolved slowly into a generic shooter, so much so that by the time San Francisco rolled around, it was nearly indistinguishable from other genre titles of the era. Daikatana's best strengths are in how it subverts and innovates on aspects of boomer shooters. Unfortunately, the game's biggest weakness was being unable to implement those designs with current technology, not explaining the level system thoroughly, not explaining how specific key hunting quests work, inexplicably asking the player to traverse environments in non-linear ways despite being a mostly linear game. Couple all of this with untrained and inexperienced design talent behind the scenes, and a lack of refinement around the use of the technology, Daikatana 1.0 is a messy, boring, frustrating slog. Popular opinion would have you believe that the game was savaged by critics of the time with vicious hyperbole, but the truth is that actual reviews leaned more in the direction of calling Daikatana mediocre at worst. In PC Gamer, reviewer Colin Williamson gave the game a score of 53%, gently praising the game's visuals, but ultimately noted that the gameplay felt stale in both campaign and multiplayer. Pondering Romero's former standing in the FPS genre, Williamson concluded that Daikatana was, quote, nothing more remarkable than the end of an era in fandom. In a review for Next Gen magazine, Jeff Lundgren gave Daikatana 2 out of 5 stars, stating that it offered very little in the way of enjoyment. He ended his review by saying, quote, 2 years out of its time, Daikatana is notable mostly for its mediocrity. Over on GameSpot, Eric Wolpaw awarded Daikatana a score of 4.6 out of 10. He lamented the implementation of the companion characters and the save system, as well as the confusing level design, but commended the game's co-op mode as the most fun aspect of the experience, simply for the fact that it removed the cutscenes and the companions. He concluded, quote, after years of development and a vast body of negative press, Daikatana is not an unmitigated disaster, but unfortunately, that's not enough to endorse it. Vincent Lopez of IGN gave Daikatana a score of 5.8. He wrote, quote, at most, this game is an average but dated game, and at worst, it's a messy, tedious, monotonous attempt to convince gamers that they'd rather have big jibs and no brains rather than something more substantial. Reviews across the board echoed similar sentiments. Bland, boring, bewildering. Daikatana's reviewers agreed that the game had rampant bugs and crashes, meandering level design and lackluster mechanics, and broken AI for the companion characters that players were forced to care for. While there was some praise for the game mixed into these reviews, the general consensus was that Daikatana released as a mid-tier game with enough problems to make it difficult to recommend. Interestingly, in his autobiography, Doom Guy, Romero simultaneously gracefully accepts the failure of his game while seeming to gripe about the reviews that it received. At the end of the chapter, Hitting Bottom, Romero goes over the list of lessons he's learned as a result of his time working on Daikatana, including the lesson, fail gracefully, accept your flaws, and try again. And yet, just pages before this, Romero stated that critics took pleasure in pointing out just how hard Daikatana had failed. He claimed that one reviewer even went so far as to say, in print, that Romero should be punched in the face for making the game. I couldn't find that review in my searches, but I am open to the possibility that it could exist. Romero wrote how the game received mostly negative reviews, stating that critics pointed out the inconsistent companion AI, the bugs, and the quote, dated look of the game. What Romero fails to mention in his autobiography is that reviewers also pointed out the lackluster level design and gameplay of Daikatana, which primarily led to the mediocre scores of high 4s and low 5s. After my experience playing 1.0, I can safely say that those reviews were being generous. But most of the reviews I was able to read from the time of release indicated that there was something interesting beneath the rubbish presentation and design of Daikatana, and that it was a shame that it couldn't be dug up. It's been documented that Romero has a photographic memory, which comes in handy whenever someone like Sandy Peterson pops up on Twitter to make claims about the development of Doom or Quake that are factually inaccurate. But this only makes it more telling when Romero omits information that we know to be true. An unfortunate example of this is Stevie Case. Romero and Stevie would continue their relationship after Daikatana's release up until 2003, when they would break up and go their separate ways. Romero has briefly spoken about how the end of this relationship was one of the worst experiences of his life. So, it should come as no surprise then that Stevie is only mentioned once in Romero's entire autobiography, close to the end of the chapter detailing the end of Ion Storm. Jumping ahead in the timeline for just a moment, after Ion Storm shut down, Romero, Tom Hall, and Stevie decided to go in together and create a new game studio, Monkey Stone Games. They would create a few well-received games, but both Romero and Stevie would step away from the company after their breakup. In Doom Guy, Romero does state that he started up Monkey Stone with Tom and Stevie, but since this is the only time she is mentioned in the book, she's described simply as a level designer on Daikatana. Which, okay, I can understand not wanting to talk about your ex-girlfriend in your own autobiography, but this omission unfortunately lends to the all-too-common erasure of women's work in gaming history. And while I, too, probably wouldn't want to go into details about the woman I started dating almost immediately after divorcing my wife, Romero and Stevie's relationship is something too well-known and documented to simply swerve around and just not talk about in a book that is supposedly about documenting history. I believe that, if he could, Romero just wouldn't talk about Daikatana or Ion Storm ever again if he could avoid it. He has spoken on it time and again in multiple interviews over the years, in most cases apologizing for both the game and that infamous bitch ad. To this day, Daikatana's development and release are still sore spots for Romero. Recently, on the game's 25th anniversary, Romero took to Twitch to stream gameplay of himself playing Dusk. On the actual 25th anniversary of Daikatana, Romero sat and played Dusk on a live stream. No mention of Daikatana in the days leading up to the anniversary either. He's said in interviews that despite Daikatana's reception, for him, it was more fun to work on than it was to work on Quake. However, considering the amount of personal and interpersonal drama that occurred around the game's development and his desire to move forward into the future by revisiting his past, I doubt we'll ever see Romero truly embrace Daikatana for what it is, as opposed to what it isn't. 2 patches were issued for Daikatana. Version 1.1 was released in July of 2000, and version 1.2 was issued in October of 2000. Patch 1.1 added the option of an unlimited save mode as opposed to just the game's default save gen mechanic. It also added the ability to select different video cards in the options, and fixed a bug where sidekicks didn't respawn after loading a save, and added instagib to multiplayer. Patch 1.2 fixed a number of bugs that had yet to be ironed out, including a glitch where Wyndrax would refuse to open up a passageway if his health fell below half or more. But by that point, it was already far too late for these patches to do any kind of damage control. There would be no more work done on the game, and Romero's hope to come back to the game for an expansion pack would never come to light. Daikatana had cemented itself into the minds of the gaming public as worse than bad. It was untouchably awful. The actual reviews in gaming magazines, with scores of 4s, 5s, and 6s, equated to the game being garbage. Years of work and manifestation, even with the final product as frustratingly messy though it was, had resulted in one of the largest flops to ever hit the gaming industry. After the release of Daikatana, Romero, despite everything, decided to push forward. He reassembled his team at Ion Storm and began the first steps in a new project, dubbed Game X, this time using the Unreal Engine. It was something new for him, something different, a challenge. He'd always liked challenges. He'd always been faced with challenges. The fall of Daikatana, the losses felt in the pursuit of the game, are just like any other fight that he had faced over the course of his life. If there's anything that John Romero knows how to do, it's get back up, dust himself off, and get back to work. But Eidos wanted all hands on deck for Ion Storm's next 2 games, so Romero and his team were shunted away from Game X and into support development. On June 23, 2000, 1 month after the release of Daikatana, Warren Spector's masterpiece, Deus Ex, would release. Met with glowing praise from critics and fans alike, the game would go on to win awards and is still to this day considered one of the greatest PC games of all time. And then, 1 year later, on June 27, 2001, Tom Hall's Anachronox finally released to the public. While well received by critics and even winning a few awards, it was unfortunately met with lower sales than expected, despite fans enjoying the experience. July 31st, 2001. After releasing Anachronox, Eidos gives the members of Ion Storm a month to find new jobs and then closes down Ion Storm Dallas. The Ion Storm Austin studio, Spector's team, would continue operation, producing 2 more games, Deus Ex Invisible War on December 2nd, 2003, and Thief Deadly Shadows on May 25th, 2004. This would complete the 6-game contract that Eidos had originally established with Ion Storm, and on February 5th, 2005, Eidos announced that they were going to close the Austin studio as well. Ion Storm had come to its conclusion. Romero, looking back, notes that his desire to avoid confrontations exacerbated several situations which led to even further conflict, something that could have simply been handled from point 1. For Romero, he'd wanted to simply work on games. He'd wanted to code. He didn't want to manage or do office politics. He'd wanted to just make games. So that's what he had done, or at least what he'd attempted to do. Daikatana's legacy is a complicated one. It was built on dreams, it was promised as something great, and it was received as a joke. It was not in a good place when it released, and there wasn't really anything to be done about that once it was out. Anything interesting, unique, or innovative about the game was buried under the flaws and negative uproar. With this legacy firmly set in stone, this would be how the gaming public at large would view Daikatana for the next 25 years. Even to this very day, as of this writing, the majority of the FPS community still holds Daikatana up as a monument of failure. Still, so many see this game as a terrible beast of burden, which is better off as a joke or something to laugh at. But not everyone, and in many ways, that line of thinking is slowly beginning to change. And it all began like a drop in a bucket in 2004. But before we get into that, I'd like to pause our timeline for a moment and take a bit of a detour. You see, Daikatana's PC release was not the only release that it saw in the year 2000. During development of the PC title, Eidos contracted a Japanese development company called Kemco to produce 2 console ports of the game. One was released on the Nintendo 64, and the other one was released for the Game Boy Color. And, surprisingly, they both ended up as wildly different experiences from John Romero's baby. Before we move forward into the resurgence of Daikatana, we are going to need to take a deep dive into the creation of and experience of both Daikatana 64 and Daikatana Game Boy Color, and we'll ask the question of whether or not a fresh set of eyes and development hands can make a difference in how Daikatana is experienced as both a singular experience and in looking at it as a product. When Ion Storm and Eidos Interactive entered into their publishing contract back in 1997, one of the aspects of the deal ensured that Eidos would retain the rights to publish any console ports of Ion Storm games. This was presented as a major grab at the time. Considering John Romero's star power and Ion Storm's assembling of deft development talent, the $4 million price tag on the console rights must have presented itself as a bargain at the time of negotiation. After all, gaming consoles of the time were steadily growing in graphical muscle, with the Nintendo 64 and PlayStation leading the charge in sales. But during Ion Storm's time of operation, there would only be 5 games produced that would be ported to consoles as a part of this deal. Deus Ex would arrive on the PlayStation 2 in 2002. Its sequel, Deus Ex Invisible War, would land on the Xbox in 2003, as would Ion Storm's final game, Thief: Deadly Shadows, in 2004. Strangely, Anachronox, the much-hyped and ultimately beloved CRPG title from Tom Hall, did not get the console port treatment, despite the Xbox presenting as the best delivery system for that style of game, especially considering the success of titles such as Fable, Elder Scrolls III Morrowind, and Mass Effect. But before these releases, Ion Storm chose to exercise their console rights first with Daikatana, commissioning not 1, but 2 separate ports. One for the Nintendo 64, a straightforward first-person shooter clone of the original, and also one for the Game Boy Color, which deviated from the source material and drew inspiration from one of Romero's own inspirations for Daikatana, The Legend of Zelda. Both of these ports came out in 2000, after the release of the PC version, and both of these ports would be handled by Japanese developer Kemco. Thus far, the point of this documentary has been to examine the development and aftermath of the release of John Romero's baby, but indulge me in this detour for a moment. As we've already seen and discussed, Daikatana underwent massive changes in both story and design during its development cycle. Romero himself has commented on certain aspects that needed to be cut or altered due to time constraints, and we've seen from the game's manual and the narrative in the strategy guide how the original story called for different versions of not only how the plot was executed, but in how our main character hero was established and written. Somewhere out there exists an original design document for the story and how it was meant to play out. Considering the parallels between the manual and the strategy guide, elements of the game were written out in advance using this design document as the Bible, while the final product spun out and away from that and into something different. Both the N64 and Game Boy Color ports of Daikatana contain elements of what I believe is that original design document and also parallels the official game document's story content. When it comes strictly to narrative, both of these ports might be closer to Romero's initial vision than even the PC release was, and this is well worth examining for that alone. But who is Kemco? Originally founded in 1984 as Kotobuki System Company Limited, Kemco is a Japanese game developer and publisher. Still in operation today and based in Kure, Hiroshima, from the late 80s to the early 90s, Kemco's releases were distributed by Seika Corporation in Torrance, California, under the joint label of Kemco Seika. Kemco would open their own North American distribution subsidiary in October of 1991. Alongside original releases, Kemco developed and published several ports, localizations, and licensed games. Some of these titles included Superman, the Crazy Castle series, Shadowgate, Bugs Bunny Birthday Blowout, Shadowgate 64, and Batman Dark Tomorrow. And those titles are just cherry-picked examples of Kemco's output during the 90s and aughts. If we do a brief scroll through Kemco's Wikipedia page, their prolific output is shockingly impressive. And when we consider their handling of licensed projects, they were the perfect choice at the time to develop both of Daikatana's ports. Unfortunately for Kemco and Eidos, both Daikatana 64 and Daikatana Game Boy Color would have their own troubles upon arriving on the gaming markets. Daikatana for the Nintendo 64 was released on July 31st, 2000 as a rental-only title, but was made commercially available for sale later that year. Not much is actually known about the development of this port. John Romero himself announced the game in an interview with IGN back in April of 1997. He stated that the game would be a straightforward port using the N64's cartridge tech rather than wait for the then upcoming 64DD disk drive peripheral that Nintendo was highlighting as a massive upgrade to their latest console. The 64DD only ever released in Japan, so it was smart thinking on Romero and Eidos' part to forego the disk drive tech. It should be noted that, much like the PC release, Daikatana 64's release date would be delayed, as the original release date was set for 1998. The final release would take advantage of the N64's expansion pack for higher resolution textures, but it doesn't really feel like it makes much of a difference. Even with this feature available, Daikatana 64 runs at a low frame rate and uses a lot of fog to try and make up for performance. And yes, the graphical downgrade in character models fluctuates between comical and ugly, but considering the limitations of the hardware present, and the size of the game that Kemco needed to adapt, the level of detail actually achieved here is not only admirable, but actually kind of impressive. And another unfortunate choice in order to make room for space on the cartridge is the music. Most of the music in cutscenes is a simple, looping cue that becomes repetitive within moments, and each episode of the game only features one music track that plays across every level of that era. As background noise, sure, most of these tracks work, but they become particularly noticeable when they're the only sound we can hear in the oftentimes very long and slow cutscenes, and that takes away from the enjoyment a bit. A couple of things that we're going to notice off the bat for differences includes the fact that, rather than start every era with a new set of weapons, every single weapon picked up in the game will be carried over through to the end. Provided, of course, that you still have ammo for them, they can all be used from beginning to endgame. It's a bit of a strange sight to see, considering that Romero was adamant in interviews that the weapons in Daikatana would not be carried over across episodes. But as we look further into these ports, we might see evidence that Romero was protesting just a little bit too much on this topic. Weapon selection takes place within a proto-weapon wheel, where you can swivel back and forth along the wheel to find the weapon that you want to use. This operates on a similar concept to Turok's weapon wheel on the N64, except this one is laid out horizontally versus vertically. Another interesting concept here is that Mishima workers can't be killed in this version of the game, probably to satisfy Nintendo's desires at the time to avoid wanton, senseless violence in games published on their consoles. Instead, Hiro can walk up to the workers and engage them in conversation for some fascinating and hilariously mistranslated dialogue. But this is all surface level stuff that informs us of what we're in for, but doesn't quite tell the whole tale of just how different this port truly is. Let's dive in. The game opens up in Japan 2455 with a similar cutscene to the PC version, in which we meet Hiro while he's in the midst of training. On a fascinating note, I would like to point out that this cutscene does a much better job of showing off how badass Hiro is supposed to be. He cuts down 4 logs quickly and efficiently, then proceeds to perform handstand push-ups. Unfortunately, we're going to notice next that the cutscene has no audio, no sound effects, just music playing in the background to help set the mood. This is going to be the standard for the rest of the game, as whenever the game decides that we need some new narrative, We'll get to sit and watch interminably long cutscenes fueled only by repetitive music and slow, stilted character animations. While these cutscenes are, frankly, kind of impressive considering the limitations of the N64 at the time, sitting through them now only feels worthwhile if you're someone already familiar with Daikatana. There are some key differences in story laid out here in these cutscenes that alter the narrative just slightly enough to give character motivations a little more weight and a little more resonance for gamers playing through Daikatana. For example, here in the intro once again, Ebihara details the story and reasons for needing to seek out the Daikatana with much more clarity than in the PC version, highlighting Mikiko's capture in her quest to steal the Daikatana from Mishima. And it continues to show off how much of a badass hero is, and that he takes down 3 ninjas without breaking a sweat, even performing a backflip head kick to finish off the last one, which is crazy cool. But in every iteration of Daikatana's story, Ebihara succumbs to his wounds from the attack no matter how skilled Hiro is. Hiro still hides away here in Ebihara's coffin, but the truck this time doesn't wait around to see how many coffins fall out of the back. It just speeds away. And just like that, we're off to the races. First thing we're going to notice is that the game controls really well. By which I mean surprisingly smooth for an N64 shooter. Now, I'm not going to try and fool anyone into thinking I'm playing this on the original hardware. This is emulation, which is necessary because this port is basically abandonware anyway. And since I believe in the preservation of gaming, I don't think there's anything wrong with emulation. That said, even though I had to do a few somersaults to get the controls to work well with my USB controller, I had very few problems playing this game. It's smooth, it's precise, and it just honestly feels good to play. One thing I'm going to touch on are the archaic button combinations, which have already been yelled about by such talented content creators as John Tron and Mike Matei. For example, if we want to crouch in this game, which is imperative here in the first map, you have to hold down the use button and then press the jump button, which allows Hiro to duck. Yes, it's silly, but it's the kind of 90s silly control scheme that we were used to in the year 2000, so I'm going to give it a pass. Besides, it didn't affect gameplay at all. What I did find a touch frustrating was the fact that you can't just hold down the fire button to maintain a steady rate of fire while shooting at enemies. One button press per shot, which makes the ion blaster feel a little awkward to wield when you're forced to rapidly tap the button while aiming at, say, a big robot enemy. Still, it works well enough that it's a concession I'm willing to make. But watching this footage, you've probably noticed something very important. This does not look anything like Daikatana PC's opening marsh level. And honestly, that's for the best. Kemco went through the whole of the game and streamlined everything, utilizing the base map designs for the game as inspirations on how to construct levels here in Daikatana 64. But otherwise, they seem to have had free reign to build out the title how they saw fit. For example, here in the marsh, there's a distinct lack of froginators and roboskeets to contend with. We're mostly going to be shooting down automated turrets and a few Mishima guards. What few froginators and roboskeets that exist in this level are so benign as to hardly count as enemies. There's also no thunderskeet enemy, making the bridge explosion set piece over and done with quickly so as to keep the player moving forward. Marsh's layout is fundamentally different from its PC counterpart, boiled down to the essentials, and that's it. Each era of the game that we visit will only have 4 maps each, except the final episode, which means that anything non-essential had to get cut. After the marsh, Daikatana 64 skips the sewer level entirely and sends Hiro directly to Solitary, where we're going to pick up both the Sidewinder and the Shot Cycler almost immediately. Oh, and the Shot Cycler? Leagues better than the PC version. Leagues. Look at this glorious son of a bitch. A quick, rapid-fire burst of shotgun shells, a swift reload animation, and we're back in the fight. No muss, no fuss, all killer, and no filler. Kemco understood the assignment and kept everything as straightforward as possible. Speaking of straightforward, the leveling system is now completely automated. Looking over here at our RPG stats, we'll notice that we still have all the same distinct stats as we do in the PC version. But rather than giving players the opportunity to choose which stat to increase upon a level up, the game will simply increase each one in order every time you get a level up. We'll even get the motivational message, "Your stat increased, now go kick butt!" which is a nice little pat on the back for taking down our foes. On the flip side though, in keeping things straightforward, Daikatana has a very limited save system. You can only save between maps, and that's it. Dying in the middle of a level means having to start all the way back over at the beginning of the map. Sure, sometimes this can be pretty frustrating. I had a few maps where I was very near the end and was simply low on health and made one too many mistakes and ended up having to run the whole thing over. A drag, sure, and very teeth-gritting in the moment, but for the most part, these maps are all so small that they hardly take any time at all to get through. And honestly, it works out better than the save gems do in the PC version. Although, despite all this streamlining, when we meet Superfly and he tells us to go back and find the key card for his cell behind the Mishima sign that we had passed by, we actually have to do a not insignificant amount of backtracking to find the sign, shoot it, and then take the key card all the way back to Superfly to end the level. Considering the fairly mediocre speed at which Hero moves, this is a little bit of bullshit, and we will definitely get to experience similar backtracking design later on in the game. After a fun little cutscene where Hero and Superfly literally have a conversation while sprinting through the complex, we arrive at icelab. This is a fairly faithful translation from the PC version and provides the player with more find enemy, shoot enemy, and keep moving style gameplay. The combat is Daikatana 64's biggest strength. Kemco wisely chooses to put more focus on exploration and navigation, moving from place to place, finding buttons to press, and hidden passageways to explore. What combat there is nestled gently between map segments as something more akin to target shooting rather than run and gun gameplay. Enemies are merely obstacles, and you, the player, remove obstacles by shooting at them. It isn't very complex or complicated, but it provides just enough resistance to the player that combat feels satisfying, albeit simplistic. And you know what makes it even better? The fact that there are no sidekicks to run around with in-game. It's just you, Hero, the mythical badass, running through these maps on his own, gunning down robots and guards and turrets with weapons that, for the most part, feel better to use than they do in the PC version. For a console shooter, especially one on the N64, this is a breath of fresh air. Japan 2455's biggest deviation, however, comes in the final map, Vault. Rather than a complicated boss fight, in order to reach the Daikatana and claim the sword for ourselves, the game asks us to navigate a timed segment involving rising and falling platforms. We press a button to activate the platforms, and then have to execute a series of perfectly timed jumps in order to run and leap across each platform before the bridge, providing access to the Daikatana, retracts. Once that happens, we'll be unable to reach the sword, and we'll have to start all the way over. On top of requiring players to properly platform in first person with N64 controls, the sequence takes the player so high up in the air that any potential missed jump, and believe me, there will be plenty, results in the player taking fall damage. Taking enough fall damage, and not only do we fail this segment, but we'll have to replay the entire level just to get back to this piece and try it again. Where Japan 2455 has thus far been a gentle introduction to the game's mechanics and overall vibe, this sequence here is unfortunately misplaced and poorly executed to such a degree that it nearly bounced me out of the game. Upon grabbing the Daikatana, we get the episode's ending cutscene, which is similar to the PC version. Mishima appears out of the time stream, hilariously dressed in his CEO business attire rather than his Shogun armor, drops exposition on Hero and crew, and then sucks them into the time stream using a hallucinogenic acid trip. As strangely comedic as all of this appears, I have to give credit to Kemco for actually grabbing my attention with these visuals and making me laugh. But now we're in Greece, and boy howdy did the changes here hit us immediately. First off, you'll notice that we have our ion blaster, as well as our other futuristic weapons still. I've noticed that using weapons from different eras don't seem to be as potent as weapons that you're collecting from the era that you're in, so yes, we can use these still if we have the ammo, but results may vary. Secondly, there's the Trident of Poseidon just sitting out in the open waiting for us. The Discus of Daedalus is waiting in the very next area as well, so we're getting our new weapons fairly quickly. But there's something missing here, and that's the Daikatana. Yes, kids, that's correct. The titular Daikatana is not a weapon that we get to use in this version of the game. Whether the reasoning was to save space or to not have to program a melee weapon into combat, the answer is unclear. But we're going to be spending the rest of the game carrying around a sword that we can't actually use in combat. On one hand, this really does kind of make sense. After all, the sword itself has its own leveling system in the PC version, and with the automated experience distribution here in Daikatana 64, programming the sword to level up also would have been a pain. And speaking of experience distribution, check out our stats here in only the first map of Episode 2. Vitality is level 4 out of 5. The rest of our stats are all level 3 out of 5. Hero is getting crazy powerful very quickly in this experience, which is both welcome and also somehow unsatisfying. I don't really feel like I need to work for these level ups, as the stat upgrades are handed out like candy. However, I have to admit, despite not being able to use the Daikatana, not having to direct companions or balance experience points between hero and the sword is a welcome change of pace. Although, could someone tell me the point of this cutscene right here? Hero slowly walking down the incline while looking around stiltedly is peak N64 jank. Not gonna lie, but it does little for my patience. Then again, seeing Usagi's ghost pop up over here like a creepypasta is an excellent addition. Speaking of creepy, here's some grisly human sacrifices that have been made to the gods. I'm not sure how this made it past Nintendo censors, but I'll take it. The N64 version of Grease's weapons are outstanding, by the way. The trident no longer has splash damage and instead fires 3 orbs in rapid succession that are accurate and powerful. The Hammer of Hades is far more effective than the PC version and doesn't harm Hero when used at full force. The Venomous doesn't just lob poison orbs, it slows down enemies as they get poisoned and makes them harder to hit. And on top of that, the blobs don't bounce off of surfaces. Honestly, all the weapons in this version of the game work better and feel better than they do in the original. That's a big part of why, being as simplistic and straightforward as it is, Daikatana for the Nintendo 64 feels much more satisfying to play through. Of course, there's always going to be some kind of bullshit waiting around the corner when it comes to Daikatana, and when we get to the Acropolis, we find it here. Much like the PC counterpart, we're tasked here with picking up the pieces of the Aegis Key, only this time, they're fragments of a tablet. They're frustratingly scattered about a confusingly laid out map, and in one case we need to blow up an altar to find the piece hidden beneath it. It's not fun. And then, maddeningly, at the end when the tablet unlocks the gate for us to proceed, Cerberus appears, but then the cutscene fades out, and we switch to map 4. Once we open up in the Parthenon, Hero and Makiko are just suddenly examining a stone statue, no Cerberus in sight. I'm not kidding in the slightest here, kids. This transition has not been edited at all. We really just get to see Cerberus for half a second, fade out, and then fade back in like Hero and Makiko took care of business off camera, and we didn't need to be a part of it. Absolutely banana bonkers. On a slightly disappointing note, Medusa's lair isn't nearly as fun or creepy as it is on PC. Instead, it gets boiled down to some green water flowing around the area here and there, which doesn't exactly induce dread, but the design comes back around in Medusa's arena. After dropping from a ledge shaped like an extended snake's mouth, we see Medusa crawl up onto the center platform, before a brief boss fight ensues. She does this little breakdance-style tail whip attack, which is great, but she's quickly defeated. Her energies go straight into the sword, Superfly is released from his stone form, and thankfully, there's no bonus enemy fight after the boss. Hero uses the Daikatana to open up another hallucinogenic time portal, which swoops up our heroes, and we're off to Norway. CEO Mishima once again blocks us from moving forward, but the real highlight here is the time stream itself. This multicolored miasma looks like something out of Earthbound, and serves to highlight just how incredibly silly this version of the story truly is. And by silly, I mean Fast and the Furious level, scenery-chewing B-movie awesomeness. I dare anyone to point out a time travel sequence more thoroughly exaggerated than this. I'm also a huge sucker for N64 graphics, so this tickles me to no end. We're here in the Plague Village now, and in one building, there are some dead bodies lying around to emphasize that something horrific has happened here, which is thoroughly surprising because even Romero didn't have dead plague bodies in his game. Kemco is trying to really hammer home how serious the events are here, with sacrifices and plague victims, despite the inherent silliness of the venture. I still can't figure out how this got past Nintendo at the time, because despite the lack of blood and gore, this is honestly a little dark. The village itself has been considerably shrunk in size, as there's only one way to go, and that leads us straight to the church. Thankfully, we're not dealing with any map switching bugs, but instead we're going to have to solve a migraine-inducing puzzle. After meeting up with the priest Musilde, who tells us that there's a way down to the church basement, but that he's forgotten how to get down there, we're faced with an Ocarina of Time style music puzzle that requires us to play the bells in a specific order to open up the way to the basement. How do we solve this, you ask? We have to go listen to Musilde as he casually puts away some books while whistling a tune to himself. We have to carefully listen to the song that he's whistling and attempt to play it on the bells. Try though I might, I couldn't get the right tune, so I resorted to a walkthrough. Turns out I was only one note off, which is only mildly infuriating. I mean, really, this puzzle doesn't really feel like anyone was going to get it right without a walkthrough. Once we get the musical tones chimed in correctly, we're granted access to the basement, where we will find a volcanic bed of lava populated by velociraptors. Up until this point, I thought that I had seen everything that Daikatana in any version could throw at me. Dinosaurs and a lake of fire beneath a Norse church definitely proved me wrong in that regard. Fortunately, since the game is taking shortcuts, we only have to grab the one key down here in order to leave the village, the exit being guarded by buboids. I have to say that I actually really do appreciate how this version slowly escalates the threat of the plague here. First, all we find are dead bodies. Then, Musilde tells us how the plague is mutating people into buboids. Then, we encounter the buboids for the first time on our way out of the village. It's really effective visual storytelling. If there's any one thing that I could say to argue that Daikatana 64 is more of an enjoyable experience than the original, it's the fact that this version skips the entire dungeon level and goes straight to Wyndrax's tower. We don't even get to face Stavros, we're just going straight to the lightning wizard. Although we still get Stavros' stave as a weapon somehow. Regardless, thank you, gaming gods, for this precious gift. Remember how the wizard boss fights in Daikatana were pretty underwhelming? Not so here. Wyndrax, for example, is an asshole. Right off the bat, he has an attack that can and will drag you off of the ledge we start the fight on, dropping you into the path of his Tesla coil. That's pretty much an instant death if it catches you off guard. If you know it's coming and fight to hold your position on the upper level, you'll get to engage in a solid, arcade-style boss fight which will leave you sweating. Leaping over lightning, waiting for his teleportation spell to finish in order to attack, this is exactly what the PC version should have done. Nharre's crypt has been retitled nharre's Tower, which is an innocent typo or maybe something lost in translation, who knows. This map appears to combine elements of the dungeon and Nharre's crypt. It's really neat. And instead of the voltaic Valkyries, we get lightning wizards who try to hit us with electric orb attacks. I absolutely adore this delightful little mashup of ideas. And Nharre himself is a great boss fight in an enclosed arena, forcing you to dodge his spells and sometimes deal with buboids that he summons into the area. Have I mentioned how much I love the weapon animations in this version of the game? Look at Wyndrax's wisp here. There's so much character and energy in the way the staff opens up before launching a wisp. However, the showstopper map of this era is definitely King Gharroth's castle. This is far more fascinating to go through versus the PC version. There's a bed of lava, possibly calling back to the church basement, multiple pathways to follow, interior and exterior environments, all of which we get to crisscross as we search for the fragments of King Gharroth's Purifier Sword. We can even find the king himself on his throne before we gather all the fragments, and we'll see him lost in his haze, muttering about killing everyone in order to stop the spread of the plague. Gharroth's boss fight is straightforward, an exercise in circle strafing gameplay, and that's fine. We've already fought 2 great mini-bosses, this is our reward for staying the course. But fortunately and unfortunately, our reward for the boss fight is close to 12 minutes of N64 quality cinematics, which, while a bit time-consuming, no pun intended, this whole sequence is batshit insane. Mishima finally shows up in his Shogun armor and challenges us to fight inside the time stream. Hiro responds by summoning a dragon made out of living energy. Mishima does the same, and the two of them have a duel inside the time stream Scott Pilgrim style. Kids, the only way this cutscene could get any more epic were if there were sound effects for the battle that we're witnessing. This moment is so ludicrously over the top that I can't believe I'm actually writing these words on my laptop and then saying them out loud in this video. It's time to make it through San Francisco 2030, and... Oh, interesting. Oh, this music track is really good. I'm pretty sure it isn't anywhere on the original Daikatana soundtrack. This is something wholly new. And to be honest, I really like it. After bullying some inmates using nharre's Nightmare, which, once again, is much more enjoyable to use than his PC counterpart, we get a bomb, and a Glock, and a kineticore, and despite having some difficulty swimming through the underwater passageways, we can race through Alcatraz pretty swiftly. I love that one inmate in particular just has a bomb on him, but is so hopeless and figures that it just won't do him any good that he simply hands it over to us out of despair. It's at least more straightforward than having to assemble an explosive out of saltpeter and an empty bottle. In my examination of Daikatana version 1.0, I mentioned that both the Alcatraz and Beneath the Rock maps could have probably been combined into one map to save time and space, and much to my surprise, that is exactly what Kemco did here. Using elements of both maps, they've created a unique, fast-paced rocket ride from point A to Z that wastes zero time, quickly escalates into Hiro fighting gang members versus inmates, and drops us right at the speedboats in record time. Kemco has been putting in the work streamlining and reshaping the Daikatana experience into something that flows with speed and precision, with no set of levels ever feeling like they're overstaying their welcome. I get that this version of the game is probably considered bad by default, simply because it is an N64 first-person shooter, released in a time when console shooters really just kind of sucked. But despite the downgrade in graphics and audio, this game is absolutely a gas to play based on momentum and nostalgia. Even the controls are better than they have any right to be. And let's take a look at the speedboat chase scene. This sequence should not be possible on the N64. Kemco is truly working with and around the limitations of the N64 hardware to create visual landscapes that absolutely kick ass within the confines of the story. This looks great. I'm honestly having a blast playing this. Once again, the game skips forward to the good stuff, and our next mission takes place in the Mishima Research Center. On a quick, odd note, I'd like to point out that the N64 version here has swapped the names of the rip gun and the slugger, where the slugger was basically a shotgun in the PC version, and the rip gun was a chain gun. Now, the shotgun in 2030 is named the rip gun, and the chain gun is the slugger. Why Kemco felt the need to do that, I don't know, but I'm more focused on appreciating the rip gun's weapon model. It looks like a combination between the pulse rifle from Aliens and the Quake shotgun. Hiro has quickly become super overpowered. With the speed upgraded to level 4 out of 5, our run speed has drastically improved. It's a little unwieldy in some corners, but considering how quickly we can waste enemies now, it's difficult to really complain about, especially when I'm switching back and forth between some of the older weapons that I genuinely appreciated. nharre's Nightmare, the Shot Cycler, I've still got some ammo for quite a few guns in my arsenal, and as we near the end, I'm not too shy about using them. Mishima Research Center is fairly easy. There's a little bit of back and forth finding keycards, but the difficult areas of the complex are clearly labeled as to where I need to go. And the next map, Mishima Hideout, is an absolute thrill ride. There's enemies around every corner. I'm using every weapon I have on me. I'm running. I'm gunning. It's a straight run to the finish where Mishima is getting ready to escape via helicopter. In a nice touch, we can hear the helicopter waiting to take off in the background, taunting us with the idea that we're not going to make it in time to stop the madman. Which, of course, turns out to be correct. Then, after all of this, Hiro and Makiko hotwire a jeep to pursue Mishima. Instead of Superfly magically appearing out of nowhere, Hiro pulls up like a badass to grab Superfly at the waterfront, correctly guessing that our buddy had been waiting there for any sign of Hiro after the speedboat incident. This is beyond awesome. This is popcorn chewing, soda drinking, roller coaster, action flick nonsense. We have gone above and beyond the Fast and the Furious, and we're on to Vin Diesel's action masterpiece from 2002, XXX. Kemco has clearly understood the assignment, and with this final sequence of events has put the pedal to the metal, and I love it. Outside of our final map, the Navy SEAL training complex, hero and crew pull up only to be stopped by Navy guards at the gate. Remember how I examined this scene while playing version 1.0, and how I noted that it was really odd how Makiko just talked the guards into letting them into the base? I said specifically that it felt like something had been cut from this scene. Well, in the N64 version, I think I have my answer. Rather than smooth talking the guards outside the training center, Makiko just stone cold kills the guards point blank, shooting one in the chest and the other one in the back while running away. Her justification? That when they change the timeline, these men's deaths will be reset and it will be like it never happened. I can't say for sure whether or not this was Romero's original vision for how this played out, but this turn right here gives more weight to Makiko's betrayal at the end of the game. It displays how cold she can be when she needs to be, and how she can justify her own actions in her mind. It's a great scene. But this map of the game here does not mess around. While the environments are a little bland and samey, the action is anything but. First off, we're taking down armored jeeps and a helicopter outside the base. Then, we're sprinting through the hallways, gunning down enemies left and right as we descend lower and lower toward the base's nuclear reactor. It's nothing but high-caliber corridor shooting, the culmination of Daikatana 64's slow but steady escalation of the amount of action we've been asked to tackle. At this point, it's become fast-paced target shooting, and it feels really good to play. Once hero and crew catch up with Mishima, we're treated to the single best cutscene in the game. Hero faces off with Mishima, who summons a group of mythic creatures from the Greece era, and Hero goes all old boy and stomps every single one of them. Then Hero's ancestor Usagi appears and imbues the Daikatana with his ghostly essence, and now, at last, we finally get to use the actual Daikatana in combat for the first and only time in the game. It's a short arena fight, but it's a good one. A quick duel against Mishima himself, who could teleport around and make copies of himself to confuse the player. Still, he's fairly easy to take down if you take your time, and eventually the mad Time Lord falls. After this, it's another 10-minute long cutscene that, well, plays out just a little too slow for good measure. Check out the dialogue from Mikiko, though, questioning how many alternate realities were created from their time travel shenanigans. Hold that thought for later. All of this plays out basically the same, however, and once Hero charges up the Daikatana in the nuclear reactor, Makiko steals it and kills Superfly, and Hero yells about honor and good versus evil and yada yada yada, and then we have one last boss fight against Makiko herself. It's pretty easy to get through if you're already accustomed to the game's controls, and you should have an excessive amount of weapons and ammo to choose from at this point. It's really only a matter of how long it'll take you to take down Makiko. But I want to point out, this revolving chamber in the nuclear reactor is really incredible set design and animation. I love how much detail went into this little boss arena, so much. And then we end the game much the same way that the PC version ended. Hero chooses to go back in time to prevent this outcome from taking place. We zip forward to the restored version of Japan 2455, and Makiko and her father have a conversation about being unable to find the Daikatana. In the background, Mishima, clearly an underling for the Ebiharas in this restored timeline, is engaging in some slapstick comedy while Security Chief Superfly Johnson drops some wisdom. Once again, this is pretty much the same ending as the PC version, but there's a significant difference. As the camera pulls out at the end of it, we're treated to the sight of some birds flying across the brightly lit sky, a contrast to the darkened skies we saw in the PC ending. And then, there's a somber but optimistic montage of angles surrounding Mount Fuji, where Hero is sitting, drinking tea and reading from a book, while a hopeful tune plays in the background and we see the Daikatana, not buried underground like in the PC ending, not hidden away in solitude, but resting on a mantle like a prized possession, like a weapon ready to be used again if need be. Hero has altered the timeline for the better, and he appears now as a protector of time instead of the guardian of the Daikatana. There was something so somber and sad about the ending of the PC version of Daikatana, as though it meant for us to believe that Hero had chosen to live a life of solitude in order to protect the people he'd come to cherish. But here, this ending is so much more hopeful, Instead of the life of a man intentionally keeping himself away from his friends in order to protect them, Hiro now seems poised to be a protector of time itself, and having restored the timeline to its proper place, sits and rests easily, happy in the thought that his friends have a life worth living. That's such a stark contrast to what we've seen before that I can't help but wonder if, again, this was Romero's original vision, but chose instead to have his ending be one of implied misery and self-sacrifice. Perhaps he altered course at the last minute to choose the darker ending. Who knows? It's difficult to tell just from viewing this cutscene alone. Daikatana 64 is an interesting little piece of console shooter history. When compared to other N64 shooters of the era, it's less versatile and engaging than GoldenEye, not nearly as robust or complex as Perfect Dark, and doesn't have the same hook as Turok Dinosaur Hunter. What it does have is a meaty swing at an interesting narrative within a first-person shooter, succeeding in many ways while failing in others. Had the hardware been up to the task of allowing for spoken dialogue in the cutscenes, the lengthiness of them probably wouldn't have been felt as much as they were. As they stand, they're mostly 5 to 10 minute cutscenes featuring repetitive, looping, music cues, and no sound effects. Sitting through most of them was a bit of a chore, but there were enough radical surprises within them that I felt compelled to watch them all, lest I miss some other minute instance of fascinating and ludicrous badassery. I mean, in the cutscene where Hiro and Makiko talk about destiny and honor, Hiro straight up catches the Daikatana with his bare hands as Makiko swings at him, and then he headbutts her in the face. This version of Hiro is so badass that I'm actually physically angry with the limp noodle lunkhead that we got on PC. Yes, the gameplay is straightforward. Yes, the graphics are muddy and sometimes ugly even for N64 standards, but man, this was a blast. It took me a little under 5 hours to play through the whole thing, about a quarter of the length of PC Daikatana, and it never outstays its welcome with any stage. There's also split-screen multiplayer components for post-game content. Well, calling the multiplayer post-game content might be stretching it a bit. First, players need to choose which character they want to play as: Hiro, Makiko, Superfly, or Mishima. Each character will start off with different base stats which can be leveled up during gameplay. There's 2 game modes to play and only 2 maps for either mode. The first mode is Deathmatch, which is self-explanatory, and the second mode is Jewel Quest. Jewel Quest is an interesting mode where all players need to race to pick up 5 jewels scattered across the map. If another player grabs a jewel first, other players need to try and frag them in order for the jewel to respawn and be picked up again. First person to collect 5 jewels is the winner. With only 2 maps to choose from, neither mode really feels like there's much life to it. I managed to finagle a little online play using Parsec and an N64 emulator, and played a few rounds with Pancake Detective and Getty from the Ranger Discord server. We've been playing games together for a few years now, and this experience taught us one thing: we never want to play games like this ever again. Daikatana 64, despite the barest of bare-bones multiplayer and the lengthiest of elongated cutscenes, is a fascinating glimpse at what could have been Romero's original design visions for his magnum opus. Is this a good game on its own? Sure, it's passable. There are other titles for the N64 that I would recommend over this one, but as a fun, cheesy gameplay experience that really shows off what a studio can do when really working with the console's limitations, Daikatana 64 is a fun, harmless, romp and stomp arcade action title that takes all of the best design elements of the PC version and strips them down into only the necessary elements. I don't know that we necessarily need a remaster of Daikatana, a statement that I will expound upon later in the documentary for reasons, but if we do get one, I would very much like to be able to play through this campaign with updated graphics and better controls, as it's honestly just plain fun. And sometimes, fun is all you need for a good time at the games. Now, speaking of fun, let's turn our attention to our next subject, and if you thought the N64 version of Daikatana was a bit of a departure from the original, then hold on to your butts, because you ain't seen nothing yet. Released on September 29th, 2000 in Europe, and released in Japan on May 1st, 2001, Daikatana for the Game Boy Color is a fascinating oddity. To begin with, as you can see, there's the obvious difference in gameplay. Conceived as a Legend of Zelda-style action RPG in order to circumvent the difficulties of translating a first-person shooter to Game Boy, Kemco actually contracted development studio Will Company to make the game, and the results are shockingly really good. Daikatana Game Boy Color, or GBC as I'll refer to it from here on out, actually received better scores from critics than the PC game did. And fans received it the same way. The Moby Games scores for both the PC and N64 versions of Daikatana rest around 57%, where the GBC game has a score of 74%. However, the game's release was rather short-lived. Because of the negative reviews and harsh criticisms that the PC and N64 versions received, Kemco made the call to cancel the North American release of the GBC version. The European port was the only version of Daikatana GBC to even have a boxed release, as the Japanese version ended up being a downloadable bonus through Nintendo Power Japan. So fans never got the chance to play this excellent little actioner here in the West. That is, until December of 2004, when John Romero took to his personal website, rome.ro, and uploaded a ROM file of Daikatana GBC for fans to download and play. He also uploaded multiple patches for Daikatana PC, and files once thought lost to time, including the game's demo and the pre-alpha of Daikatana from 1997 that we've already discussed here in the documentary. In one fell swoop, Romero gifted fans of Daikatana with a hefty bounty of content, a gracious gesture of goodwill towards the community that would lead to a fan revival nearly 13 years later. But that's jumping ahead a bit. The development of Daikatana GBC was led by Takeo Mogi, a freelance developer who'd worked with Kemco previously as the director of Shadowgate 64. Mogi worked with contracted studio s.e.a.l Company, whose output included the PlayStation psychological horror adventure game Juggernaut, as well as the Silent Hill play novel, a side story in which players engaged with a choose-your-own adventure-style game for the character of Sybil Bennett. In a 2024 interview with the website Time Extension, Mogi recalled the concept of Daikatana GBC's direction, noting that he had been under the impression that a 2D side-scrolling version of Quake had been made for the GBC and had been received poorly, so the studio didn't want to go that route. Now, as you kids probably already know, there isn't a 2D side-scrolling version of Quake for the Game Boy Color, but I'd like to break from documentarian thinking for just a moment and say that if anybody wants to make a 2D side-scrolling platformer version of Quake, I'll pay you money for it. After admitting that he must have confused the idea with another game around the same time, Mogi goes on to state that it was an idea from within Kemco to make Daikatana GBC in the style of Legend of Zelda, so they pitched it to Mogi. He agreed with the idea, and upon accepting the job as director, he was granted access to an unfinished version of the PC game to play through for reference, and also received a copy of the game's script to help mirror narrative design. For Mogi's part, he used these resources to help break down the story and reorganize it in a way that would best suit the GBC delivery method. When asked if there were any fun stories about development of the game, Mogi responded by stating that the developers originally wanted to write out the kanji for Daikatana intentionally wrong, as a tongue-in-cheek joke about how Western content creators oftentimes bastardize or simply incorrectly present Japanese culture in media. What better way to make a joke about that than by adapting a Western game as a Japanese studio and intentionally making the kanji wrong? However, the idea was abandoned, as s.e.a.l Company didn't want to unintentionally embarrass Nintendo with what would no doubt be seen as a huge mistake from a Japanese studio. Now, as we start our examination of this game, hopefully based on what I just mentioned to you, I don't have to point out that I am playing this game through an emulator. It's unfortunately, literally, the only way to play this game, and considering Romero's distribution method of uploading the ROM to his personal website for fans' enjoyment, I don't think it's going to ruffle too many feathers. With that out of the way, let's take a look at Daikatana GBC. Much like with Daikatana 64, Hero will have access to every weapon he picks up during the course of the game, although ammunition is much more sparse here, so we won't be able to stockpile nearly as much as we could in the N64 game. The GBC port also features looping tunes and long cutscenes, and only one music track per episode. However, the chiptune sensibility adds a bit of flair and nostalgic lean to the proceedings, reminiscent of how older NES games would craft their background music so there would be texture and flavor to hearing the same tune over and over during a specific part of the game. In this sense, the music never fails to enliven and refuses to become either boring or stale. And, like the N64 version, we won't have any sidekicks to control remotely while playing the game. The GBC title takes a different route entirely. there will be moments during the game where we will take control of our sidekicks and play as them in order to get past certain obstacles. The biggest downside to this is that our sidekicks are unable to use most of our arsenal. It feels a little arbitrary to cut off 90% of available weapons when playing as a sidekick, but whatever the reason for this decision, these sequences are few and far between, so it's a minor frustration at best. Opening in Japan 2455, the game uses the first sequence as a combination tutorial and introduction to the backstory. Toshiro Ebihara appears at Hiro's dojo as per usual, except here we don't see Hiro training alone, but actually teaching other students. When the ninjas attack, Hiro's students step up to delay the attack, giving Hiro and Ebihara enough time to escape the dojo. Intercut with this are brief tutorials teaching players how to jump, push objects, attack, and generally move about. And between these moments, we'll get another short cutscene where Ebihara continues his story about the lore of Daikatana. It's also effortlessly done, delivering bite-sized doses of information while allowing players to continue progress. And, in a simple yet effective touch, all dialogue is color-coded for each specific character, so we, the gamer, always know who's talking simply from the color of the text. That's effective game design. In this version, Ebihara is mortally wounded not by direct attack from a ninja, but from a ninja exploding in defeat. Rather than ride in a coffin, Hiro simply continues on, tasked by Ebihara to find Mikiko and the Daikatana. From the outset, Hiro has access to two weapons, the Ion Blaster and a training sword. The training sword is a great addition to the combat loop, as it works well when there's no ammo around, but it also makes it easier to get used to melee combat before we pick up the Daikatana itself. The melee attacks with the sword, and also later the hammer, are going to be critical to master. Melee has a knockback effect on most enemies, and there will be times in the game where that knockback will not only be crucial, but borderline mandatory to utilize. But first, the graphics here, the color palette, the detail in the pixel art, all of this is gorgeous. If any of you watching this are interested in playing this game in the slightest just based on the graphics, I highly recommend you go play it. It's free. It's easy to set up. There's no reason not to. By the time the year 2000 had rolled around, developers had been working with GBC hardware for a few years. This is an excellent demonstration of minimalism used to maximum effect. One thing that I have certainly enjoyed about playing all of these games and the various ports has been seeing the differing aesthetic choices made for each Daikatana. Here, Will Company thoroughly leans in to the chibi pixel art style associated with Zelda's Game Boy iterations, and the game is all the better looking for it. Speaking of Zelda, I'm sure that you kids can see the Zelda influence at work here. We are going to be running, jumping, swinging swords, and firing weapons at enemies as we move from screen to screen. Switch and item puzzles are the word of the day here. We'll need to find switches to activate doors, or push objects into doors, or activate switches to activate bridges, or step on objects to activate other switches. Daikatana GBC is, for better and for worse, a delightful Zelda clone. Sure, it's more than just a clone, but if you've ever played a classic 2D Zelda game, then you know exactly what you're in for here. Aside from some jumping puzzles and a little bit more maneuverability, utilizing Zelda as a baseline experience for this game was not only a solid choice, but an exceptional one that elevates Daikatana GBC beyond its source material. Adding to this is the fact that you can save your game literally at any time in one of the 3 save game slots, which is really handy for some of the game's tougher boss fights and combat puzzles. The GBC Japan 2455 opening is briskly paced. Within half an hour, we've found and rescued both Superfly and Mikiko, we've picked up the Sidewinder, and we've found the Daikatana in Mishima's vault. This might make it seem like the game is going to be far too short to be a worthwhile time, but put those thoughts on hold, because once we enter Greece, that sensation of moving through the game too quickly comes to a delightful, screeching halt, and it turns out that Japan 2455 is more of an introductory era. The real meat is just beginning to present itself. We've got knife-throwing skeletons, a mythic monster boss who provides us with the Hammer of Hades once defeated, an underground labyrinth with multiple entries and exits, environmental puzzles. Greece is stunningly massive, sprawling multiple maps with danger on every screen. Our overall goal here is essentially the same as the other versions of the title, in that we're collecting fragments of the Aegis Tablet, or as it's called in this version, the Greek Tablet. There's some fascinating exploration of the Greek ruins as we progress, with a darker, somber version of the Lost Epoch track, which when combined with the chiptune delivery method, transforms from the heroic theme it used to be into something much more ominous and even slightly sinister. When it comes time to face Medusa, Mikiko notes that the massive statue of Athena isn't just a statue of the goddess. It's the goddess herself turned to stone, a nice little touch. And then comes the fight against Medusa herself, which is astonishingly difficult. So here's Medusa, looking much more like the Anaconda from Anaconda than the big-tittied snake woman that we've seen in previous versions. She spits poison at us while her little snake familiar here roams the platform that we're on, doling out excessive amounts of damage and making it difficult to get out of the way of incoming attacks. We can't touch the water that Medusa floats in, as his purple coloration indicates that the water is actually poisonous, something that we discovered earlier in the map. At first, this is a frustrating barrage of damage done to Hero, with little defense against any of it, until we remember that the melee attacks do knock back. Using the Daikatana, the key here is to attack the snake familiar with a melee weapon to throw it into the water. With that out of the way, we'll have a much easier time attacking Medusa. Eventually, she'll summon another familiar, and we'll have to knock that back into the water before continuing. Keep up with this strategy, and we'll defeat Medusa in no time. Future boss fights are going to play variations of the same theme, asking players to remember the knockback power of the Daikatana in order to circumvent incoming damage. It definitely took me a lot longer to figure this out than I'd like to admit, as in I found a walkthrough online, but it was incredibly satisfying to defeat Medusa after all that. Once the Gorgon is defeated, the water returns to its normal state. Superfly emerges from stone back into normality, and we get to control him briefly as we fight our way out of Medusa's lair. And in a lovely deviation from other versions of Daikatana, the goddess Athena comes out of her stone state and charges the Daikatana for us, offering wisdom and insight on how to use the sword to move through time. It's here where I would like to take an aside to talk about the sidekicks for a moment. Earlier, I noted that the portions of the game where we are put in direct control of either Mikiko or Superfly are few and far between. And yes, this is true, but when we do, there's much more of a personal connection that the player makes with the companions. Playing as Mikiko here in Greece, despite me knowing by now where her path will take her, I felt a genuine connection with her as a playable character. And when we were eventually reunited with Superfly, getting to play as him after not seeing him for the whole of the episode felt triumphant. What Takeo Mogi and his direction does here with the characters of Daikatana makes it feel less like we're playing as Hero and that we have these companions who follow us along the way. Instead, takes on aspects of games such as Chrono Trigger, where there might be one specific main character, but we become attached to the other characters by playing with and as them in meaningful ways. It's a small touch, but it's a deft touch, one that elevates Daikatana GBC's experience for the better. Off we go to Norway, which is somehow even more massive than Greece is. And first off, I have to comment that the soundtrack choice here is doing wonders. I don't recognize this chiptune track from any other tracks in the original OST, so I'm assuming it's an original composition. But it evokes the same feelings of slight dread that the labyrinth music from Legend of Zelda does. We're immediately soaked in a dangerous, hostile world just from the aesthetics and the soundtrack. Plus, maggots. Fighting maggots can only mean bad things. Mogi and his team took Romero's initial idea to make Norway a hub and expounded upon it. First, we get to explore the village, find Musilde, free him from an annoying push-block puzzle, and then explore the area below the village for a key to unlock the gate to King Gareth's castle. Musilde mentions that he has a brother lost somewhere in the midst of the plague's violence, providing extra emotional weight to the proceedings. After this, we're off to the castle, and our task, once again, is to collect the pieces of the Purifier Sword in order to bring the king back to his senses. However, we're dropped into the dungeon below the castle first, and from there, we need to make our way back up and explore both wings of the castle in order to defeat Wyndrax and nharre before we're granted access to the king. And, unlike the PC version, Wyndrax and nharre are no joke. They teleport in and around the arena, they fire projectiles, and are a major pain in the ass. There's a bonus boss for us in the dungeon we're dropped in earlier as well, a giant pig man thing that we're forced into combat with if we want to proceed. In a nice touch, after defeating nharre, Superfly discovers the medicinal cure for the plague inside a magic pot, which is less outrageous than it sounds, and we need to go back to Mikiko and heal her before moving on. Little aspects like this enhance the narrative journey of Daikatana. In fact, even at this point, I would say that Daikatana GBC fully embodies and provides the best version of Daikatana's story. I actually care about Makiko's illness. I feel like I'm on a journey with both of my companions instead of forcefully shoving them around combat arenas. And the story told here is woven brilliantly between gameplay segments. Norway's section succeeds in empowering the players to make significant change in a village where disaster and disease have struck. Lives are at risk. Brothers have been separated. There are stakes and consequences to failure. This is excellent game design. Once we make it to King Gharroth, his madness leads him to attack us, but this isn't so much a boss fight as it is a mini boss fight. We just need to knock some sense into him before Nharre makes a dramatic return and the real boss fight of this episode gets underway. Nharre transforms himself into a dragon, and the king grants us use of the Purifier Sword to fight with, which is an excellent weapon in that it's both melee and ranged. The Purifier fires a holy projectile with each swing, and we're gonna need it. Dragon Nharre is a tough son of a bitch that flies around, dive bombs hero, and breathes fire. He's tough, but not impossible. You'll just feel like it's impossible while working on establishing the timing of the attacks. I haven't spoken about the game's translation so far, mostly because it's a pretty hurried translation and therefore has quite a few comedic lines of dialogue which were probably meant to be more dramatic. But I have to point out how succinct it is when Hero tells their story to King Gharroth, and instead of telling the whole story for the player to read through, it just says, explains. And that's honestly just good writing. Once Gharroth charges the Daikatana, Hero and crew head back to the time stream, where Hero and Mishima engage once again in Scott Pilgrim Energy Dragon combat. This genuinely feels like it must have been something that was going to appear in the PC version but was abandoned. And then we're in San Francisco 2030 with another banger chiptune track that has no reason to go this hard. A flashback sequence tells us that Mishima apparently skipped the whole "I'm gonna take credit for developing a vaccine and get rich and become a super corporation" angle, and skipped straight into taking over the world using future technology, which is the direct method one should take when considering supreme dictatorship, and I appreciate that Daikatana GBC properly embraces that. We get to control Superfly during our journey to escape Alcatraz. Superfly apparently can't use a Glock for some reason, and then we disguise ourselves as cargo to get shipped off the rock and be sent to the mainland. Alas, no speedboat chase sequence here. However, we take a breezy journey through Mishima Labs, fight a weird brain thing, and then make our way upstairs to the helipad where Superfly is waiting to give us an exit. We got separated as cargo, you see, and Superfly ended up at the Navy base, so he stole a chopper and then came to rescue us. Except we need to turn around and head back because Mishima is on his way to the Navy base. I love how Hero stops to apologize to Superfly for needing to turn right back around, as well as this bit in the chopper where they're asked for a landing code and Superfly digs the pilot out of the locker that he had stuffed him into to get the code. Daikatana GBC has a great sense of humor. Hero and crew make it to the Navy base just in time to witness Mishima murder the general for not following orders, and then blames Hero for it, and our crew is taken prisoner. But the ghost of Usagi, who appears much more frequently in this version than in any other game, appears to let us free. And then, we're on to the worst section in the game. Mishima's tower isn't that bad, necessarily, and the puzzle to unlock access to Mishima himself is sound on paper, but unfortunately, it's a tedious process that took me far too long to figure out. In fact, I didn't figure it out. I needed a walkthrough. Essentially, there are 4 dragon statues in Mishima's tower that can be rotated to face either north, south, east, or west. There are 4 doors that remain locked unless you point all of the statues in the correct cardinal direction. Now, you would think that turning them all north would unlock the north door, but you'd be mistaken. You have to face them all south to unlock the north door. Basically, whichever door on whichever cardinal point you want to unlock, all the statues have to face in the opposite direction. And the statues are all on very different points of the map, so it takes a lot of backtracking in order to get to any of them to turn them to face the correct way. It's a tedious, boring, frustrating puzzle with a backwards combination that only serves to frustrate players. It's a damn shame too, because I had been enjoying this game thoroughly up until this point, but this puzzle is an egregious mark against it. Once we've solved everything though, it's on to the final boss rush. A samurai, Mishima in human form, and Mishima in his final form. Mishima in his human form is the tougher of the two, in that the way to attack him is not readily apparent. He appears with 2 glowing balls of energy protecting him, and you'll need to use a melee weapon to knock them away in order to get in a hit. Then, Mishima's powered-up form is just a grueling test of patience and resilience as he teleports in all over the arena, summoning projectiles to track you. He's hard, but just like every other boss in this game, he falls eventually. And then, we're finally at the endgame. This ending might be my favorite out of all 3 Daikatana experiences. As usual, Hiro decides to use the nuclear reactor to charge the Daikatana, and Mikiko steals the sword. But she doesn't kill Superfly this time, she just knocks him unconscious. The fight with Mikiko is a bit tough because the arena is super small, and we're probably not going to have a lot of ammo by this point. Once defeated, Mikiko flees, pursued by Hiro and Superfly. In the reactor, Mikiko prepares to attack Hiro one final time, but he steps out of the way, and as she falls, Superfly tries to stop her from falling into the reactor, only for both of them to fall in. Hiro, heartbroken, realizes that as long as the Daikatana exists, there will be tragedies like this happening in other times and worlds. Enraged, he decides to embark on another quest to prevent this from happening. The final cutscene takes us to what is called another parallel world. Much like what we've seen in other titles, Mikiko and Superfly are speaking to her father, Toshiro Ebihara, who appears to have been restored to the role of benevolent scientist and businessman. While they talk about their fruitless quest to recover the Daikatana, Mikiko, this time, takes a rather cold stance, stating that if the Ebiharas are ever going to rule the world and create utopia, then they need the Daikatana, and she will stop at nothing to find it. Then we flash to Hiro's dojo, just like in the opening scene, only this time a worn-out and disheveled Kage Mishima enters, seeking Hiro's help. He begs Hiro for help in overthrowing the dictator Ebihara, and asks Hiro if he's ever heard of the Daikatana. Cut to the credits, rising over waves of cherry blossoms falling across the screen. This ending has so many implications that I don't even know where to begin with them. In Daikatana 64, Mikiko mused about how many alternate timelines had been created by their interference, and here we get to clearly see an entirely different timeline to the one we just experienced, where the Ebiharas are not benevolent, but cruel dictators, and Mishima is the one out to stop them. This implication shows that perhaps it isn't about whether or not the Ebihara or the Mishima clan should be in power, but that the pursuit of the sword creates a corruption and a lust for power. And, not only that, but that this is happening not just in this timeline that we have been experiencing, but across multiple timelines and worlds. It's an endless loop of violence and misery that somehow always ends with Mikiko and Superfly dead, whether they're on our side or not. It also opens up the idea that every Daikatana tale, PC, N64, and GBC, are all canon, as they all take place in slightly different timelines and worlds, which that, in itself, is a remarkable idea. In many ways, both ports of Daikatana highlight the frustrating notion that the PC version was a game built upon promise and hope and a framework of narrative execution, but was changed so much throughout the course of development that any good intentions eventually fell by the wayside. Hiro, in the PC version, was promised as a Renaissance man of the future, an expert in physics and the ancient art of warfare, but was delivered as a clunky dumbass who could barely pay rent without injuring child students. Yet we see this promise fulfilled in the N64 and GBC ports, a character who is competent and worthy to carry the Daikatana, to rise up and meet the expectations of his ancestry. Both ports also carry over weapons across each era, which, despite Romero's protests, must have been an aspect of gameplay from the beginning design document. There's also the endings, one which hews closer to Romero's vision, but in a more optimistic light, and one that is arguably even darker than the PC original. But it is the game's treatment of the companions that draw the most attention to what went wrong with Daikatana outside of being an unfinished product: the story. Daikatana 64, in eliminating companions within gameplay, allows the players to focus strictly on the fun, run-and-gun game mechanics, experimenting with weapons, and enjoying the exploration of the oftentimes clever stage design. By creating a clear division between story and gameplay, Daikatana 64 points players at the story when necessary, rather than force them to be imbued in it. Sure, the cinematics are oftentimes 5 to 10 minutes long, but there's such sights to be seen that even at their worst, there's something to be engaged with. And at the end of it, if you enjoyed the gameplay but not the story, you can skip the cutscenes easily and simply get back to gunplay. Daikatana GBC, in styling the gameplay around sometimes directly controlling companion characters, succeeds in creating emotional connection for the player to those characters. Yes, we can control both Superfly and Makiko to an extent in the PC version, but that feels more like an impersonal and indirect experience, because we can see the man behind the curtain. We know that they're a gameplay gimmick, and oftentimes they operate like one. In the GBC port, our characters are with us at all times, and some of those times, we swap into their shoes for a gameplay segment. We carry them with us, but they don't hinder us. When we lose one, we feel it, and are rewarded with playing as that character when they return to us. In simplifying the gameplay, Daikatana GBC achieves greater narrative success than either of the other versions of the game, a rarity and no small triumph for what could easily be mislabeled as a Zelda clone. Daikatana 64 and Daikatana GBC are, to varying degrees of success, excellent examples of what a stellar console port of a PC game can look like. Romero's vision, however flawed in execution of his own game, clearly shines across these two ports. This gives more credence to Daikatana, that Romero was actually on to something interesting and not simply giving in to ego and hubris. As a story, Daikatana is one that should feel epic and expansive. Traveling across time, battling mythical creatures and wizards, acting as resistance to a maniacal despot who wants to rule all of time and space. Still, no matter the execution, these games all fall just a little short of their intended target. No matter who pursues the legendary Daikatana, it seems as though there's always consequences just around the corner, no matter how slight or excessive. Daikatana 64 was a victim to the limitations of the hardware it was released on, and Daikatana GBC was a victim of the reputation wrought by the PC version. No matter how we look at it, there's a tainted edge to the content made around Daikatana that seems inherently destined to fail, and yet, that hasn't stopped people from trying. Fandoms are powerful things. In today's internet culture, sometimes we cringe at the idea of fandoms because it conjures such terrible examples of human behavior as sending death threats, racist and homophobic remarks, misogyny, and gatekeeping. To give one example, Star Wars fans have engaged in some of the worst discourse online within the last 10 years, with racist vitriol fired over the digital airwaves aimed at stars John Boyega and Kelly Marie Tran, and sexist anger lobbied in the direction of Kathleen Kennedy. Sometimes the venom has no specific target or aim at gender or race, such is the case with fans of the so-called Snyderverse of DC films. These fans once lobbied diligently to see a release of the Zack Snyder version of the film Justice League, despite repeated claims from Warner Brothers that no such cut existed, only to be rewarded when years later, Snyder came forth and together with Warner Brothers finally released the Snyder Cut. However, as the studio then decided to continue to move forward in a different direction and away from the Snyderverse, these same fans became hostile, aggressive, and excessive in their online anger towards this decision. The word fan is short for fanatic, sometimes we often forget in the midst of our passionate consumption of media, and the dark side of fandoms is something that we as gamers must often reckon with. Screams and cries of woke gaming, of censorship, of DEI practices, of pushing liberal agendas. It defeats the entire purpose of gaming as a gathering, a fellowship, a welcoming place for all gamers, not just those who believe that they have more claim to it. At the same time, fandoms, when working in solidarity towards a positive purpose, can move mountains. Consider the original Star Trek, which was facing cancellation after only 2 seasons. Fan and sci-fi writer Bijo Trimble organized a write-in campaign, asking fans to write letters to CBS, pleading for more Star Trek. The studio reported north of 110,000 letters mailed into their offices, although it's believed to actually be much higher than that. Bijo's efforts secured Star Trek a 3rd season, and after the show was finally cancelled, her passion for the show continued, alongside the writings of other fans, and the spirit of Star Trek was maintained to such an extent that Gene Roddenberry would be offered another chance at the franchise with Star Trek the Motion Picture, and from there, the legendary franchise took off in the eyes of the general public. Other shows, such as Arrested Development, Designing Women, Family Guy, Community, and Veronica Mars were all revived at the behest of massive fan campaigns to essentially save their shows. The rallying cry, 6 seasons and a movie, has long kept Community fans engaged, which led to the show receiving 6 seasons, and as of this writing, a movie is in development. Games, too, find passionate support in the form of the fans. Source ports, fan patches, mods. Gamers are no strangers to fan-based support for their favorite games. When publishers and developers abandon their creations, fans step in to keep their games alive and playable. And in the case of Daikatana, fandom has not only kept the spirit of the game alive over the past 25 years, but has led to a sea change in how the gaming public actually views the game. Let's return to our timeline to see how this came about. November 18th, 2001. A German man by the name of Martin Mueller creates the website daikatananews.net. Martin is a superfan. He adores playing through Daikatana and spends his time arguing with other gamers online in chat rooms and in his own forums, unable to conceive of why gamers ladle so much hatred onto Daikatana. Slowly, over time, more and more fans of the game discover his website, treating daikatananews.net as a bit of a haven for those who somehow get Daikatana. Still, as time continues on, resources for playing the game online become fewer and fewer. MPlayer, the online service who hosted deathmatch servers for Daikatana, closes its doors. GameSpy Arcade attempted to pick up the slack, but gamers were casually moving on. July 19th, 2002. Romero, in the Rome.ro forums, teases his intention to release beta versions of Daikatana that had been previously inaccessible. In his post, Romero said,
"Yes, it's definitely my plan to release the E3 versions of Daikatana all the way back to 1997 when it was in the Quake 1 engine. When? When I get the time."
December 10th, 2004. Romero uploads a lengthy post to his website, Rome.ro. In this post, he expressed his thoughts on the reaction and reception to the game in the years since release, holding firm in his belief that Daikatana was still what he described as a fast and furious first-person shooter. But in this post, as mentioned earlier, Romero also included links to numerous downloads. Both official patches for Daikatana, map packs, the ROM files for Daikatana GBC, an emulator for Game Boy Color so gamers could play the ROMs, the Daikatana pre-alpha from 1997, and even a link to a lengthy article written by Jeff Keighley called Knee Deep in the Dream, in which Keighley documents the rise and fall of Ion Storm, focusing specifically on Daikatana. This was a wealth of resources and bonus material for fans, displaying Romero's willingness to pass on his work to fans who still wanted to engage with it. During this process, Romero contacted Martin as well as another Daikatana fan, known online as the EO, to help out with testing and documentation of the content. 2006. A modder named Frank Sapone was working on a mod for Half-Life 2 called Missing Information/177. Between modding sessions, he made a port of the Daikatana deathmatch map, Storm Sector 7, or SS7 as it's known in Daikatana fan circles. Frank had been a fan of Daikatana since childhood. He downloaded the single-player demo in 2000, got hooked on the game, and was gifted a copy of the full version by his grandmother on Christmas of that same year. About his first impressions of the game, he said,
"My initial impression was the great soundtrack, volumetric, fog, and green. Since my favorite color is green, this didn't bother me. I was already a fan of FPS games and played them often. At the time, I was really into Quake 3 Arena, Unreal Tournament, and GoldenEye 007, so having to aim at flying monsters in Daikatana was not an issue for me. Sometime in about 2006 or so, I was mapping for a mod, Missing Information 177, for Half-Life 2. For fun, I decompiled SS7 and fixed the brushwork and made a working deathmatch level. I sent the work to Romero, and he was impressed enough to give me the map sources, and later on I asked him about having the entire source code. Eventually, we discussed just getting the whole code, and I sent him a 200GB hard drive. From here, he copied the last backup he had from an iOmega jazz tape and then overnighted the drive back to me.
Frank was able to compile version 1.0 from the code and was thrilled at the endeavor. But something had gone wrong with the code for version 1.2. 1.2 was unfortunately stored in a corrupted directory, was missing headers, and had some special macros that Frank didn't know how to fix. Frustrated, but not defeated, Frank decided to put the project on hold for the time being. January 16th, 2010. On the Rome.ro forums, a user by the name of Fresh announced a full fan remake of Daikatana using Unreal Engine 3. 2 days later, he created a mod DB page for the project and posted some impressive screenshots of the work already done. Sadly, the mod never came together. However, Fresh would move onwards and eventually found success in the gaming industry under his real name, Frederick Schreiber. Frederick would later become the CEO of Interceptor Entertainment, Slipgate Ironworks, and the revamped 3D Realms. May 20th, 2010. Romero is interviewed by Brenda Brathwaite for GameSauce magazine. If Brenda's name is unfamiliar to you, then allow me to go over her considerable work for a moment. An accomplished game writer and designer, Brenda's game credits are as impressive as they are varied. Druid, Daemons of the Mind, Nemesis, A Wizardry Adventure, Jagged Alliance 2, Wizardry 8, and Playboy, The Mansion. Brenda is also an accomplished author and anti-censorship advocate, and has written a book called Sex in Video Games, which, as I'm sure you've guessed, speaks frankly about sexual content in video games over the years. Brenda, as she notes at the beginning of this interview, has known Romero since 1987. They had initially crossed paths while he was working at Origin Systems, and she was working at Surtech, and they had stayed in contact ever since. The resulting interview feels both casual and frank, with the most loose and at ease Romero has ever felt in an interview to date. Eventually, the interview came around to the topic of the infamous Daikatana bitch ad, and Romero spoke with what must have felt like years of weight being released from his shoulders. He said,
"You know, I never wanted to make you my bitch. Not you, not them, not any of the other players, and most importantly, not any of my fans. Up until that ad, I felt I had a great relationship with the gamer and game development community, and that ad changed everything." Stupid ad. I regret it, and I apologize for it. I mean, there were really two products of Daikatana, right? One was its marketing and hype, and the other was the game. You know, when the ad was first presented to me, I knew it was risky, and I didn't want to do it. It didn't make sense. I mean, there's the whole culture of smack talk that goes with games, and especially FPSs, and that was something I was known for. If you deathmatched me, if you even played a game of foosball against me, I was so over the top. At id, we smashed shit. Desks, monitors, keyboards, whatever. It was part of the culture at the time. So while we all said shit to one another, it was within context. Imagine if someone from The Who went into their local music store and started smashing guitars. A lot of people would be thinking, what the fuck? What assholes? On stage, in context though, it's not only okay, but expected. So when this smack talk appeared in an ad, it was likewise out of context. Not only that, but it was something I would never say. It came off as arrogant, insulting, and grandiose. I should have stopped it. I didn't. And I'm sorry for that. That ad and the hype that preceded and followed it was clearly a marketing failure, and that was followed by my failure to stop it. That's what I mean by the marketing of the game as a product unto itself. I mean, just the other day on Twitter, some guy brings up Daikatana knee pads. I mean, seriously. There is no such thing. I have no idea where these things come from, but it's not the first time I've heard bizarre things about it. It was such a cocky ad. I would just never say that. I let myself get convinced, I guess. But that was the moment I should have said no. I should have said fucking no. I've looked back on that 3-minute meeting 100 times. Even if I'd come out with a brilliant game, it wouldn't have mattered.
November 6th, 2011. Open Katana, a fan-made open-source remake of Daikatana, is announced. Open Katana's intentions were to utilize the assets and resources from the pre-alpha uploaded to Romero's forums to recreate and complete a build of Daikatana in order to present the game as how Daikatana would have looked and played had it released in 1997 on the Quake 1 engine. While this project's development lasted longer than the Unreal Engine remake, it would also eventually stall out somewhere around 2013. Meanwhile, around this time, Frank Sapone had a eureka moment.
A few years later, around 2011, I got married and was working menial jobs. At night I started getting into DOS gaming again and eventually started playing around with dial-up modems, calling into BBSs and eventually TCP-IP working under DOS. I found a project from z.e.a.l where he ported Quake World to DOS. It worked fairly well, but it had a few bugs. At the time I only had some basic C++ and Java programming from high school, so I started teaching myself programming at night. Fixed the bugs, then started looking into adding more features. Around this time I also started hacking Doom, Heretic and Hex and DOS ports to add some small features. About a year or so later I was working a second shift at a grocery store bakery. Whilst in the freezer putting things on baking trays, I started thinking about the Daikatana version 1.2 code with the missing headers. I started thinking how I could probably make it work. I got home, gave it a try, and around 2 to 3 AM it compiled and worked. I was quite ecstatic. I distinctly remember what song I was listening to at the moment, 9 Inch Nails' The New Flash, which was very fitting for hacking id90's engines. From here I got a hold of Romero and let him know about the progress. I also got in touch with Martin at Daikatana News and Sean Green. Sean Green helped me with a few code issues. Martin posted some teaser information on the Daikatana News site. Nightmare from the KM Quake 2 port got a hold of me asking about adding widescreen support and OpenGL updates. We started sending each other the updated builds back and forth via email. z.e.a.l helped get a working Linux dedicated server going. After the Linux server was up and running, Daniel Gibson and Yamagi of the Yamagi Quake 2 port got a hold of me about making a Linux client. And from there we got things more modernized and developed and has been ongoing ever since.
June 26th, 2012. Daikatana version 1.3 is teased for the first time. A trailer appears on YouTube alongside the announcement, showing off the fan patch's widescreen support. A beta version of the patch is released shortly after in order to stress test the work. October 27th, 2012. After the interview for GameSauce, Romero and Brenda spent 2 years reconnecting, dating, and falling in love. In a delightful service surrounded by friends and officiated by none other than Tom Hall, John Romero and Brenda Brathwaite, now Brenda Romero, were married. They're still married to this day. October 2nd, 2013, Daikatana becomes available for purchase on Steam. It debuts at the price point of $6.99. June 2nd, 2014, Daikatana 1.3 becomes available for public testing and use. Multiple updates occur over the following months. April 16th, 2015. PC Gamer publishes an article on how to run Daikatana on modern operating systems, which at that time was Windows 7 and 8. The article cited the 1.3 fan patch as the only way to go for playing the game. July 6, 2015. Through an anonymous source and with Romero's blessing, Martin uploads the Daikatana Milestone 2 from 1997 to daikatananews.net for public download. This is the most in-depth look at Daikatana's early build ever released to the public. February 16th, 2017. PC Gamer publishes an article interviewing Martin and Frank about daikatananews.net and the 1.3 fan patch, detailing their journey to keep Daikatana alive in the minds of gamers. December 24th, 2019. The final post on daikatananews.net goes live. Sometime after this post, Martin unfortunately becomes locked out of the domain and is unable to recover his login credentials. Despite a number of attempts to get back in, Martin has frustratingly been cut off from a nearly 20-year labor of love. The website has remained inactive since, but its archives are still available to the public. May 20th, 2020. s.e.a.l releases his video on Daikatana to YouTube, playing the game using the 1.3 fan patch. Released nearly 20 years to the day after the game's release, this is the biggest spotlight for both the game and the fan patch to the gaming public at large. Millions are reintroduced to Daikatana and, by proxy, the 1.3 fan patch. s.e.a.l, in his unique blend of comedy and critique, finds some gold nuggets buried within the game's mythic reputation and gives credit to the fan patch for making the game more playable. March 4th, 2022. the official Daikatana 1.3 Discord server is established, moderated by Frank under his screen name, Marikate, as well as his fellow devs. With DaikatanaNews.net no longer in operation, the Discord server becomes the new central hub for fans of the game and all updates for the fan patch. And that, dear viewers, brings us to today. It is now, as of this documentary, 2025. Daikatana has been available to play and purchase in various forms for 25 years. The 1.3 fan patch has been available for 13 of those years, and Civi's video is now 5 years old. Slowly but surely, Daikatana has been resurrected through the fans. Yes, there are still detractors, and there are any number of videos on YouTube both mocking and maligning the game, and I mean, can you blame them? Daikatana, as we have seen in Experiencing 1.0, is an easy target to point and laugh at, AVGN style. Half-interested viewers who love to hear about gaming disasters bring views and clicks in the algorithm with them. But Civi's video on Daikatana, as of this writing, has been viewed over 3 million times. G-Man's multiple videos on Daikatana, including his examinations of the fan patch and the N64 port, have cumulatively close to 1 million views as well. My own efforts here with this documentary have generated tens of thousands of views. Gamers once glanced at Daikatana with a kind of morbid curiosity, an audience always eager to point and laugh at perceived failures. But over time, that curiosity has become fascination, and that fascination has become genuine interest. Many defenders of Daikatana are more vocal now, and more nuanced discourse of the game has arisen on social media. Daikatana was never and will never be a perfect game, no matter what kind of updates or remasters or remakes are released. But despite its flaws and against all odds, Daikatana is re-emerging into public consciousness and finding an audience thanks to the fans who refuse to let it die. And so, with that, we have one more gameplay experience to examine. In this documentary, we've played through and examined what it would have been like to play Daikatana 1.0 at launch. We've played through and examined both of the console ports of Daikatana, and that now leaves the experience of the 1.3 fan patch. Now, I've played through the fan patch before. This is how I played Daikatana for the very first time a few years ago, when I made a 2-part video essay on the game. Back then, I played through it on normal difficulty, but since we've played through 1.0 on easy difficulty, that simply leaves no other option than to play Daikatana 1.3 on hard mode. But just because I'm playing on hard difficulty doesn't mean that I'm going to be making this experience hard on myself. One of the great things about the fan patch is the wealth of options it allows for when it comes to playing Daikatana. Sidekicks can have regenerating health, making it so that they're difficult, if not outright impossible, to kill. If you don't want to worry about them dying even in the slightest, you can simply set them to God mode and call it a day. Don't feel like waiting for your friends to meander to the exit so you can transition between maps? Well, there's an option for sidekicks to teleport to the exit, allowing you to freely move from map to map without having to keep half an eye on your companions to make sure that they don't get stuck. 1.3 also provides the option of playing through the game without sidekicks at all, so we could simply slide through the game without a care or companion in the world and never once hear the phrase, "I can't leave without my buddy Superfly." Outside of sidekicks, another fascinating upgrade to the game involves save gems. As discussed previously, the 1.2 official patch added the option for players to save whenever they wanted without having to rely on save gems. But 1.3 adds the option to still collect those gems while playing with unlimited saves. The neat part? Collecting the gems increases your max ammo capacity by a small percentage with every gem accumulated. This is a fantastic addition to the gameplay, rewarding players who still want to hunt for gems and secrets while still being able to save at any time. There's a slider in the options to let you choose how much you want your max ammo upgraded with each gem. Frank attributed this implementation specifically to modder Nightmare, and in another beautiful upgrade, 1.3 allows the player to turn off self-damage from the Ion Blaster in Japan 2455. The self-damage is turned off by default now, but if you want the authentic Daikatana experience, you can always turn it back on. Frank spoke about this in the Daikatana Discord, stating that since many players had complained about the way the Ion Blaster behaved, Frank went and got Romero's blessing to alter how the weapon operates in the game. These are just a few of the options and upgrades to gameplay provided with 1.3 that allows modern gamers to play Daikatana however they want to, in order to maximize the amount of fun that can potentially be had with the title. At one point during the documentary, I noted that a remaster of the game would probably feel redundant, and this is the reason why. So many upgrades, from widescreen support to multiplayer support to sound files, the amount of work and resources sunk into this labor of love have created a version of John Romero's Daikatana that not only runs beautifully on modern hardware, but in my humble opinion, has provided the definitive version of Daikatana with all the bells and whistles and options we could ever hope to see. As a wise man once said,
"But you don't have to take my word for it."
Let's dive into Daikatana 1.3 and see if the hard work of Frank and his merry band of superfans has actually improved the game. First off, the game, as you have no doubt already noticed, looks gorgeous at higher resolutions in widescreen. Japan 2455's Marsh level is a masterclass of environmental effects, lighting, and textures. The more that I play this game, despite and against all odds, this first map gets better and better with each version that I play. And playing it here on Shogun, the highest difficulty, I think that this might be one of the greatest opening maps ever devised. Okay, maybe that was an overstatement, but in playing Marsh through, this time with better graphics and a better understanding of the game's mechanics, I am certainly feeling something click into place in a way that I haven't before. Certainly, I've made the claim that Daikatana is, in actuality, a first-person action RPG, but experiencing the game on Shogun really enhances that experience. I'm moving forward slowly, cautiously, focusing on one enemy at a time, preserving ammo as much as possible, all while keeping an eye out for those bonus gems to increase my max ammo and any health that I can find. And, strangely, while I'm very aware that I am in a very weak place from both a character perspective and a difficulty perspective, as a gamer, I've never felt more agency in this game. I'm being forced to play defensively, meaning no reckless run-and-gun behaviorism. Simultaneously, the sheer volume of enemies in Shogun difficulty provides a bevy of experience points to soak up in a way that I'm frankly unaccustomed to in the other two difficulty settings. I've already gotten Hero to level 2, where normally I've maybe just barely cleared enough XP to hit level 1. Remember, Hero starts the game at a bleak level 0, so 2 level ups in the first map alone is a little wild. With this in mind, I'm gonna put my money where my mouth is, treat Daikatana like an RPG, and start XP farming. This leads to a fun, frustrating, and ultimately rewarding moment in the sewers, where I decide to take a detour and grab the secret shot cycler. Unfortunately for me, the shot cycler is surrounded by a half-dozen sludge minions and a single froginator, so there's some real trouble getting to it. I'm also going in on lower health than I want to, but this, I've decided, is going to be my definitive run, so I take my time with it and ultimately walk away with my prize. The sewers are some bullshit, what with the ridiculous number of sludge minions simply out and about, not just in the secret zones, but there's some fun to be had with the ultimate gas hands. The map transitions have also been modified.
Headquarters building my ass. This looks more like a prison.
Cancel.
Oh, thank God.
Solitary, meanwhile, a map that I already love so I don't need to sell it any harder, actually sells me even harder on Shogun. checking corners, moving in fits and bursts to pop behind cover and then back out to disperse justice, playing with the gas hands, hunting for health at all times, soaking up the XP, listening to kick action is breathtaking as a Daikatana fan now. Every firefight won feels like a major victory. Every death feels like less of a frustration and more of an inspiration to reload and try again. The increased enemy count, coupled with the ability to save at any time, definitely go hand in hand, as does that bonus gem feature. I'm using much more ammo than I'm accustomed to, so the bonus gems make it feel as though I'm leveling up my weapons. Satisfaction is the word of the day here, kids, something that I did not experience in my 1.0 run or in my 1.2 run. In those versions of the game, I felt like I was barely hanging on at any time, wondering if I would hit a glitch, or curse myself for not cashing in an extra save gem, so that I wouldn't have to run a super stressful section of the game all over again for a fourth time. Insurmountable walls of resentment towards a game that I just want to play have softened into determination to push forward, one step at a time. In all reality, I genuinely didn't think that I would have a good time on Shogun. I attempted it once upon a time when I first played Daikatana and was quickly smacked back down by the game and told to go back to FPS school. So walking into this, I thought I would have a really rough go, but I felt compelled to conquer the game one last time on hard, so I could just say that I did. Now, with my perspective shifts and extra options for gameplay, I'm having the time of my life. You know, when I'm not squishing myself with an elevator while trying to circumnavigate a group of inmaters while on low health. But even this isn't frustrating. Confounding, sure, because I'm playing a game on hard and I'm trying to come up with ways to get past 4 fucking inmaters in a room that used to have only 1, but experimenting with methods of combat to beat this game at its own audacity is an exhilarating experience all on its own. I've never played Diablo, and I'm not as big a fan of slower, turn-based RPGs such as Baldur's Gate, where it's a bit of a grind to feel more and more powerful, but I imagine that playing through Daikatana on Shogun is what those experiences must parallel, and it's pretty awesome. Of course, Solitary is where we get Superfly and begin running around with sidekicks in tow, so now comes the acid test. Do the fixes to companion AI make a difference? Oh, baby, do they. Superfly not only follows orders better, but with the regenerating health turned on and the friendly fire turned off, is actually a massive help in some of the hairier firefights. His pathfinding is still a little iffy in places, but he also moves faster, both when summoned and when following closely at my heels. It is, of course, a little early to call for the whole of the game, but this initial feeling here is immediate gratitude rather than aggravation. This is what I envisioned the companions would be. Extra firepower in firefights, and extra distractions for enemies so that I wouldn't feel overwhelmed. Superfly can still die, as I unfortunately discovered when he got stuck underneath a closing door, but it's going to be much rarer for a companion to perish than it is for Hero. Hero still needs to bob and weave and bunny hop through combat to stay alive. Playing through Crematorium, I've got the Sidewinder, I've got a competent companion, and the only thing really holding me back is remembering to save more often. I'm still a little stuck in the save gem conservation mindset, which can be tricky to shake if that's what you've trained your brain to stick with here in this game. The usual bullshit still applies. Hit scan enemies are attacking you before doors are halfway open. Enemy placement is absurdly dense, and I'm running so low on health that one wrong move turns me into meat sauce. But the load times aren't 10 seconds every time anymore. The bullshit feels less bullshit simply because the game has remarkably fewer glitches, and all in all, the weak level design is being completely offset by the visceral combat. There's no time to think about how boring the flow of the maps are when there's nothing but incoming fire. You know, I'm a big advocate for setting what I like to call the chessboard in first-person shooters. Intentional enemy placement and balance go a long way in establishing creative pushback against the player, which then results in greater player agency as they survive and surmount. Just dumping enemies like a bucket of Legos into a level isn't good game design, and yet, here, with Daikatana, somehow that actually works to the game's benefit. The focus now leans much more on the combat itself, and Daikatana has always had strong combat. Excellent movement, decent weapons, and good game feel. 1.0 never gave that aspect of the game a chance to shine due to the glaring bugs and glitches and broken AI. Now, it is front and center, and as a Daikatana fan, I almost feel a sense of vindication going through icelab, absolutely wrecking shit. Vault is still Vault, and that jumping puzzle with the rising and falling platforms still sucks, but overall it's a lot more fun now that I've got plenty of ammo. I'm at level 6 with max possible attack power and attack speed, and both Makiko and Superfly actually know how to get the hell out of my way when I'm trying to move around. Actually, giving credit where credit is due, both companions are acting and reacting to the environment and my orders better than ever. Previously, in 1.0, half the battle was ordering those two around and getting them to fall in line and stay with me. Half the time I would tell them to just stay in place until I needed them to get back to where I was. But in 1.3 they're actually valuable. Frank and the rest of the team who worked on the fan patch have, thus far, done the impossible. They've made the sidekicks useful. Sure, their one-liners are still kind of annoying, but guess what else you can turn off in the options now? That's right, companion one-liners. Brilliant. Japan 2455 is my favorite episode of the game, hands down. Always has been. From the cyberpunk aesthetics to the weapons, to the lighting, to the music, this one knows exactly what I want. Before this patch, however, with the glitches and the broken AI, this episode somehow found a way to outstay its welcome despite being a visual feast. Now, I'm having a blast, treating it like a dungeon crawler, blasting everything around me for all of those gains in order to get even more powerful. The widescreen and higher resolution make every gorgeous aspect of the visuals even gorgeouser. Seriously, this is what I felt like the N64 and other games with colored lighting and volumetric fog actually looked like when we were playing them back in 1999. And, just for shits and giggles, I decided to use the ultimate gas hands on the Psyclaw boss fight and one-hit both of them. After all the bullshit those two mutant assholes put me through in my other playthroughs, that was incredibly satisfying. Moving on to Greece, the wide open spaces feel even bigger and more mythic with the widescreen upgrade. And we've got the Daikatana now, so I'm feeling the need to put the sword through its paces. Of course, this is Shogun difficulty, and while Hero has been leveled up significantly higher than I've ever gotten to use him at this point, the sword is still starting out at level 1, and that's a bit of an issue, especially when there's a half dozen skeleton warriors bearing down on us at any given time right off the bat. I died a few times starting out here, but I was determined to make sure that I got the Daikatana to level 2 before moving on past the first map. In fact, it was a bit of a personally imposed challenge by this point. There is so much XP gained from all the monsters and combat in this game on Shogun difficulty that by now I've decided to push myself and see exactly how far I could push my level ups. And, to my surprise and delight, it only took me about halfway through Lemnos Isle to get the Daikatana to level 2. Ain't that some work? With the upgraded Daikatana comes some seriously upgraded damage output from the sword. I've never had the sword leveled up this early in Greece before, and this particular arena was giving me some issues with only the discus on hand, so watch what happens with a level 2 Daikatana in this situation. In 1.0, the Daikatana was borderline useless due to the focus on spreading HP between Hero and the sword itself. Considering the glitches and difficulty spikes, staying alive was much more important than putting work into the Daikatana, so I rarely used it unless I intentionally decided to give it some love. On Shogun difficulty, increasing the power of the Daikatana is something that's much more achievable with unlimited saves and sidekicks that behave properly. And the benefits are insane. Now I want to see if I can get the damn thing to level 3 in the first map of Greece. Hell, I want to use nothing but the goddamn sword because that first upgrade is so insanely powerful that it almost doesn't make sense to use anything else right now. Since I've leveled up Hero enough to be able to focus on this, the epic aspects of both this episode and the game as a whole have gone through the roof. Which, in replaying the game this way, I'm beginning to think I understand the point of Romero's vision here. Japan 2455 was meant to put us, the gamer, through our paces, understanding the combat loop of slow but steady progression, upgrading Hero through experience points. Greece starts off as gentle as it does because now the player needs to upgrade the sword, not just the player. The wide open spaces offer plenty of movement in order to grow accustomed to using the sword, and to nimbly dodge enemies while doing so. Hero, by now, should be resilient enough to withstand the amount of incoming damage necessary to get the sword powered up from level 1 to level 2. Once level 2 is achieved, it's off to the fun zone. And that is actually kind of brilliant. At this point, at least with Greece, I'm finding it difficult to talk about a game that I've already talked about, and also finding it difficult to talk about talking about a game I've already talked about to such lengths as to fill this 7-hour documentary. And in all honesty, that's because there's little to comment on at this point. We've examined the grievances, we've detailed the design work, and we've seen all the glitches that the game has to offer. The 1.3 patch addresses all of these in various ways. Sure, you can't rework the levels with just a patch, but we don't need to. Once the glitches and bugs are hammered out, once the companion AI is smoothed over, once we've taken into account the ways that the fan patch allows players to alter gameplay to their liking, the game, at this point, is just simply fun now. It's just fun. I mean, look at this ridiculous moment where, thanks to the bonus gem ammo increases, I can throw 13 discuses at a griffin, just because I can. Make no mistake, the game is still rough in places, there are still some minor glitches here and there, and the companions can still act out of pocket. Like here where Makiko fell off the land bridge and got swept up in the current below, stuck in a crevice, her regenerating health refusing to allow her to drown properly. So I ended up having to load a map switch save in order to get her back and retry that section. But these moments have now become a rarity instead of the norm. Daikatana is just fun to play now, which is wondrous. Medusa's lair especially is a slaughterhouse of horrors here on Shogun, and I'm cackling with glee, but nothing about the fan patch can mitigate the absolute bullshit damage that Medusa's gaze does on Shogun. Look at this. I barely come around the corner, and within milliseconds, Hero was turned to stone. Thankfully, I only had to go through this once, and then I zapped her with the Eye of Zeus while crouching, and everything was fine after that. Also, again, thank you bonus gem ammo increase, because I took out a bunch of the minions after the Medusa fight with the Eye. I won't say that I feel overpowered here, because I'm really not. That's not what's actually happening. It's really the freedom of unrestrained progression. In many ways, Daikatana's difficulty settings seem to work in reverse, as opposed to how we traditionally define difficulty in both shooters and games at large, where Ronin and Samurai, easy and medium difficulties respectively, provide a gentler and less immediately harsh experience for players. Due to the nature of the XP and the leveling system in Daikatana, they actually act as a hindrance to player empowerment. Sure, yes, the notion of easy versus hard is one that we as gamers have debated for quite some time over the years, with many modern gamers, in quotation marks, arguing against the very notion of an easy difficulty. Get good is the cringe phrase primarily used in these instances, but how can one actually get good if there aren't resources available for the good to start getting? Easy and medium difficulty in Daikatana prevent the player from getting good. It's just that simple. Each level up and stat increase in Daikatana provides Hero with such a monumental boost that it is absolutely insane to see put into practice, let alone feel in the moment. But in order to actually come close to maxing out Hero, one would have to actually reach level 25 in the game. That's 5 individual stats for Hero, with 5 levels per stat. And then, if we think about the Daikatana itself absorbing XP on independent use, that is a crazy amount of XP necessary in order to attain max power in Daikatana, which means one would have to cut down an absurd number of foes in order to reach that. But Daikatana, on any difficulty below Shogun, does not provide that many enemies. In my 1.0 run, playing on easy, I ended the game with Hero at level 10. Playing medium difficulty, I ended with Hero at level 15. Both of those are a far cry from the mythic level 25 necessary. Shogun, however, offers the most number of enemies, with the highest amount of potential XP to gain, meaning you can become stronger not only quicker, but stronger over the whole of the game compared to other difficulties, which means that hard mode, in Daikatana, is actually the easier overall experience. Paradoxical, yes, but consider this. The amount of damage enemies do remains relatively unchanged from easy to medium to hard. Somehow, we're taking the same amount of damage per enemy. The volume of enemies per level simply increases. As this increases, so too does the potential amount of experience points. By playing on easy mode, the player remains weaker for substantially longer in-game, leaving them more vulnerable to attacks, despite the lesser number of foes. By playing on hard, players grow stronger substantially quicker in-game, building a higher resistance much sooner, thusly allowing players to tackle higher quantities of enemies continually throughout the campaign. I started to notice this while playing through Greece. By the time I beat Medusa, Hero was level 11 and the Daikatana was level 3. The potential for reaching level 25 and level 5 not only felt achievable, but well within my grasp. So from here I decided that was the goal I was going to strive for. Norway was a test of patience in this, but thanks to the 1.3 fan patch, I didn't have a single worry around map switching bugs in the slightest. It still doesn't entirely hammer out some of the companion pathfinding, but this is such a rarity that it barely registers as anything other than mildly amusing when it does. I'm really digging the widescreen and higher resolution here though, as I can finally feel justified in why Episode 3 is such a wonderful part of the game for me to experience. Yes, Japan 2455 is my favorite, from aesthetics to weapons and music. Norway is the spiritual successor to Hexen that I've always wanted. We may never get Hecatomb, and Romero's design direction is muddied and unfocused after switching away from being hub-based in Norway, but the quality of the artistic presentation, the creature design, the weapons, the music again, all of it swirls around to create magic now that the glitches are ironed out and smoothed over, and we have clearer visuals and more focus on the gameplay. Dungeon, that horrific test of patience and determination, gains the most from 1.3 and the Shogun difficulty. At level 12, going through this map, I'm already nearly as strong as I was at the end game of my 1.2 playthrough, so cutting down lycanthers and dwarves and buboids is not only much less aggravating, it's incredibly empowering. Yes, I do need to remind myself at times that I am, in fact, playing this game on hard, because regardless of my stat increases, the enemies here hit like a hammer, and that can and will hurt you a lot. But at nearly halfway to max level, I'm so much more prepared for it that it feels as though this is how the game is meant to be experienced. My goals of 25 and 5 are being tested with Episode 3, however. Trying to balance out XP between Hero and the sword is tricky. The biggest hurdle in that regard are the Doom Bats and the Lycanthers. If I'm patient enough, I can wait for Doom Bats to swoop near enough to me to cut them down with the sword, but they're smaller enemies with less XP to glean from as opposed to larger enemies like the Buboids. And the Lycanthers, as big and swollen with XP as they are, can only be jibbed with the Silver Claw. Swapping back and forth between sword and other weapon types on the fly is, by and large, annoying. Plus the Buboids disappear into the ground and reappear somewhere else, so for the majority of this episode, I'm stuck with gaining XP for Hero. Here, I'm wondering if I can get the Daikatana leveled up fast enough, but then again, am I going to focus on the sword too much and neglect my own gains? Is my own personal challenge even possible? Regardless, the game is gloriously gorgeous. The lighting, the textures, the higher number of enemies per level is adding to all of that with particle and lighting effects of their own. Hell, dumping that bucket of Lego brick enemies onto the map is 100% servicing to distract from the bad to bland level design here in Episode 3. I'm enjoying this more. I'm having such a good time with the fluidity and the fun of the game. Just look at this run right here leading up to King Gharroth himself. Just unimaginable chaos and power. This feels so good. This feels like I've put in the work to earn it. So it all comes down now to San Francisco 2030. I walk in with a level 4 Daikatana and Hero at level 15, which, considering how much XP I'm going to need to gather up, it sure doesn't seem like I'm going to reach my goals. But San Francisco has the highest volume of enemies in the game per map. Just the increase in the number of rats alone in Alcatraz is significant. Then again, so is the increase in the number of inmates. I expressed my distaste at shooting unarmed men in this chapter during my examination of 1.0, so for the number of inmates to basically double, and my strength also doubled, Alcatraz just kind of feels like a slaughter map. My attack values are so high that I'm jibbing literally every single enemy that I come across at this point, and I just feel kind of bad here. Playing on Shogun definitely highlights the excessive violence of the Alcatraz mission. Whether you agree with my assessment or not, it's hard not to cringe at the sight of a nearly unstoppable time traveler exploding normal human men with absurdly powerful attacks. I'm literally just walking through this entire map nearly unimpeded, taking little to no damage, leaving a trail of body parts in my wake. Hands down, the least enjoyable part of Daikatana without question. Once the game starts throwing enemies at me that can actually defend themselves, San Francisco actually gets kind of fun. Here is where Romero's first-person action RPG becomes the Fast and Furious shooter that he's always believed it to be. Gunners, Rocketeers, Navy SEALs, and still so many rats. For some reason, there are enemies around every corner, demanding attention to detail across every inch of the map. Mishima Labs is so rife with enemies that I am actually starting to have a difficult time. My power fantasy has slowed down somewhat, I'm riding below 100 health in many spaces, and I'm checking corners with anxiety. But I've also cleared another 5 levels due to the flood of XP coming my way. With 2 more maps after this, level 25 is actually in sight, and I'm still having a blast. Well, as much of a blast as I can in Mishima Labs, 1.3 patch or no, Shogun difficulty or no, I still have to waste my time running back and forth and back and forth. Mishima's hideout sees me enter at level 23, but the Daikatana is still only level 4. Stakes are high. I'm taking a lot of damage, but I'm dealing out even more. Every bullet counts. Every frag is another step closer to hitting max level. Adrenaline is pumping through my body, desperately trying to maintain my cool in the face of potential. Level 24. This is it. All I have to do is maintain progress and somehow get the Daikatana leveled up also. There's still one more map after this. I can do this. Attentive viewers will no doubt notice that I'm not offering any further insight on fan patch 1.3 by this point. But by this point, the benefits of the patch should be on full display. I haven't had a single crash. My sidekicks are attentive and at my side almost constantly, and if they're ever not, they now return to me at lightning speed. I've collected over 60 bonus gems, each of which adds 5% to my max ammo count, meaning I'm able to collect so much ammunition that I've got no problem keeping up with the amount of targets that Shogun difficulty is literally throwing at me. Every single glitch and issue I had with the original versions of Daikatana are nullified. It's been thrown out there by many that Night Dive should remaster Daikatana at some point for modern audiences, but I would like to say right now that that is an unnecessary task. What Frank Sapone and his fellow developer friends have accomplished is nothing short of a miracle. Daikatana, with 1.3, is already in the best shape it's ever been. The most clear and focused and thoroughly enjoyable version of John Romero's vision, the one that anyone interested in this game should play. Night Dive does impeccable work when it comes to remasters, but the 1.3 fan patch has already done that work. The Navy SEAL training base is an absolute breeze, especially with the jumping puzzles. One unintended benefit of being able to level up as much as I have means that I've upgraded my acro skill to the point where I can basically take 2 or 3 jumps across each platforming segment, and that's it. Being able to save outside of each one doesn't hurt. However, there is a small snag in my pursuit of level 25. I'd forgotten how few enemies there are in the Navy SEAL base, how the map is primarily focused on those platforming puzzles. I am trying so hard, desperately searching every crevice for enemies to take down in pursuit of XP, but I'm here at Mishima himself. The time has come, and I've fallen short. Halfway through level 24, and a Daikatana still on level 4. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little disappointed, but I really only took on this challenge close to halfway through the game. I'm sure there's a bunch of potential XP that I missed somewhere early on, so I have to accept that this is how it is, and I go beat Mishima and collect my prize for beating the game on Shogun. The credits. And yet, the strangest glitch of all finally occurs. The game refuses to load the credit sequence. The credits, by the way, are loaded as an individual map that the camera flies through and across for the viewer's benefit. However, the map refuses to load that after the final cutscene is done. All I get is a message that says, "Error, disconnected from server." I had to go back and beat Mishima 3 times before I could finally get the game to load the credits properly. One could argue that it really isn't worth it just for the credits map, but I worked hard for this, damn it. This is the end of my hard work playing this game. This, as far as this documentary concerned, is the end of Daikatana for me. And it wouldn't be a fitting Daikatana experience if there wasn't at least one more glitch to overcome before the game is finally done. I have played through and beaten Daikatana several times for the purposes of this documentary, And now, at last, I am finished. Except not quite. Because you see, one of the things that Frank has established are dedicated multiplayer servers for Daikatana, which include a few different deathmatch modes and even a co-op server. Players can drop into the co-op server at any time and play through the entirety of the campaign with friends. What's even more fun is that the servers are tied to the Daikatana Discord, so anytime anyone hops online into one of these servers, the Discord gets a message that someone is online, thusly prompting other players to hop online if they so desire. As a fun little treat for myself, I ran through co-op mode with a few friends from the Ranger Station Discord, including Getty, Pancake Detective, and Elephant's Doing Crack. It was a janky, hilarious escapade as we traveled across time, inadvertently triggering map transitions and generally causing chaos for each other. As you play through on co-op, there are checkpoints placed sporadically throughout the maps, so that if anyone falls behind making progress, when the player furthest ahead crosses a checkpoint, everyone else immediately teleports to that location. There's no cutscenes, no companions, and no small amount of fun to be had. If you want to have a good time with friends in an unserious manner playing through an old first-person shooter, I can't think of a better way to have a few laughs than some time spent in Daikatana co-op. And once we'd beaten the campaign, we decided to get some footage of us playing Rocket Arena Deathmatch. While doing so, Frank Sapone himself, under the screen name Maricate, popped in for some deathmatch action and proceeded to take us all down. Fitting for the man who essentially pioneered the resurrection of the very same game we were playing. Daikatana 1.3 is nothing short of magic. Absolute magic. After the deep dive into the guts of the game in 1.0, to play through this game on the highest difficulty setting and enjoy it even more is also nothing short of a miracle. What the devs have done is a labor of love, transmuting and transforming a raw, glitchy, nervous system of a game into a polished, smooth, fun gameplay experience. Yes, it took years, but more importantly, it took love. It took passion for this game. And now, 1.3 is the definitive way to play Daikatana. All anyone has to do is buy the game from Steam or GOG, usually on sale for less than the price of a sandwich, and install the fan patch. Gamers have access now to the best version of this game, a version that Romero himself never had time nor the resources to create. Finally, at long last, Daikatana exists in its truest form, and we have the fans to thank for it. November 17th, 2024. I'm having a conversation on Discord with a friend, Getty, who I've known for a few years by this point. Getty, along with my real-life brother, Pancake Detective, and our friend William, have been gaming and live streaming together since 2021. It's well known that I'm a fan of Daikatana despite the game's legacy. By this point, the videos that I've already made on the game are 3 years old. Getty jokingly offers the idea of playing Daikatana co-op as an April Fool's Day livestream, pointing out that there is a public co-op server that anyone can drop into. He then proceeded to joke that we could do the co-op stream in May instead, as that would be the 25th anniversary of Daikatana. I responded enthusiastically. It felt like a great idea at the time, one that would no doubt bring in some viewers and we would have a great time streaming. But that idea quickly turned into something else. Getty has long desired to do a video about the history of Ion Storm. For him, the subject is ripe for discussion, as few people have ever dived deep into the details of the behind-the-scenes drama. Meanwhile, it occurred to me that just doing a live stream for Daikatana's 25th anniversary didn't feel worthy of the subject. This game, too, deserved a deep dive. It deserved a documentary. January 5th, 2025. Getty and I began passing info back and forth to each other on any resources that we can find surrounding Ion Storm and Daikatana. At this point in time, I'm reading Romero's autobiography, Doom Guy, and I'm preparing to reread Masters of Doom. From this point onward, the documentary project ballooned. I chose to keep the documentary's focus strictly on Daikatana, inserting only what was necessary of Ion Storm history for context, so that we could still produce the Ion Storm history video in full without it being redundant. As of this writing, August 30th, 2025, I have been fully invested in and working on this documentary for 7 months. Originally, this was going to be one video talking about Daikatana itself, just the game and some history to add context for how it came out the way it did. Then that history revealed itself to be much wider and deeper than I could have possibly imagined. My idea for one video turned into 2 separate videos. At some point, I knew I had to touch on the console ports. I also had to talk about the fan patch. I reworked all of my thoughts and ideas into a 3-act structure, knowing that I had to keep myself focused and directed towards putting out the first part by May 23rd for the 25th anniversary. Then the project ballooned even further. Finally, I had to admit to myself that this would be a 4-part documentary. There was simply too much to talk about, too much to read through, write about, play, experience, and remember. Even now, barreling towards the end of this project, there is still the feeling of there being too much to tackle, as I have intentionally held on to all of my assets in order to create one long video to release at the end of this year, once all 4 episodes are completed. By the time that supercut is published on YouTube, it will have been 1 full year of thinking, reading, researching, and playing Daikatana in all its various forms. It's difficult to talk about this project now as though it is finished. For me, writing this, it is not. When I read this out loud in a few days after polishing the script, it still will not. The day after that recording, when I began to edit that narration, and then a few days after when I began editing video footage, and then a few days after when I render the footage together to proof it and ensure all edits are correct, it still will not feel finished. I'll still have to upload the video to Patreon, upload it to YouTube for the public, and then go back over the whole of the work to render the supercut. Once that's rendered, I will have to watch the entire 7-hour video to make sure it's done. As of this writing, I'm still months away from being done with this documentary, although as you hear me speak and watch this footage, for you, it's already finished. I've said everything I need to say, or can say, about the history of Daikatana, from rise to fall to resurrection. The gaming public at large, over time, in my time at least, has slowly come round to view the game in a positive, if not ironic light. Whether we know it or not, or are willing to admit it or not, Daikatana had a significant impact on gaming history. It innovated in several ways, although the technology wasn't ready for those innovations, nor were the developers that tried to implement them. It reminded us that developers are not gods, no matter how much trash they talk, nor what games they were involved in making. And if anything, it serves as a warning that sometimes enough is enough. Sometimes we must put down the pen, or close the laptop, or turn off the tablet. Sometimes, continually working and editing and iterating until we feel a project is finally right can lead to losing focus on why we were making the work in the first place. Chasing the dragon can only eventually lead to disaster and ruin. Sometimes, we must tell ourselves to stop, because if we don't, all we will do is continue to push further and further until we cannot push anymore. Many people look to Icarus as a warning of arrogance in mythology. He represents the exuberance of youth, flying too close to the sun, only for his wings to melt. While this is no doubt the intention of the story, no one ever looks at Daedalus, the father of Icarus. He was an inventor, but one filled with pride. He was so proud that he refused to consider anyone his rival, to the point that he murdered his own nephew, a promising inventor as well. Later, Daedalus would create the Labyrinth of Crete to hide the Minotaur for King Minos, but he would also provide clues on how to escape it. This led King Minos to imprison Daedalus and his son, Icarus, in a place high above the sea. In order to escape, Daedalus crafted the wings that he and Icarus used to fly out across the sea and away from the king's prison. Daedalus warned Icarus of the dangers, but did he warn Icarus enough? We often forget that children are vibrant and full of youth, and it's our job as parents to guide them and lead them. I propose that Daedalus did not guide Icarus enough. The youth was not properly instructed, and so the father failed his son. Rather than cautioning today's artists to not be like Icarus, we should caution artists to not be like Daedalus. We must ask them to remember the myth of Daedalus. Remember to instruct, remember to guide, remember to lead, and remember to ensure that their projects do not balloon too far out of control due to pride. They must know when to stop. John Romero did not stop himself, and so Daikatana became Icarus. It melted under the heat of scrutiny. And yet today, Daikatana has seen a resurgence. It is finding its audience. It is becoming recognized for what it attempted to do rather than what it did not do very well. And the story behind the scenes gives us insight into why that is. Daikatana rose, fell, and is now resurrected. After 25 years, the game is finally finding the audience it deserves, and decades of hard work are now paying off. It will never be as great as Doom, or Quake, or Halo, or any number of first-person shooters that exploded onto the scene and captured our attentions from release day one. But in spite of itself, and in spite of ourselves, Daikatana has held on all these years, and we see it, we notice it, and perhaps we even appreciate it. At the end of the day, maybe John Romero really did make us all his bitch. It just took 25 years to get there. As with any lengthy work, there are any number of people behind the scenes who contributed to the work, whether directly or indirectly, and that is true with this. There are far too many people to thank behind the scenes, so let me speak on those who directly had a hand with this documentary. I want to give a big thanks to my gaming brother, Getty, from whom this entire idea spawned and whose research and discoveries along the way were priceless contributions. I want to thank my real-life brother, Pancake Detective, who listened to me rant and rave about this game and this topic over the course of the last 8 months, and despite his best interests, played through the game in co-op mode just for the hell of it. Darth Agent 06, friend of the channel and Discord member, lent his technical skills and helped me figure out how to install 1.0 off of the original CD-ROM and circumvent ancient copy protection. He also helped me dial in my N64 emulator settings once upon a time when I first played Daikatana 64. Midnight Medium graciously signed on to perform the voiceovers as John Romero, neither of us realizing just how much VO work I would ask of him. But he did it, and he did it wonderfully. Robert Yap heard Medium's role as John Romero and DM'd me to ask if I had any other speaking roles that needed filling. Lo and behold, I realized I needed someone to read as Frank Sapone, and Robert beautifully stepped up to the plate. Digital Love is a fantastic synthwave artist who I've been working with for a couple of years now, and once the first episode of the documentary dropped, she was so inspired that she did a cover of Caution off of the Daikatana OST and just sent it to me. I was so blown away by this that I asked her for 2 more tracks, which she not only provided, but knocked them completely out of the park. Big thanks to all the collaborators who provided sound bites with their thoughts on Daikatana. Dave Oshry, Civi, G-Man, David Zemansky, Hexabyte, and Deadforge. Big thanks to Frank Sapone, who graciously took the time to answer some questions I had about the fan patch. Big thanks to Stevie Case, who not only worked on Daikatana, but whose work on the Daikatana strategy guide provided so much more insight and information on the game than I knew even existed. And last but certainly not least, thanks to John Romero. This was his game. He saw it through to the end, bitter end or no. He had a dream, a vision, and he pursued it. 25 years later, that vision now finally feels complete. And I hope somewhere within that, he can find peace around the game. Well, kids, this is the end of the road. I'm grateful you've been here to watch this and join me on my journey, and I hope you'll find me on the next one as well. If you'd like to help support my work, you can join me on Patreon, toss a coin to your ranger on Ko-Fi, and also subscribe to the channel. For now, I'm gonna go take a piece of my own advice, put down the laptop, and go play something for fun. No work for at least a week. Now, while I'm off, make sure you kids sit up straight, brush your teeth, and above all else, stay hydrated. I'll see you soon.